Good evening and welcome back to the Angry Cast on Fallout Sheltered. How y'all doing? I was feeling a little nostalgic, as I often do recording these things. You all know the drill. When I was little, no, but seriously, when I was little, my grandmother was a fixture around our home, in a sense. She was my mom's mom. And she was single. Well, she's divorced. And she lived on her own nearby. And she didn't get around that much because she had some health issues and she was a little bit on the larger side, so she really didn't walk that great. Now, my mom was one of like 5 or 6 siblings. And the backstory, you don't need to know about how things happen in their family or whatever. Just know that when it came down to it, my mom was pretty much the person who took care of my grandmother for pretty much the 20 some years of my life, almost into my 30s. And that meant every Tuesday, my grandmother would be at our house for dinner. Now, there was about a 10-minute drive between my house and my grandmother's house. So that would be, that big of a deal. My mom would go pick her up and, she would come over for dinner. But before that all happened, she would usually run my grandmother around. Like any appointments that had to be done were done on a Tuesday. She would take her to the grocery store. Now, granted, understand something about how this all works. The geography, it doesn't really matter, but just know that there was a 10-minute drive from my house to my parents' house. And so we would drive, like if it was during the summer, and I was, of course, under the age of 10, I couldn't be home alone, so my mom would take me. In the summertime, we would go and we'd take Grandma around, and then she'd eat dinner with us. So we would go to her house. It would be like 9 o'clock in the morning, 9:30, pick her up, and then we would run. Now, she had to go to the doctor's office, or she had an appointment with a lawyer or something like that. Because, like I said, the backstory doesn't matter, but for the most part of her, into her last few years, there was a time where she was having to constantly fight to keep her house away, from being kicked out of her own home from my grandfather, who I never met, never knew, and didn't really have any kind of connection to. So, like, these appointments would all be stacked upon each other on a Tuesday. We'd go pick her up, take her running around, and we'd probably be done about maybe 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, sometimes 3 o'clock, depending on the space of things. But you figure going 10 minutes in one direction to go pick her up, and then having to drive probably a half an hour in the opposite direction back past our house to go to the grocery store and any other place she had to go, because for some reason my mom wanted to drive 15 minutes away from us to go to the grocery store. We didn't have look, everywhere you have like a Walmart every 6 miles. Didn't have that back then. The grocery stores were not all over the place. There were a couple around, but nothing huge, and they didn't have that much. So she wanted to go to this one grocery store that was about 15 minutes away. So that's where they went. So she would do all that, and then, like I said, about sometimes 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I would be gone all day long with my mom and my grandmother, and she would do the shopping and then take her to do all their other stuff, and then we come back. And then my mom had to get dinner ready. Now, a lot of times, usually my dad would come home for lunch between 11:30, 12 o'clock, and my mom would make him lunch. You have it there. I don't know what we used to do on Tuesdays. I really don't remember, because I know, my father, in all his, earnest glory, would walk into the house, lunch! He'd just, lunch! And it was fun. It wasn't like he was demanding. He wasn't being, where's my supper? No, he was being silly. Lunch! The way he would yell it out. And it was just, like I said, it was endearing. But I don't know what he did on Tuesdays, because we were out running to the store. So then my mom would come home from doing all that, and she'd have to make dinner for the 6 of us. There was my parents, myself, my brother, my sister, and my grandmother on Tuesdays to have dinner. And we would eat dinner, And then that would be like about 5 o'clock, because my dad didn't get home till 5:30. We'd probably like sit down and eat dinner. We'd finish up 6:30, and then about, my mom would clean up from dinner, and then about 7 o'clock, 7:30, she would take my grandmother home to her house, take all our groceries in, and that was the end of the day. And then she'd come home, and then the next Tuesday she'd do it all over again. And that went on, I said, until probably about, so I was born in 75. That went on until roughly about the year 2000. So 25 to 28 years of my life, that's what was the standard fare. Then after a while, it became more apparent that, my mom couldn't run my grandmother around, because my grandmother didn't get around much anymore. And that's not to say that they didn't do other things. I mean, she would be there for holidays, and she would take her to the senior center near our house, on certain days. And she loved to be there, and she loved to be around, the other senior citizens and enjoy that time. She got out. That was her, community time, did all that stuff. So about 2000, though, things started to change, and her health got to be a little bit harder, and she couldn't get out as much. So my mom would go and run for her, bring stuff to the house, and stock it and look in on her. And then as things got harder, and then sometimes she would have a fall or whatever, and she'd be calling in the middle of the night. My mom or my dad had to go down and help her out. And then essentially that's when it happened. It's that she had a fall, and she was actually on her bathroom floor the whole night until she was able to get a hold of somebody, or somebody stopped by or whatever to see what was going on. And she ended up going into the hospital, and she never came home. And that was 2003. It's hard to believe that it has been 20 years since that happened. I remember because my sister was pregnant with my nephew at the time. He just graduated high school last year. And, now it seems like the shoe's on the other foot in a sense, because after 20 years, now what my mom used to do, she can no longer do, and now somebody has to do for her. When my dad got sick back in 2017, and she took care of him for the next 2 years. He lived to 2018. And then, unfortunately, either the stress of all that or underlying factors that weren't really noticed or something else happened, my mom began having problems. She'd had problems with her knee and her hip and all that stuff beforehand, but she was still able to get around. But unfortunately, she was no longer able to drive because of the circumstances. And so we had to have people assist. And my mom has been independent most of her life. Like I said, the background of her backstory doesn't matter. Just know that she had been independent for most of her life. She took care of her mom before I was around. She took care of her younger siblings when she still lived at home. She is as stubborn as I am, and is as independent and not wanting to rely on other people, more so than me. And so it was really, really hard for her to have to accept help from other people, especially strangers in her home that she doesn't know. Strangers that, we had to set up to be there in order to watch her take care of things, make a meal or whatever else. And then slowly we started to peel back that, for better or for worse, started to pare that down a little bit to where she's now on her own. But she still can't drive. And she would love to drive. She has tried to get to the point where she could drive again. And it's just not going to happen, I don't think. I don't think her reaction time is there, and other circumstances are sort of in the way. Now, the three of us, my brother, my sister, and I, tried to pick up the slack And we failed miserably. I don't understand how, until he got sick, my father was able to take care of the yard all by himself. Because the three of us trying to take care of it like just every other week, we were all failing and, making it happen. It just goes to show you that the man was unstoppable until he had to stop. But, that's, again, neither here nor there. So, the fact that we had to come up with this game plan for what we were going to do with her in lieu of having somebody in the house, well, that all changed in the last couple of years because my sister, not too long after my dad went, was diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease, ALS. You remember the whole ice bucket challenge, that thing? Yeah. Now, in 2018, she was fine. 2019, she started into some problems and had to have surgery on her arm. She didn't realize why, her arm started to, atrophy to, she had no muscle in her arm. And it started tripping. By 2019, she had, had more problems, and by 2020, she had been diagnosed. Now, anybody who knows anything about ALS, which I know very little about, is that you've got a 3 to 5 year pretty much prognosis. And she was already 18 months showing of symptoms. Well, by 2020, she appeared at my wedding to Megan with a walker. Still able to walk, still able to do everything. By 2021, she was in a wheelchair, and she could talk, but she was very deliberate in her speaking, and it was it was drawn out. It would take her a while to get through a sentence, and it's not because of a brain thing, it's because of the muscles and be able to do all that. It's very hard for someone who has that to communicate if, as they get further along in the progression of it. So she was in a wheelchair, but she couldn't speak as clearly and as well, but she still could. So conversations were, she had to catch up, or you had to allow time. Then by 2022, she had to progress to having to put a feeding tube in and a trach because she just, swallowing and breathing was becoming harder. And now she's fully bedridden, pretty much. I just got back from taking my mom to go see her, because she's at a skilled facility right now, hoping to go home because she had to have a new trach put in and had to have vent assist on it. So I had to drive from my home 45 minutes in one direction to go pick up my mom, and then drive an hour in the other direction past my house to go take her to see my sister. It sounds familiar, doesn't it? And me being the farthest away, I tend to be the one that least gets called upon when things need to be done. I'm the youngest. That doesn't make any difference, but I'm also like I said, I'm also the furthest away. And it's harder for me to get to do things because of the distance I have to travel to get there. And like I said, we lost 1/3 of our triumvirate to handle all these things. And the last couple of weeks, my brother was out of state, and he couldn't, be around to do that. So I've been trying to pick up the slack. We've all tried to figure out a way to maybe, have some sort of, just get someone who can just drive her around, just go take her. But, it's not that big of a deal for me to take a time out of my day to go pick her up and take her shopping. Now, again, I got to drive 45 minutes to her house, and then I got to drive another 15 back in the same direction to take her to that grocery store area that she likes to go shop at. And, she has other appointments, and we try to do all these things as we can. So I'm now that where I was that kid in the backseat of the station wagon, taking my grandmother to the store and to all of her appointments and to grocery shop. I'm now the one taking my mom to do those very same things. And it's, like I said, there's a little bit of a nostalgia about it, remembering those times, but also it's hard because I have to recognize that, I'm no longer that child now. I'm the adult. My mother is no longer the caregiver that she was. She's now the one being given care. And the mortality is facing me in the mirror because I see my sister going through what she's going through. I'm almost 50, and that's just like scares the hell out of me in a sense. So it comes full circle. It really does. And it's almost like a Greek tragedy in a sense. It's almost, you could write a script to this. It's almost like a trope. It's a cliche. It feels very familiar that there would be a story like this. But that's the truth of it. That's the truth of how things work. That's how we are in our lives. And that's how, we don't do these things because we are programmed to do them. We learn them. We're empathetic towards doing them. But that's what we do. I mean, I guess it is kind of programmed a little bit in, instinct to do these things. But it's just so funny to continue that cycle that others have done before you. And if anybody out there has never gone through that, it's something. It definitely is something. And I would say that if you are that child that I was, then be better than me and maybe stick around and do the dishes after dinner and help mom put groceries away and take care of some things in order to help out so that you can take a little less off their plate, because being on the other side of that table, I realized that I really should have done these things to help out, because it's hard to do it now. And I have a support system that, Megan just made a bunch of ham, and I took a bunch of ham to my mom. And, just help out more. Just, if you can help out someone else who's a caregiver, help them out more. Take care of your caregivers. They will take care of you. And someday you may be in the same position. That's pretty much all of it. And that's all I got to say about that. So thank you for listening. I hope you have a good time or enjoy at least listening to some of these stories, because I'll keep telling them if you do. That was a brief thing. I was digging around trying to look into stuff because I got some questions. I had recorded earlier that I sent some peeps out onto a quest. Somewhere back in my memory, I remember the discussion about more quests from the 25th anniversary update that were involving humans or aliens and Luke the human and all this other stuff, and discussion in the comments of some of the videos, and I can't remember where it was at. However, I did see that there was this quest that popped up: humans like us investigate strange aerial lights. There have been several reports of strange lights hovering over the wasteland not far from here. The lights were congregating over an abandoned old abandoned mine. We need to investigate this before rumors of alien visitors start spreading. And yeah, interesting. I'm guessing this is one of the new. I'm obviously one of the new quests. Let's go check it out. We'll just burn. We got plenty. We'll burn 6 of those. Let's go do it. And I don't know how long this episode is going to be, because we keep getting these single one-off quests every time we complete one, and some of them have been new content, like the one from last week's episode, which I didn't talk directly into it. I did a voiceover like I normally do, because it's, quests get to be repetitive, and I'm trying to do other things as well. But we did have a robot heavy Robot Hood was the name of the actual quest, and I didn't get to talk about it, but we did see that there were iBots and Protectrons. And there's also the case of, greetings, fellow human beings, and welcome to our vault. It's like a Steve Buscemi. How you doing, fellow kids? High school kids? Whoops. Okay. What? All lights in the sky are normal. You're confused by the planet Venus. Haha. They're totally not real. They're totally aliens. So, are we gonna see aliens? No, we're gonna see scorpions. Yikes. So, yeah, robothood happened. Now, there's been talk of people in comments on Reddit pages or whatever else, and I haven't seen this happen yet. Every time I've tried to wait long enough to see it happen, I always either get death claws or raiders or ghouls. I've never seen, supposedly, and I don't know if this is something indicative to Fallout Shelter or the Fallout Shelter Online, which is the international version of Fallout Shelter that I think is you have to be like in an Asia Pacific country to play unless you have a VPN. High pitched gold. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Seen anything strangely? Can we see your overseer? This is like take me to your leader. Let's do that. Yeah, I wanted to see that happen. Nice. But yeah, but there's supposedly, like I said, I don't know if it's because it's Fallout Shelter Online or if it is something that's happened. Please let me know in the comments if you've seen it happen. That your vault gets attacked by assaultrons or protectrons. I don't know which, but there is a robot assault like your other things, whether it be raiders or ghouls or death claws. I would love to see that happen. That'd be cool. That would be awesome. Like, and even aliens. I don't know, because unfortunately, Bethesda didn't release a lot of information about it. John Smith, another fellow, Brother Big John Booty, or if you guys remember Buckaroo Banzai. Sure. Yeah, this is just like Buckaroo Banzai. Oh my god, seriously, giving up the game. Oh, no. Okay, no. Sorry. Go download Tinder or something. Don't, no, we're not going to just give them. But the Bethesda their website didn't give a lot of information other than what we saw on the surface, which was new quests, new weapons, new outfits, new, pets, new stuff like that. But they didn't really go into depth on what was actually going to be happening. And we haven't had any further updates, although, being that I was on, I'm using an emulator, BlueStacks X, it did say something about an update, but currently, I am still looking at 1.15, no .123, anything like that, so I don't think that it really updated, and I haven't seen anything come through. It would be nice to see, go back to my my Steam. Oh my gosh, an ET reference here. We need to make the large we just need to make the... Oh, okay, we're doing that. Aww. Yeah, we'll take care of those. Anything can be a vault if you really want it to be. Make a vault a home. Make a cave a vault. God. Okay. But we have seen through playing and from hearing from people in comments and on other pages where we are seeing all of the new weaponry come through, all of the new quests. This one here, although they're not really, let me do a quick Googling. Oh yeah, oh geez, it might not be a 1.20 or 1.15 update item, because if we don't see actual aliens like the that we've seen in previous, yeah, it's not. I don't think it is. Oof. That is disappointing. I was thinking that maybe we were going to get to actual, but the whole point of them is to masquerade as humans, not actually openly attack us as. So here we go. See, like he's going to be a raider boss or whatever else. All of the other humans of which we have heard, I am the one called Overseer. I hope you find everything here normal and not all disquieting. Haha! It's important that you feel like you are examined by superior beings. Please confirm you do not feel...
Okay, so depending on the option selections here, it can lead to a fight. The first dialogue option is peaceful, which is you guys seem like pretty regular folks. And then about the strange lights, or well, you guys are a little bit weird, could cause a, a fight. So let's just go with you guys seem like pretty regular folks. Super. Now go tell the others nothing. Well, we did get an alien blaster as a reward. I was thinking that this was going to be, and I'm kind of disappointed. I should have. There was really no way for me to find out. This is obviously one that has been around for a while because it is on the Fallout Shelter fandom wiki, and the sci-fi outfit is a known older outfit that we can craft ourselves. It's not like one of the new ones. So yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed. I was hoping for the alien spaceship room. I was hoping for aliens in the Mothership Zeta kind of outfits coming after us. I think a lot of that comes from Fallout 76. The DLC or the stuff that they the things that they run promotionally, like for limited time. Like right now, I think they're doing something along the lines of with ghouls, which I really don't do that. I've been playing through the regular story and having some fun with that. Haven't really been going that great. And again, sorry to talk about other games while we're playing this one, but it is kind of related because a lot of the updates that went there are being shown here as well with new equipment and such. So it's kind of related. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay, so this was definitely not a new quest. I apologize. And it definitely was not one that was part of the update, but I had not done it before that I was aware of. So I don't think this was along the lines of what that person was talking about in the comments on a previous video. So I apologize. No matter. We did it. It's done. We can go home and with all of our stuff. And we got 2 Nuka-Cola Quantums, an Alien Blaster, Yao Guy Hide, and a Gold Watch, and 12,000 caps. And yes, it is disgusting, but it's home to some people. Alright, here's another one we can do. Rescue Fido from the Ghouls Dog Shelter. Someone let Fido out without a leash. Guess you'll need to get him back. Well, we didn't have Fido before. They didn't take anything out of our inventory, so this is obviously going to get a new pet. It's one I've done before. I think it was back in, 2016. Yeah, 2016, there was No Time for Pause in Dog Shelter. I guess that's when those maybe came out. Oddly enough, it was like episode 55 of the original Fallout Shelter way back when. So we'll do it again because, always like getting a pet. Always like getting a pet. And give them all their stuff and send them on their way. And there's a feral ghoul attack. See, I was waiting, trying to wait and get it to spawn a thing to see if it would actually show us a yeah, I was hoping for the thing. I mean, I didn't get it, but we're gonna get a black lab out of the deal, which is not bad. That's fine. All right. Well, we gotta heal. My gosh, we gotta heal all these people up. Oh, and here, of course, come these jerkies. Alrighty. This is from the earlier Deathclaw attack that we had. Yeah. And I actually had to. Switch out some outfits. Apparently, I started giving everybody 7+7 agility outfits, and I could not do that. I needed them for my peeps to go out on quests because I want them to have the bestest stuff. So yeah, that. Oh gosh, I don't. There's really no sense in me doing this. I can't. Why can't I? There we go. Yeah, I got enough. I got enough quests. I'm sorry, I have... This is sad. You can't see it right now. I don't know if this is going to show up. I have no idea how this is going to work. I may have to come back and do this all over again if it doesn't work right. I've got in the background currently... Oh, God. I'm just hoping for a thing. I'm hoping for a Nuka-Cola Quantum from Bottle, and all I'm getting is Cappy dancing around like a mad fool. There he is. But yeah, so I started building some stuff. I got this group here, only 3 of them working on Wild Bill's sidearm, because I am going to go tackle, there's a quest I want to go tackle eventually, which is, you know, the Whack-A-Mole Thrill of the Hunt one, because I'm on number 2 of 7, trying to finish out those older quests, but I need 3, and I already had 2 of Wild Bill's sidearms, so I figured why not just have a 3rd one and be done with it. So that's going to take me 5 days, because I've only got 3 people in that room, and they're not wearing the right outfits for that. Even with the crafting time, pet, you know, and everything else, I'm still going to have a problem. Yeah. So I don't know that I'm going to... we'll film Dog. We'll film Dog Hunt. We'll do it. I'll pick it up tomorrow. Before like today's Thursday, I gotta get this done so I can get it on Friday. I apologize. I've been a little lax at getting stuff out. It has been crazy the past couple of weeks. We're heading into Easter, so it's been you know, everything's been nuts. We've had a lot of really weird weather lately, and I'm having to go do stuff for help out, like, you know, my mom and her house and clean up stuff and everything else. So hasn't been. There we go. Maybe come on. There we go. Got him. I was hoping for that. Yay. Yay. Okay. Alrighty. So yeah. So right now we got everybody. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. I apologize. But we got everybody where we need them to be right now. We've still got a ton of people going through training. We've got what? We got none there. We've got none there. I know we got 4 here. We got 1 there. So 2 more. So 3, 4, 5. I know there's 4 here. 9. 14. And I added this one in for the bottleneck that we have backed up with everything. There's like 16 people still coming through training, and we've got really no place to put them. I've got every room full. I might put them just on permanent rotation. I gotta rotate. What I'm doing is I'm going to rotate out those who are level 50, which will be like Jordan here and Harry. They're gonna go down to a crafting room, and then these guys are gonna go in. So my next rotation of things is going to be that I'm going to take level 50 dwellers out of rooms where I can find them and rotate these ones in. We're at 136. We're probably going to have to turn the radio room back on. We're going to have to maybe have some dancing happening in the residences to up the population. We're almost close to 200, and once we hit 200, if we don't get anything new, any new quests or anything new content-wise, that's going to be it. I've been holding off as long as I can. I also want to get... I mean, you know, I could play on an infinitive to infinity and redo all of these. You know, everybody with the highest, like +7. You know what? I mean, you see, I have the ability to do it. That has been the entire crux of this 2020. What we did 2021, I think. Now into 2023, playing again, was to go through and get up to 999,999 caps, which we've done, and to also get 200 dwellers and to get everything maxed out, all without having to actually pay any real money, which we have done. We've got 128. My God, we got 128 Nuka-Cola Quantums. We've got. Let's go ahead and do this. We got. I mean, look what we got here. We got 2 more Mr. Handies waiting, and I've got almost all the floors full. So why don't we? You know. What do we got here? Screw it. Let's just do it. Come on. Let's just do it. We'll make it. We'll just do it. Yeah. Rescue Fido. We're gonna do this. Oh, it's because I said it's a short one, and we're gonna do this, and then open up all of our boxes and stuff, and then that'll be it. So you actually get me talking for real for once.
My ghouls are lonely, so I got them a pet.
Can a goal ever take a me got the I keep telling him to be gentle. Smooth skin. Just because I moisturize doesn't mean you can be pejorative. Alright. Crap. Not bad, not bad. But there's 5 of them, which will be no match for us, considering we've got Vengeance and +7. +7 agility outfits. They are wearing expert jumpsuits. We're going to get rid of that. Come on, once we get home. Yep. Yay. To the victor go the spoils. Who's Victor, and why does he like spoils so much? Dad jokes are happening. So yeah, we've been doing this now for over 2 years. Playing again. We're my gosh, we're what, 82 episodes in? And you know, I'm not getting the hundreds that I was getting before, which as a content producer for YouTube is pretty sad, but for me, as that content producer, having over 20 views on any video I have is pretty damn good, and I will take it. I don't do this for fame and wealth, obviously. I mean, my gosh, I'm playing other video games that have get maybe 1 view on it, and I really don't care. It's for the fun. Uh-oh, we got to take care of this guy real quick. Come on, no, come on, no, come on. There we go. Get it. Okay, there you go. Whew. Yeah, I was doing dog shelter. It's done. I was doing a quest offline. What are the daily quests? I think it was Vault-Tec review or something like that, or and it was we had to wear all like L outfits, lucky outfits or whatever, and it's these three with Vengeance and wearing the at least +3 or +5, I think +5 luck outfits, and it was mostly mole rats, and they had to be level 50, so it was obviously something that had to have been a later stage game quest for people who have been through training, getting them leveled up and all that shit. But the mole rat broodmothers in the rooms, they were nearly killing me, and I'm not used to that. I'm not used to that. And even with all 3 focused on that one alpha enemy, legendary enemy or whatever, it was still a problem. And that's kind of something I think that really got overlooked by, like, there are some hard quests in the game, but we really don't have the level of difficulty that you find in, like, say, Fallout 4 or Fallout 76. I mean, even if you had, I think that one of these rooms, and I'm taking the time to say it now, but one of these rooms should have had a ghoul. But after, I mean, considering that this game was released in a run-up to Fallout 4, to be a tutorial or guide on how Fallout 4 was going to play its leveling and specials and perks and all that stuff, you would have thought that they would have used some of the same mechanics in the game. And what I'm saying specifically was when you come into a legendary, like when you come into a battle with a legendary mob, or like a creature or anything like that, where they mutates and they take on their final form or whatever you want to call it, you have to drain them of their health twice, basically. And the second is almost harder than the first, I think. And that really did not happen with Fallout Shelter. It really didn't. And I was kind of disappointed by that, because I thought that they would have gone down that path. All right, we completed that for 1,800 caps. Not that big of a deal. 60 containers on quest. We did 4 quests, I think, and we got that. We're going to get them set out on another quest here. But then we're not going to do it this time around. We'll save it for next time. And a harg matey, find a parrot. 10 hours. Hey, Grandpa wants to play pirates, but he needs a parrot first. Wow. We'll probably recap this next week when we do the next episode. But for now, you'll see it happening, and we're going to send them out on their way. And let's go open up. We're going to have to probably get rid of some stuff before we do that. Yeah, oof. I'm going to definitely get rid of that. Yeah, the lucky 4 more. It's 1.7, but I think I have at least, unless I get rid of it. No, I should still have them. Yeah, fancy form. Oh, well, we gotta. There's just no reason to have this. Let's get rid of some of these. I need room in my inventory. Let's keep an entire either two set of quests or a whole room full, just in case for whatever reason we need it to be. And then we're good. I mean, I'm hoarding a lot of stuff here. I really am. And I usually try to keep it down to like 5 of the green, 10 of the red, and I don't put any kind of limitations. I mean, my God, look at the gold watch. I get 66 gold watches. And it's craziness. But, okay, so doing that, Argmady, they're out in there. I think I've done it before, probably. Done it before. So, let's, yeah. Yeah. I live to serve, everyone. Alright, let's go open up that shit. Let's go. So we got, there's 7. We got food. We got a level action rifle. Yeah, we're going to get rid of that. Caps. Magnifying glass. Of course, probably going to end up getting rid of that. Jane Scott, another dweller. Another dweller. So that's now 17 people that have to go through training. And it's just teddy bear, water, nightwear, caps, and incognito leisure wear. So this definitely goes back to what I was talking about in the comment section about another video where we talked about Luke the Human. I have no idea who Luke the Human is or was. We haven't determined whether or not he was a dweller, an alien in disguise, a developer on the game, whatever. But Luke the Human wears the Incognito Leisure Wear, which is a new outfit from the 25th anniversary. I had Luke the Human. I got him either in a lunchbox or from a quest, and then something happened and I lost him because I noticed. I went back and I watched that video and I saw where I opened him up or picked him out or got him, and then the next video I didn't have him anymore and I don't know what happened. So yeah, that sucks and I can't get him back. And that's why I was trying to find that other quest we were talking about, and then Humans Like Us wasn't it. Okay, go watching some caps and some food and a sawed-off shotgun and more caps. Okay, we got 2 more of these open up. Still looking for maybe possibly caps. No. Toy car. No. Power. No. Republic robes. Nah, don't care about that. And a husky. 1.25 wasteland return speed. I don't ever really get rid of the pets. But there's really no need for him unless I want to send somebody out to get to level 50, as well as having people out on quests who have a 4 times return speed. That's the only thing I would do about that. All right, junior officer, we're going to get rid of that one. Food, toy car, caps, and come on, more caps. Well, shit. All right, let's open up our new Mr. Handies. Rightio. And the other Mr. Handy, which I don't know what we're going to do with him, because I think we're running out of places to put these guys. Built more floors. Nope, radar attack. I've been trying to, just get an attack happening. I don't know. I don't know if the attacks happen based off of how long you've been playing in a session. They're just randomized. I know it probably would happen a lot sooner if I was playing on survival mode, which I don't want to do, because when you're dead in survival mode. While we're waiting on that, because we really don't care about what they're doing. The Black Lab is minus 6% training time. I'm going to assign that to our new person because they are going to be going through training, and we might as well get them through faster because they have a long way to go above everybody else. Look, I got my little robot friend, which is a +4 damage. Yeah, baby. And they're all dead. Sell. Caps. Yep. Alrighty. Alright, let's get them in here and we'll be done. You get a extra long episode of me just rambling on, not even doing anything fun, just rambling about nothing. Nothing. Alright. Okay, bringing you in, putting you in to work, and we're also going to assign you that, and we need a good weapon. You're going to get the alien blaster. How about that? You get the new thing, you're going to get that. So there you go with that. And then you, my friends, well, we are going to be kind of pressed to put you on a floor. We are running out of place. There we go. Put one there, and I bet you could put the one on the other one. And then that's it. We are full up on places to put Mr. Handies. Yep, that's it. No more room for the Mr. Handies. We've got too many. Oh boy. Alright, so we got our peep out there running to another quest. We're waiting on our Wild Bill sidearm. I should have just did if I would have just done a regular one, like a point, what was it? What is it? What is that? 1 to 6? 1 to 6 on Wild Bills? Yeah, 1 to 6. What's a regular, what? Very much nothing? Look at all the shit I've got. Oh my god. Yeah, there we go. That's it. We're lousy with everything. It doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters. Like I said, we are pretty much at a point where the game means nothing to us. I don't know what I'm going to do to just give you guys something more. We're going to just keep doing those quests until we run out of them. Hey, we're on a quest because, for some reason, nothing has been recording for the last 10-15 minutes. Yeah. So, we're on a new quest, which is called... no, it's called Find Out What Happened to Grandma. Little Red Riding, Little Red Radium Hood, I think it's called. Rescue the Food Delivery Courier. We did Argmady, which was basically very, very simple. We destroyed a bunch of guys playing pirate, and we got a parrot, the pirate parrot, which is 21% damage resistance. And we also got a legendary new recipe unlocked. So yay, we've got only 8 more to do. So I apologize. This is going to be kind of stupid because it wasn't even that great of content. It really wasn't, but at least it was something. and I wasted freaking whatchamacallit. Gosh, so yeah, here we are now taking out mole rats. And we had a red scorpion attack in the vault, which, yeah, that happened. And then I wish I had not transferred Pip out of the team that was going out for a quest, because they could have gotten, because we have an objective right now for surviving so many, I think 12 without a casualty. So yeah. The joys of technology. I don't know why. And I guess this is as good a time as any to talk about these types of things, because, I mean, we don't really have a lot going on. There's not any really new stuff. Argmady is not a new quest. I don't think Little Red Radium Hood is a new quest. I don't know if I've done this one. I know I hadn't done Argmady yet. Might have done it. I don't know for sure. I couldn't find a video at least was labeled with that quest. So, but I use... I think it's called Z or ZE Force or GE Force or whatever. It was the the backstory of this is when I first started recording videos for YouTube way back in 2013. I had paid like $36 for Fraps, Fraps, which was a great tool at the time. But it didn't do desktop. It only did things that were like DirectX or X something or other X. I forget what the other one was, and I had used OBS, Open Broadcasting Source, to do desktop stuff. Now, when I bought a new computer that had a new graphics card in it and everything, it came with this GE Force or whatever it's called, and it is oh, here, a few you guys found me. I tried to deliver. What outfit is that? What outfit is that? Oh my God, hungry eyes. Okay, so are you sure it's Grandmama? Did she have large eyes, large hands, and a large mouth? I wonder if it's a... Oh, Deathclaw. Well, I took it, guys, while and it was getting hungry, so I ate all the cakes. Well, okay, fine, whatever. But we are gonna go next door and probably take on a Deathclaw. There it is. Not an alpha though, so no biggie, no big whoop. And I don't think it's gonna really be that hard of us because it needed to be the requirement was a plus 14 for this quest and 5 on the attack. And we got that in spades, so we're level 50s and plus 10, I think. I don't actually know. Well, no, we have our weapons are like plus 21 to 26. Oh my God, my eyes what they used to be. Did you bring me more of the sweet cakes? Sorry, we're out of sweet cakes, but we have some yellow ones. Ew. What's this we heard about you ogling our delivery girl? What's the yellow cakes? I don't know what that is. Let's say that though. Oh, okay. Well, it didn't really matter. We didn't get really much else out of it. So yeah, good. And we're gonna go back and I'm gonna burn some more. Whatever, but that's fine. We'll just Oh, we don't get her. We just get. No, we got the engineer outfit on Lance. Yeah, not that big of a deal. Well, that's a plus 5. 2-2. Don't care. We don't care about any of those. Actually, you know what? We're going to keep the plus 5 for now. We'll go in and... Oh, gosh. We'll just do it now. Come on. Alright, let's just kill these. My goodness. Alright. We got it. What else can we get rid of? I'm sure people are like, what the hell is up with your inventory, dude? Welcome to the world of the Angry Cast Gaming, because our inventory is shit no matter where we're at. Alright, keeping that and going on. Alright. Yeah, they're going to do the Game Show Gauntlet. Don't really care about it much. Let's go see what the next kind of quest we can do is. Wonders of Nature. Oh, Combat Shotgun. Dr. Herfberg versus Pincers of Pow. Pincers of Pow. That's like a Goonies thing, isn't it? But we're going to go ahead and grab those. Send them out. Send them out. Change all their weaponry. Bagoong. 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 Alright, doesn't really matter. We'll figure it all out when we get back. See ya! Wouldn't want to be ya. So, famed scientist Otto von Herfberg is nearby, researching the mating habits of red scorpions to make sure he's not in Ever's head. He's in Ever's head. Let's go do it! Here we go again with this bullshit. So I took... We're talking about me recording in this GE Force whatever that's built in with the NVIDIA or whatever. I love it. It's awesome. It's so awesome. It takes less space and better quality recordings than like the compression rate and everything than Fraps. However, it does leave a lot to be desired in the way of its interfacing, because I don't like to have a lot of the application stuff on the screen. Like, the one thing about Fraps was you always had like maybe the frame rate, like if you configured it, toggled it on or off, the frame rate like 60 FPS or whatever would like blink in the corner. It wasn't spectacular. With this one, you get like a microphone or whatever in the bottom corner, and you can turn it off. And so when one of the problems I had with Play and Pray was that the default record shortcut key was the same as like the quick load, and I kept reloading a save, maybe not where I wanted to be, every time I would try to record a clip. So I changed it to Control R. I figured that would be the easiest way to do it. Probably it's not going to be a keystroke command that I would use in that game, because I'm playing with a controller on PC. But neither here nor there. I also toggled off the icon in the corner that showed the microphone, like showed you recording. I think I might toggle it back on, because now I can't tell sometimes when I'm recording, because when I click Control R, it gives me this little thing in the top, little badge or like little swipe in the top that says recording has started or recording has saved, depending on when you do it. Now, with other games, it does not show But for some reason on the emulator for Android, it shows, and it used to show on Steam as well. I didn't like that in the corner, so I waited till that would go, and then I would start, into my spiel, like, good evening, everybody, welcome to the AngryCast. So that's the only way I would know it was recording. Now, I didn't know that first 10 minutes of me playing Argmady, I didn't have it recording. I didn't know it because it would start and stop. I did find out that the resolution, or the screen resolution, was preventing me from recording in Prey, so I had to make my TV, or monitor if you want to call it that, the main display when I'm recording Prey. But I don't do that for Fallout Shelter because it doesn't need to be that huge. So I use my laptop window, like the screen. And it was doing that same thing where you go to record, it would start and stop again. And like I said, I found that out to be like a bug, or something, not a bug really, but like a feature, I guess you would call it, for in these in monitors that have like a high definition or whatever, or 4K or whatever you want to call those. So, oh dear Lord, look at this thing. Well, okay, this is going to be just insane. We gotta, come on now. But, oh, for the love of God. He's already dead. The gun, even though it's a 13 to 16, it doesn't matter. It was more powerful than him. So that being said, I thought, okay, well, maybe something happened because I was playing Prey a little earlier today, and maybe I didn't switch things back. So I went through and I toggled everything, and now I got it working again. But it's still ticking me off that even though I've made my laptop screen my main display, before that it was no longer recording. So I think in order for me to prevent having more problems later on, I probably need to turn that that indicator back on that shows it's recording. So I apologize for having to muck up the screen with other things, but it's going to make it for probably better content. So, but we had discussed how we had 8 more recipes to unlock. I went through Argmady. We got a pirate parrot. We made a lot of voices like pirates. We were being stupid, kind of fun stuff. I was distracted by other things that were happening, so I wasn't really paying attention half the time, so it probably was all for the best. It just sucks that the content you're getting is not going to be, it's going to be a little disjointed, so, yeah. I'm holding on to these critical hits, because we got to kill, we got to find, so yeah, we did kill the main boss. We just need to find the doctor now. So we'll use them up on the next one, on the next chance we get. Maybe another rad scorpion. I'm not gonna use it up on. No, not on rad roaches. Of course not. Why would I? Why would we? All right. Yay! Kind of need those. We've been burning through them again. I still have over 100, which for me. I'm stupid like that. I am, because it's like I have 100 and some quantum Nuka-Cola quantums. I'm like, I don't want to use anymore. I want to have over 100. What am I going to use them for? I'm never going to use them all. But that's like me with anything. I don't want to use, like, I'm playing other games, and like I said, we always talk about games when we're playing other games, but I don't want to use like the good weaponry. Like I have grenades. Have you ever watched me play Fallout 76? Or, I don't use, oh dear, I don't use, frag grenades or other, pulse grenades or whatever the ones the goo, that, plasma grenades. I don't use any of them. I hardly ever use them. I mean, it's probably frustrating to people who watch that say, you have all these weapons at your disposal, and you're running in there with a machine gun or a shotgun. You're not doing anything. Hello there, I'm Dr. Huffberg. Do you like my disguise? I have seen things, horrors which no man should see. The pizzas and the eggs, gah! Thank you for saving me. Yeah, I don't think we get him, though. I think he just stays here. Alrighty. Yep. So, yeah. It's probably really frustrating to watch me play and not use weapons the way I should do it. Probably the dude hasn't figured out how to use his favorites. Shortcut keys for stim packs and for certain weapons. He's constantly going into things he shouldn't be doing, like menu screens. He doesn't really have any kind of a strategy. He's the worst player ever. I will agree with every one of those statements. I'm getting somewhat better, but not by much. But that's different. That's not Fallout Shelter. Fallout Shelter, we're awesome at. But also, you can see the inventory I have in Fallout Shelter. I have all these weapons that I don't care about, and then all these outfits I don't care about, except for the holiday ones, because you can't build them, you can't get them otherwise. I could probably get rid of all the other outfits that I'm not using, and it won't matter, because if I really needed them, I would just build them or go out and get the supplies to build them. So there you go. That's great, awesome. All right, we got it. We're done. We're good. Yay! All right, of course we got the duplicate. Oh God, they just never stop showing up, dude. Dude. All right, shotgun wedding. Rescue the kidnapped dweller from the raider boss. Let's go do it. Probably gonna do it next time. Boink. Boink. Where's the, hello, where'd my vengeances go? What the shit show here? My gosh. Where the hell? What? Gotta be a level 26, gotta have a 0.5. Alright, well, fine. Oh, who cares? Oh, okay. There we go. I'm just an idiot. Just an idiot. I know that's not right, but oh well. I took it from people who need them. We don't care. Because we're gonna go rescue the kidnapped vault of the dweller. A love-struck raider boss has decided to get married, even though his bride wants to be no part of it. Save the kidnapped beauty from the unclutches of the unwanted groom. Maybe we get somebody out of that. Who knows? Who knows? Oh my gosh. Cappy. Shh. It's okay, Cappy. It's okay. So yes, it's another 21 hours before they show back up, so we're going to just call it there for now. We're doing good here. We're going to do some quests, and I think we're doing ones we haven't done before. Shotgun Wedding. Rescue the kidnapped vault dweller from the raider boss. A love-struck raider boss has decided to get married, even though his bride wants to be no part of it. Save the kidnapped beauty from the clutches of her unwanted groom. Possible we've done this before. It seems familiar. I don't remember, though. But let's go do it, shall we? Rescue the kidnapped dweller. Alrighty, let's do it. Yeah, that seems like one we've done before. Basically, we're actually going to get this is pertinent to us because we're going to get a dweller out of the mix. We're going to rescue somebody. They're going to join our vault, so that's always a good thing. Should not be hard to get through this. I mean, we've got three well-placed dwellers, all level 50, all with their perks up to 10 plus at least a 7 or a 5 on the old agility, as well as some pups and parrots and cats to help them out. 6 damage, some wasteland junk, and return home 4 times the return speed, and they're carrying vengeance. That's going to be probably more than we probably need. And I think there's like a couple of there's like an optional. Optional defeat the raider boss, but the main thing is to rescue the kidnapped dweller. So yeah, we will have ourselves a new member of the vault, which will bring us up to, what, 133 or 4? Something like that. So yeah, last week we had a false start technical snafu with getting off the mark for recording. I don't know why, and I do now. You can see up in the corner there is the indicator that I am recording, so that's good. Do not want to mistake and mess up there. Although it felt like I was having some troubles picking up. Yeah, this is pretty simple. We're not going to have much resistance here. This will be pretty quick. The chances are, and actually, let me first start off by saying that, you know, this last episode, we're still pulling in quite a good amount of viewership, at least compared to what I'm used to seeing on a lot of the videos, which is always a good thing. So we were, you know, going to keep going. Going to keep going. As long as we got interest, you know, we'll keep doing it. I'm still hoping that we're going to find more 25th anniversary stuff, like having the vault attacked by aliens or robots or anything else, or some of the other things. We still have got some recipes to unlock. Yeah. We should be getting close to the raider boss, if not the dweller. We've only got one more floor after this. Nice. Let's see, what did we get out of that so far? Whoops. I can tell you right now, we got a +3 for more. It's like I need to get rid of stuff. I need to get rid of a lot of my... Oh, there we go. We won't be crashing this wedding. We don't have an option. Yep, and in fact, I didn't even bother focusing my attention. I just decided to go for it. Yeah. So we got the optional objective. Oh, and it's right next to it. Okay, so cool, like right back to back. Now here's the thing. Here is the thing. Could we have bypassed? No. The optional... I don't understand this one. The optional objective was to defeat the raider boss, right? And the main objective was to rescue the dweller. There was no way for us to not have to go through the raider boss. Not a chance in heck we were going to be able to miss that optional. I don't know why they even bothered to make it optional. There's no possible way we would have been able to get through it otherwise. There's no other elevator around to go to the top floor and circle back around to get that person. There is no way to go up from anywhere else. That is the only route to take. And yeah, that So I will focus attack. Well, I'm going to try. It's not letting me. It's fighting me on the... But that's BlueStacks. That's, that's how BlueStacks is sometimes. So yeah, I don't understand why they didn't make that just the full-blown 2 mandatory and required objectives. It's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, we'll give you the optional of defeating the raider boss, but if you don't, you're not going to pass the quest anyway, so, well, oh well. So, I don't think we... And I forget... I haven't tried. I don't think we can run. Let's do something real quick. See, okay, let's see here. Can I can't do anything. I can't pull my people out. I can't abandon... Can I abandon... No, I can't abandon it. So I don't know how expect me to... I mean, I've already beaten it, so it's not like I can... I can just go to there and the exclamation point tells me I'm done. I guess you can give up if you haven't done that, but not like I'm going to. So now my hope is that we had gone through enough monsters or mobs or enemies that we would have gathered some critical hits to use against the raider boss. But again, I didn't even focus my attention on the raider bosses, which I'm usually supposed to do in these fights, and it was not even that much of a match for me. So not like it was a big deal. And these guys, I don't know what you're fighting for. Your boss is dead. The girl's gone. you're not getting paid. There's no... You're, turning your timesheets is not going to matter. Nobody's going to approve them. And we're just doing this for the junk now because we can always use more junk, even though I got rid of half of it because of inventory issues. So yeah. Alrighty. Done. Yay. Yep. We got an extra rataways. Okay. Did I get everything? Yeah, I got everything. That was just some shimmer off of the parent. Yes, we want to return to the vault. We've got Hannah Curtis and recipe fragments, which are duplicates for us, and 3,400 coins. No Nuka-Cola items, which would have been nice. All right. 2 hours to come back. Should get out of there. Should we? We only got 109. Hey, you know what? We got 137. So we're gonna have 138. We got room. We got room. I mean, there's what? One person in the strength room. Yeah, Jane. Yeah. So let's bring them in. We'll burn them. That's fine. Sell off their junk. Oh, jeez, we are horrible. Hold on. Okay. I ended up just deciding to craft an expert jumpsuit in order to alleviate some of the some of the issues with our inventory, which there are plenty of issues with our inventory. And also it'll help me make back some money or some caps, because yeah. But with teddy bear, we're down teddy bears. We're down some teddy bears. All right, let's see. We can get a reward. We can get a rare, a +5 jumpsuit. We need to be level 50 and have at least a 7 on our perception and charisma. And we get 3 Nuka-Cola quantums. That would be nice. But instead, it's time to wake up. Time to wake up. We're going to do this one. Time to wake up. We've got the naughty wear. We've got naughty wear. Nighty naughty wear. Nighty night wear. What a nighty naughty wear. Wow. Naughty nighty wear. You know, I don't smell burnt toast, but you wouldn't know it. All right, let's get him out there. Go, go, go. Have fun. We'll be back in a few. Alrighty then. Time to wake up. Stop the incessant beeping of the world's loudest alarm clock. Let's go do it. Are we there yet? Oh, no, we're not there yet. Well, all right, let's burn one. I came back to this, and I thought I had enough time had passed. I guess not. Turn off the alarm clock. Hit snooze on that bitch, will ya? Does anybody... I mean, seriously, do really people... Do we know? Do we know that, did people actually still do? I mean, I don't use an alarm clock. I haven't used an alarm clock in a while. Like, I had an alarm clock that I had in college. And I got another one when I got out of college and you know, had, you know, an adult living in the world, because that one was old. That was the 90s and then into the 2000s. I used that alarm clock till about 2000, I guess, 18, 19, 20, something like that. And then I stopped using an alarm clock. I just used my phone because my phone had an alarm on it, and it was just a lot easier. So yeah, I don't snooze. I don't use an alarm clock. I use my phone. It's just a lot easier. Unfortunately, though, sometimes I forget, and I set the calculator instead of the alarm clock. Like, why didn't I get up? But I know how to do math, but I can't get to work on time. No, that actually doesn't happen. But that's I've seen that somewhere. I think as a meme or something like that. Yeah. Okay. Yep. But yeah. The world's loudest alarm clock. I wonder what that's going to be. I don't think I've ever done this one before, but it's an older quest. And I think the only thing we're going to run into is some rad roaches, and of course we ran into some ghouls. I don't know what the ghouls have to do with anything. They're, you know, not exactly sure. So there we go. Yeah. Yeah. This is pretty simple. Well, there's some radioactive rad roaches. Glowing red roaches as they were. Another simple. I think I don't know if we're just burning through all the simple ones. There must be a shit ton of these damn quests, and I'll have to look. I can't look at them right now. I have a page open on this particular quest. Oh, there we go. We got to get rid of this guy. He'll heal all the others. Come on. Should be easy, but you never know. There's 4 of them in the room. More red roaches and ghouls. There's a glowing feral ghoul. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. These are older ones. And because I can see the page on it, like the new stuff isn't in the wiki yet. At least I don't know. I don't know if anybody's still maintaining this wiki that's on Fandom. I think a couple of things have been on there, but not much. But there's the top floor has a friendly raider you can speak to. The first dialogue option will yield caps, and the room contains a random rare weapon. The second dialogue option. Let's see here. I don't know. I lost my place here. I was reading and trying to watch the screen at the same time. Top floor friendly raider. Okay, to the right of the raider room, there's 3 rad roaches. Elevator to the right reaches down to the 6th and 5th floors. There's only 1 room to explore. It has 3 more rad roaches. Okay, hey, wait, are you supposed to be here because of that stupid... Are you here because of the stupid alarm clock, too? I was camped nearby and the sound was driving me nuts. Raiders need a solid 8 hours. We'll help you break it, and then we'll go our separate ways. To which he will reply something nice. He's not going to fight us, and there's got to be an off switch if you looked on the back. I don't think it matters each way we do this. We're still going to get the same. So, yeah, there we go. So he split some of the caps we found, which I don't care about. Unless it has, you know. Oh, there it is. Thanks. So we get the alarm clock. We get a broken alarm clock instead of the caps. So if you answered in the positive on the first one, he goes, yeah, teamwork here. I'll even split some of the caps I found in this place, but you don't get the clock. If he respond, I'll, you know, if you looked in the back to turn it off, you get just the alarm clock. Which seems like, you know, if you need the caps, fine. But I don't really personally need caps. Yep, that didn't take much at all. Okay, there you go. We're done with this one. Wow. And, I mean, I guess we had to wear the outfits because, I mean, it's because it's time to wake up, you know, sleepy time, whatever kind of thing. But I don't think charisma made any difference in how we're going to get through this one. But anyways, theme, recipe fragment, rusty flamer, hardened 10mm pistol, 2 Nuka-Cola quantums, and 3,030 caps. Yay! Alrighty, 33 minutes. Let's do it. Let's do it. Why not? The sun's getting low in the sky, big guy. Sell off our shit. Boom, boom, boom. Don't care. Don't care. Collect all that shit. And what do we got left? What do we got left? Last quest we're gonna do today is Mall Madness. The mall has been overrun. By Tiffany. That's you guys aren't gonna get that one. That's kind of old. Let's get our best outfits on for the mall. We're going to the mall. Make sure we stop at National Record Mart or KB Toys. What else? What else is no longer around? The original cookie company, whatever it was, I forget the chocolate chip cookie company. Who knows? Get a big cookie or Villa Pizza. We had Villa Pizza on our day. So there you go. All right, let's go. Let's go get it out there. Now 13. Wow, that's a lot. Oh, damn. Nuka-Cola quantum to use up for that. I don't think we're going to do that, though. All right. Mall Madness. Oh, God. We got another hour to go. All right, fine. We'll burn another damn. Yeah, let's go. Oh, my. So what is it here? Oh my God, Mall Madness. The mall has been overrun. Who knew shopping could be so dangerous? Wow. You know, okay, sure. Kill the glowing one. That's right. Everybody. Gotta kill the glowing one. Yes, sir. Oh, this is a shorty. Okay. How about that? Look at this.
Doors open at 10. No early bird shoppers.
Oh, we didn't know. Wow, this isn't much of a mall as it is a mart. I'm going to have the chance to even say, hey, let's talk about malls. Well, let's talk about, what was your favorite mall store? Mine? Tilt, the arcade, of course, or Electronics Boutique, or Babbage's. Yeah.
All sales are final. No exchanges or no refunds. Smooth skin.
Okay, kill the glowing one. Let's get it done. Kill the glowing one. Up. Up. Oh, come on. No, Schnuggies. Schnuggies. I'm not doing this right. Oh, well, it'll be fine. He's not going to get a chance to... Not going to get a chance. Too quick. Mall Madness. That's right. The mall. Starting to think humans should never come up to the surface like ever. Well, I'm not in disagreement there. Alright, that was fairly... And it's going to be another short one this week, because that's it, we did 3. Alright, we killed the glowing one. Let's head back. Woohoo! Yay! We got a military duct tape, 2 Nuka-Cola condoms, 4,000 caps, chemistry flask, and gold watch. That's not too bad, actually. Alright, you know what? Let's bring them back in. We'll burn 2. I don't care. We got a few back. And look at all the good stuff. We actually got 2. 2 of everything. I wonder if that's because we have a pet that's helping us there. I don't know. I don't know if that works that way. But let's see what the next quest is. Let's see. Captured critter. Save a lost pet from some hungry ghouls. There's a lost and lonely animal would love to come home to your vault. Too bad some hungry ghouls found it first. Well, I think we're going to send that up for next week. Go pick us up a pet. But yeah, I think because we got 61% wasteland junk, we got extra stuff. So we picked up, there was 3 things we picked up. And we got 2 of, out of the 3, we got 2 extras. So that's, maybe that's the 61%. I think maybe how that's worked. I don't know. I'm poorly doing math here right now. So there you go. Let's make sure we give you your stuff because you're going out there for goals. See you next time. When we do that. Alrighty, everybody, that's it for this week. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, well, we will get everybody where they need to go. You need to get some stuff done over there. Bing bam boom boom bomb. Boom boom boom. You're done, my friend. Jerry Duncan, you are done. Alright. Alright, we'll just stick you here for now until we can figure out what to do with you. There you go. We've got some folks out there in the wasteland to do a quest. It's called Captured Critter. Save a lost pet from some hungry ghouls. There's a lost and lonely animal who'd love to come home to your vault. Too bad some hungry ghouls found it first. Let's get to it, shall we? Rescue the pet from the hungry ghouls. Yep, it's one of them ones. It's the single stage quests. We get them every time we come back in, but we get a pet, so hopefully maybe we get something new this time around. But in order to do that, we got to get through these hungry ghouls. And yeah, I mean, we still got a lot of people watching. A lot of people in my mind. May not be in your mind, but we got a lot of other things going on, and I'm beginning to think that gonna have some new content coming out. Maybe not from Fallout Shelter, but from other things, but that's neither here nor there at this point. We need to make sure that we are focusing on the game we're playing. And still people love it that they come into the comments for old videos, just finding the series for now, like they're starting at the beginning, which was from 2021, 2 years ago, and they're picking it up now. You know, those of you who are watching today, in April 2023, if you're starting over the series, you're not going to have any of the 25th anniversary update because, again, that came 2 years ago. It's not going to be up to date. But if you know, try to keep these to half an hour, and you can binge watch them all, that'll keep you from having to wait too long for the latest and greatest of update 25. Because, again, remember, we started back on 2021, we started back up with just regular Steam, and when the 25th anniversary came out, we had to switch to the emulator because BlueStacks, only the mobile version was getting the 25th anniversary update, not anything else. Now, some people have asked, hey Mongo, when is Steam going to get when's the platform, like the console version, going to get the updates? What, like the Switch or anything else like that? Still don't know. Still haven't heard. I don't know that they're still updating those ones. As far as I was aware, they were not. We thought, oh, you know, it would be just a, you know, it takes a while to port to those types of, you know, the Android and the iOS were the original launched platforms, or I should say devices that you know, you could play Fallout Shelter on. PC came later, console came later, so it's understandable that they're going to go right for the mobile content, because the mobile data, or the mobile devices, because of course they can get more traction for ads. I mean, as you can see playing here now, you can say, oh, you know, you want another Lunchbox, watch an ad. You want to get there faster, watch an ad. Do this, do that, watch an ad. Now, I mean, I don't know if that's the case on the phones. I know it's the case through the emulator that I'm using, which is BlueStacks X. It is an Android emulator, so I think it would function the way the Android app would. I really don't play on my phone anymore, just for the simple fact that it requires too much dexterity that I don't have. But and I like being able to record, and that's why I'm using the emulator. That was the whole intent and purpose of recording Fallout Shelter, was using an emulator to do so. But once it became available on PC, then we started playing it through the Bethesda launcher. And then when Steam came around, I tried it out, did a look at it. You know, similar to the PC, to the Bethesda launcher, but I preferred the Bethesda launcher than Steam for the ease of getting to the files. And then they decided to do away with the Bethesda launcher, so I switched back over to the mobile data, the mobile devices, just only just because they released the 25th anniversary update, which meant we were getting new quests, new things, new outfits, new weapons, and all that stuff, and I wanted to showcase those. So, like I said, I don't know, and I don't think they're going to at this point. I would think it's been 6 months or more. I would think by now we would have a definitive answer on whether or not they're going to update the Steam and other versions to 1.15. Doesn't seem like it's happening though. So, but if I hear anything, or if anybody hears anything, please let me know. I will let you know. We'll, you know, check the comments. You'll see it. And if you subscribe to the channel and you know, get the notifications that a new video's out, you'll get the first crack-ins at knowing that there's a new video out that's got new content. And if it's for the other devices, I will go and play on that one. We'll do it again, just to see the differences, just to weed out any problems we might see, you know, that kind of stuff. So looks like we are about done. We've got all clear on the quest, but we're going to finish it up just to get more stuff, because of course we want to. Of course we do. Alright. Our guys aren't doing too bad, I guess. No, they're not, actually. because we got good outfits on. We've got plus 10 on all of our specials. We're level 50, and we got the bestest weapons and the bestest of outfits for this type of work. We're good. Whoops. Hello. Alright. One more room with some ghouls in it. Alright, that's it, folks. We're done here. Heal them up. Whoops. And send them home. Alright, we'll be back at it in the vault. In a bit. Yay! Alright, they're coming back in. Wasteland, the musical, we can only send one dweller. They gotta have be at least level 20, and they gotta have a plus 6 on targeting, so damage or whatever. So, stop a gang of singing raiders from terrorizing the area. A duet of singing raiders has been spreading terror in their wasteland using high production value musical numbers. We need to ring down the curtain. We need to ring down the curtain or bring down the curtain on these musical thugs? Who cares? Who's got the, you do. You've got the, yeah, we want you to have the wasteland, return from the wasteland 4 times. The speed. So you got everything you need. Head out and have fun. We'll see you in a bit. Uh-oh. Stop the singing raiders. Well, yeah. I'm surprised there hasn't been like a... Never mind. Let's say a Fallout musical, but yeah. This is it. Here I stand, my first mission, and it's grand, being sent to the wasteland. Now he's doing it. Overseer took me in when I was but an orphan, coming in from the wasteland. Now I've grown, it's my chance to explore the expanse of the great savage wasteland. It's like, I guess, Green Day did the musical, I guess. It's okay, I don't mind. You never need to know what you'll find when... Oh my god. Nice find. So this entire thing... I'm not singing it. I'm sorry. We're not going to do that. Stop right there! It's not Meatloaf. Hold your fire. It's all for the greater good. Don't despair, get inspired, and come join the Brotherhood. No. 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 We're... What an offer. How to say no, but not right now. I have to go. And what if it's my long-loved parents just say happen to be mutants? Wow. All good in the neighborhood. My... Wow. It's grease. Doo-wop. Rummalama Ding Dong. Wow, this is bad. Oh my god. You're gonna insult them really badly. Aw, come on now! The Sharks and the Jets. We took out the girl first. That's pretty sad. I'll have to check and see if I actually did this quest before. I don't remember, but I'm sure it's not a new one, of course. None of these are really new. Very rarely are we getting new quests. I'm like drinking water, I apologize, but we're getting new quests out of this. Come on! Mallrat's gotta sing too. No? Well, you suck. Yeah. If I die here, I'm going to be so mad. I'll be like, turn off the dark. Spider-Man. Oh, uh-oh. Repent, repent, don't be malcontent. Artem's love can you can brand consent like. Oh my god! Okay, I don't think it matters either way what we choose. If you choose to be funny about it or not. And then, oh well. Yeah, obviously not a very big yeah, okay. Wrong production. I don't even know what that. I don't even have the brain power right now to even figure out what the inside joke there is. Oh look, Raiders! We just get to fight. How about that? Yikes. Like I said, though, not very hard for the advanced stage that we are on this game. I would suspect, and I don't know when you start getting the single stage quests. Institute. I don't remember them being Institute. Wow. Okay. That's pretty good. Maybe it's not. Hold on. I mean, Institute rifles were in the game a long time ago. Oh, that's okay. You're taking out the first one first, so. Yeah, obviously it's not a new one. Because I found it in the wiki. Look here, my love, another prey to its own doom. It has found its way. But wait, tell me, can this be true? That face is a baby blue? Our long-lost child has been returned to help us make the wasteland burn? Come on, young one, take our hand as we fear spread throughout the land. My parents, I can't believe it, but to this I can't commit. Maybe I could just visit. I sought you far and wide, but now your request is denied. The overseer is my god. I'm actually going to look this one. Since I'm on the wiki for this, I'm going to look it up. So, my parents, I can't believe it, but I can't commit. I guess this is a new start of our lives. You're now part. Always you'll be in our hearts. Or, I sought you far and wide, but now your request is denied. We're sorry it must come to this without so much as a kiss. We send you back to the abyss. Okay, so let's just do the first one and see what happens. Okay, we didn't have to fight anybody. Well, that's nice. Yay. That was... okay. So, yeah, being... oh, well, no. Okay. I mean, it's not Schmigadoon. Let's put it that way. It's not, but yeah. Yeah. Giddy up, Buttercup 2, Nuka-Cola, Quantum, Steam, Recipe, Fragment, Kitchen Knife, and 2300 caps. Alright. Okay, let's do one more. Here we go. A pale imitation. Oh, we gotta send them out with nothing but the clothes on their back. Investigate this new, mysterious, brand new vault. There's a new vault in the wasteland, and it's run by raiders. Vault-Tec is long gone, so who could have possibly constructed Vault R41D? Time to investigate. I don't know this one. Definitely don't know this one. But y'all gotta go back in your jammies and hop to it. Have fun. We'll see you in a bit. Confront the Overseer. Overseer, you got some explaining to do. Alright. What are we doing here? Our peeps do not have any outfits on. Probably why they're going to a supposed quote-unquote vault. And I did air quotes, and I don't know why. You can't see them. But that's why they'd be wearing just regular vault suits. But I feel it's a trap. And so far, just... rad rushes are not that big of a deal. We'll of course sell that probably, because it seems like it's just a regular common outfit. But, see, we have the choice of going up or down. I will go down first, because that's typically what I do. Ooh. Why are raiders here in a vault? Oh no. Yeah. We understand. It's a trap! It's a trap! Uh-oh. Wow. That was interesting. I'm not really a raider, but if I want to stay here, I gotta kill you. Okay, but that sounds like you are a raider. I mean, even though we're not wearing... Even though we're not wearing an outfit, we're so overpowered that it doesn't matter. I mean, quite honestly. Again, if you're, you know, I say this 1,000 times, but if you're doing these quests early on... Oh, but I did go the right. I picked right. I ain't got no invitation. I am not literally, like, just, you know... Bring it, I'm ready for a fight. I've already beaten up most of you guys. What's one or two more? I'm from a real vault. You've got it all wrong. Wait, maybe we can do this without any more fighting. So, if we pick the first one, bring it on. I'm ready for a fight. Well, I tried. Get him. So that starts a fight. I've already beaten up most of you guys. This is more like it. Another fight. I'm from a real vault. You've got it all wrong. Huh? Really? Maybe you should go speak to the Overseer then. So, and then the fourth one, well, the Overseer did say try to talk to outsiders first, so he's just down the hall. Either of the last two will get you to the Overseer without a fight. I'm going to say maybe we can do this without more fighting, just because that's the nicer option. You know, you got to love the fact that you play games like Fallout or Skyrim, and my inclination, even though I'm given the option to be a total dick and just kill everybody, do everything, I always try to go for the most empathetic. Now, maybe that says a lot about me. I don't know. The fact that I can't even the quest in Skyrim involving the dog, I can't kill the dog. I can't. Yep. Yeah, Vault-Tec. Maybe I'm attracted to the wrong crowd for it. Possibly. It really isn't anything like a real vault, is it? Can I just join your vault instead? Sure thing. Glad to have you. No, you've caused enough. Yeah, we're gonna take him because we want to get a 200 dwellers. So yeah, of course we're gonna take that. He just, you know, decided to bail on his own experiment, leaving everybody here, and then there's still people to kill, and we still got another 2 floors to do. Wow, jeez. Okay. Wonderful. Oh, and there he goes. Don't know his name, but he's gonna go show up at our vault ahead of us, and they're gonna be like, who the hell invited you? And we're gonna like, yeah, we did. Okay. Keep on going. And this is just all, of course, for gravy. All, of course, this is just for gravy. No shame in bowing out or dying at this point, because you've already beaten the quest. You can just get caps, weapons, junk, outfits. If you want to get if your dwellers don't have aren't at level 50, experience to level them up. You know, that goes towards objectives. So, you know, there's never a reason to not complete out, unless you just don't have the time. If you just want to get in, like, you know, hey, I got a half an hour in between class, or, you know, in between meetings. I'm on my phone and I'm playing Fallout Shelter, and I want to, you know, crank out a couple quests. Yeah, you may not want to complete the, you know, the entire location dungeon if you were, but, you know, for me, when I'm playing in my off time, and for recordings, of course, I will do it just because I want all the stuff, because I'm a completionist in that regard. I want to have all of it, even though, like I said, I'm a digital hoarder when it comes to this game. I've got way too much stuff. I'll never use... I don't think I've used a majority of the legendary junk that I've collected. I mean, I am making legendary items, either weapons or outfits, but it's one or the other, and it's only one type, so I'm not going to ever use probably the most of the legendary things. Like, I don't remember if it's the circuit boards, I think. But Giddy Up Buttercups is probably going to be the one thing I probably won't use a lot of, but I have a ton of. So it just goes to show how, after a certain point, the game is basically not broken, but it's not, I wouldn't say pointless, but it just becomes rudimentary, easy, and not a threat to anything or a challenge. So, all right, we've finished off everything here. Let's get them back, and we got Stuart Monahan. Theme recipe, which are duplicates, of course, because we've got them all, and 3,000 caps. All right. Alrighty, everybody's back. Let's get him in. Yes, of course, we got some stuff from them. Meow. And we've got some stuff from them. Oh, shite. We've got too much stuff from them. What can we get rid of? You know what? Alright. Okay, I just don't care. If it's for something I really wanted, I would craft it, right? So, alright, once we get through this crap, we will get them out on other quests, but for now we've got six items to open up. Let's go ahead and do that, and then call it a day. Alrighty. So, out of these we got two. Let's do the 2-pack carriers first, because these came from quests. Actually, I got one from Spelunking Training and one from that last quest we just did. Cat 6% plus 6% wasteland output. That's not that great. And that's another thing, is I think I have a lot of inventory space taken up by animals. And, well, this is always a good one. Rocky. +2 child specials. So you get +2 on specials for children with your, I guess if the pregnant dweller has that pet on them when they give birth, possibly. Alright, and then with our, excuse me, our lunchboxes, 100 caps, a business suit, we'll of course sell that right away. Bottle dancing in the background, which, oh well. Brahmin hide, and some more caps. Looking specifically for things that were 25th anniversary would be nice. Brahmin hide, water, enhanced BB gun, caps, come on, big thing. Confessor Cromwell. Don't I already have him? We'll have to check that in a second. I think I already have him. Because I think I have his outfit. Water, combat armor, chemistry flask, caps, and more caps. Alrighty, what else we got? The last thing, sawed-off shotgun, stim pack, caps, globe, and Robert Bush. Robert Bush. Did we get yeah, there's our one guy, Stuart Monahan. Put him down in the strength room. Get him started. So, here's the other thing. So, we've got Confessor Cromwell. We got one. We just must have his outfit then. Let's just have his outfit. Okay, that's not a problem. So, pop him in there. He's not carrying a weapon. Well, you are now. There's going to be a plasma rifle. And Rubber Bush. You can also get into the training room. Bye, Happy. You can have a plasma rifle. And you don't have an you can have a pressurized, no, you can have a rusty. I'm keeping the flamers for if I actually have a quest that requires for it. And a feral ghoul attack. Well, crap. Okay, well, so that's it for today. We're not doing so good. Shit. Okay. Crisis averted. Anyways, yeah. How are you all doing? We've got some peeps coming in from a quest, and I wanted to let you know about it, because not like it was anything special. It was a rescue operation. We've done them before. You get a you rescue a dweller who shows up at your vault. But on that particular quest, we got a clue. A clue to another quest. And I think we got a recipe of something we didn't already have, which is, here's the person we rescued. And we're going to throw them down into the training room for now. Hopefully we have, yeah, we have room for them. But that quest was, where it's at. Interesting. I know I got it. Crap. Yeah, we'll have to figure that one out. Yeah, I mean, I picked up a clue quest. I don't know if they send you ones you've already done before, and we've done a lot of them. But yeah. Anyway, so beware of Overdog. That's what we want to do for now with our folks here, and throw them out there in the wild and get them going. Booyah! But I can show you through the power of editing what they brought back. And what, it had a clue, a quest clue. I just don't know why it's not showing. Well, I would have liked to have done that other quest, but it's not showing. It must have been, I don't know. I'll have to do some more research on it. I think getting a quest clue out on the wasteland may or may not be tied to specific quests, and I may have already got that specific quest before and completed it, because I've done like 3 of them. That doesn't, I know, or it could just be the system's wonky, who knows. But let's get out there and do Beware of Overdog. Find the Overseer of Vault 850. You can always tell the quest clues that you get because they're more of that purplish color than they are the blue when you look at them, and that's based on the fact that you don't have any kind of issues seeing color, or that I can't. Who knows? Yeah. I mean, we have done, and it's starting all to blur together because I've done almost every one of those single stage quests, or quest clue ones that between the last series and this one. It's, and since I can't convert back, I could take my old, I think we did that. We took the old PC or Steam version because we lost Bethesda launcher, and we went to Steam and took the Steam save from 1.13 update, moved it over to the cloud to use the 1.15 update through my emulator here, the BlueStacks. I can go smaller to greater update, or older to newer update. I can't go the opposite way. So it's quite possible that, and like I said, I don't know. So, it's possible. In fact, I'm gonna try to look up something while we're doing this. This is always a bad idea because I'm not paying attention to the screen. I'm looking at my phone. Because if I move away from this screen to use a browser on my computer, I will, disrupt where the recording is going. Since GE4 seems to be a little bit persnickety on some things. Oof. It's not the run direction. You only got one direction you can go. Harry Styles, whatever, Harry Styles. And then we get here, and there's nothing here, but we got a new fancy weapon. Ghouls! Ghouls. Okay, so yeah. In fact, I'm looking at, this is how I'm looking up in the wiki, just to let you know. So, full disclosure. Factory Floor Fear, single stage quest in Fallout Shelter found in a random container during. So it doesn't, I want to try to find random container quests. So it says after the dwellers return to the vault, the quest will be available in the Overseer's office. But does that mean available to do again and again? It doesn't say repeatable. Yeah, it does not. Let's just go to all quests and then search from there. Oh, this is funny. What the hell? Who designed this shit? Who designed this mess? That's random encounters. That's not... Sorry, you get all the benefit of my silence while... Or you get all the benefit of having me not talk while simultaneously just not providing any usable content other than me playing the game. Yeah, and that's... Oh, here we go. There we go. Get rid of him first. Oh, I'm not actually hitting him. Am I? Yeah, I am. Okay. I was worried that I wasn't hitting the goal. I hate trying to do that on my phone. It's not going well. Not going well. I mean, you know in the comments what's happening. You know what the situation is. So yeah. But I think, oh, Vault 50 is saved. Yay, Overseer. No, the Vault is run by our... Well, he is a good boy. He's the bestest boy. Okay, I'm going to just be, because why would we judge? We're not going to judge. Oh, we get the pet. It's a poodle. It's a poodle. So yeah. Oh. Yeah, no, you don't have to run all the way. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, with friends like the... No, Vault 789. Factory floor flare, forbidden knowledge. Oh, that's interesting. No, that's in Fallout 76. Never mind. This is everything. All right, I will quit trying to look it up because it's not helping us any. I'll just continue on. Ugh. Also, didn't see it online. We have that objective out there for surviving 12, I think, rad scorpion attacks with no casualties, and I was figuring, okay, I want to get Pip involved, which is the clear 3 objectives at one time, or 3. If you have 12, it would take you get 3 knocked off with just having Pip as a pet, a parrot. The pet for your dweller. So the problem with rad scorpion attacks is that they're randomized. I mean, they show up in one location. You fight it for a bit. If you don't kill it right off, it digs down the ground and it comes up somewhere else, and you have to go find it. Well, the problem was with that is that the first room it went into was with a Mr. Handy, so I can't assign him Mr. Handy a pet. As much as he begs and pleads to do so, he's just not prepared to take on that responsibility. But moreover, the fact that after it left there and went to another room, it went to a training room, which those people are not equipped to deal with anything, and there was 5 of them in there, and it's hard for me to manage those kind of disasters with people who do not have a lot of skill or experience, and so I had assigned Pip to one of them, and 3 people in the room died. It did not go well at all, so... That was a fail, but neither here nor there. Alright, we finished that one. We found the Overseer. The dog. And what did we get? We got Poodle. Just a regular old run-of-the-mill Poodle. Nothing, you know, AKC. I was offline waiting for the thing to come back. It gave me a good opportunity to look at what quests we have done. So, this is what I'm talking about, this purplish thing. Vault 789 is one of them. Vault 666, Mystery Vault 666 is another one. Welcome to Paradise with Friends Like These and Factory Floor of Fear. I know we have done Factory Floor of Fear, but I don't know if we've done it in this particular vault. But there's Mystery 666. That's 2 of them. And I think there's only 3 altogether in here. I looked at this before. No, that's the Labor Day ones. That's not the same thing. That's the Halloween ones. This is where we get into problems of we've been through all of these. So I'm waiting to see what happens if these guys get back into the vault and maybe something triggers. Because here's all the here's all the single stage quests we have been doing over time, and you can see there's a lot of them. And I threw in a couple of the other ones. So let's let's bring them back in. We got 111. Let's bring them back in. See what happens. Let's just see what happens. And if not, we'll just go do another quest. Yes, get rid of that. Get rid of these items. I take on those. Don't need that much stuff. We gotta get rid of some of the... Look at all those recipes. Look at all those recipes. That's not a duplicate one. That's a brand new one. We'll take that. The theme recipe fragments are the ones that are going to be duplicates. And I wish once you found them, the game would know to not give you more of them, because it's just a waste. Also, it's like, getting a bubblegum cards, a pack of bubblegum cards, and finding that you have 3 of the same shitty shortstop from, third-rate team in the NL. I don't even know what I was saying. I don't know if that made any sense at all. Alright, let's see what we got. So we got these 2, which is our, usual daily, weekly quests. We have all of our regular quests, and then we have Firestarter, which we haven't done yet. We can only take 1 dweller. We will do it. We'll take you, because you have the return fastest. And we'll take the Hardened Flamer, since this is the most points on it. And we will start you out and get you going. And that's going to take us 17 hours to get there. Well, I don't have time for that, folks. I don't have a lot of choices. Shoot. It's going to take 9, but I'll do. Why not? We'll have 100 even. You can always make more. Always make more. Kill the Raider Boss. Sure. Alright, let's do it. Come on. Flam on, you mother... Oh, it's a pretty big one. Jeez. It's a pretty big one. Oh, we gotta take out 3 of y'all. Well, you know what, though? Look at how about... No, the 3 hits. 3 hits. Oh, we'll take them down. Each one down. And I'm only gonna get hurt for 3 quarters. I probably will end up at like half. Maybe half. Slightly less than half. No, I was right. 3 quarters will be taken away from me. That's not great. However, see, here's the issue. And you may have noticed before. When you are using a flamethrower, you don't have a lot of ability to get multiple hits in, like you can with Vengeance. And we are using that because it's what was mandatory for this particular quest. It was required for this quest. If we can find something comparable, pick it up off the floor. Like, if I could get this guy's weapon, that would be better. Because my agility... would allow it to get a second shot in. It's better with a weapon that has multiple. You know what I mean, Vern? But, Yeah. That guy took me down almost half with just himself. Yeesh. Where? Now here's a point where you might want to say, well, if I didn't bring enough stim packs or rataways, and I don't want to wait till I get to the bottom and die, maybe I will skip down to here and, you know, somewhere and try to find the actual objective of the quest, and therefore once I complete that, everything else is gravy. I can die, it doesn't matter, I can do all that stuff. You've already completed the quest, you don't have to redo it. You can just say, we're done, and walk away. I am not that person, and I will continue to punish myself and my dwellers as much as possible for the sake of doing things the way that's, you know, stubborn. And I'm not going to waste it on you. I'm not going to waste it on you. I will hold it for somebody else. So yeah, we haven't not picked up. Yeah, we got no other. God, that wouldn't it be try to do an entire quest with just your fists. I don't know if that's one that's actually required anywhere. Like, you know, you have to do unarmed. That would be awesome. And then put you up against Death Claws. That would be a real test, I think. So yeah, you're allowed to use one dweller. You can only use your fists, and there's gonna be Death Claws, including an alpha. You would never make it. You would die. I don't think you have enough stim packs to make that work. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna save this because I think this is kill the raider boss. I'm gonna save it for the raider boss. And I'm not going to double tap on the stim pack because that would be a waste of half a stim pack on that. Yeah, don't ever do that. Don't just like, I mean, I spam the stim pack button when I'm going against a alpha Deathclaw, and I maybe have one raider or one dweller attacking him, just for the simple fact that I know it is going to be one of those situations where they can just drain me right off the bat, like one hit kill. You know, but for the most part, I will gauge, and especially now that I'm down to 20, and I only have one person. Uh-oh. Nice flamethrower. Let's see how you know how to use it. Okay. Woof. Alright, let's... Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Oh, I got the guy jumping in midair. Oh, almost. But, one hit. Come on, one more hit and you're done. There we go. Well, that's why I saved it. That's why I saved it. It's not even hitting him, dude. It's going behind him. You're toasting his right arm, maybe. Oh, I gotta... Yeah. Nope, still have not received a single weapon out of this entire... That's funny. We still got 3 more levels. Jeez. Being judicious with my stim packs too, because I've got a lot of ground to cover. But it's all gravy at this point, right? So even if I was in a situation where I didn't have enough stim packs, I could just walk away, or I could, you know, I could die and just leave and just, you know, waste 2,000 caps, which of course caps mean nothing to us, so it doesn't really matter. You're going to be mad, but you'll be back. Well, we're going to end up somewhere in the... Yeah. Nothing here. Oh, like empty rooms are always nice. And I say that. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm not going to waste it on you. I'll take the next one. Yeah. Now I got it. But what is it? 5 to 7. I'm not going to change for that. Not going to change for that case. That's just not worth it. Oof. Oh, yay. Crit hit. Crit happens. Last room. Nothing here. Alright. Managed to survive the entire ordeal on our own with a flamethrower to boot. Okay. Kill the raider boss. Let's get him back. Legendary outfit recipe. Recipe? Holy vey, can you tell I'm tired? Well, anyways, we're gonna lock it up for the rest of the night and put it away. You're probably doing better than these folks here because we just got attacked by a red scorpion. However, they were good enough, they were smart enough, and gosh darn it, they survived with no casualties. And I managed to put Pip in the room. You can see the little blue parrot flying about. Whoops, I wasted that. And so therefore, I got three objectives. Well, 3 out of the objectives I needed to get for that room. So as you can see, we got complete 6 quests in the Overseer. Yeah, don't care about that really. Survive 12 red scorpion attacks with no casualties. We now have 8. We had 5. We now have 8. Since we didn't the last time I tried this, it didn't work. We had multiple casualties. They did not do well at all. At all. Where is Robert? Robert. Where you at, Robert? Okay, there you go. So we got some peeps out in the wasteland doing some quests. I'm getting some more. I'm down under 99. I'm under 100 Nuka-Cola Quantums, and I want to bring this back up. So we're going to go do the game show gauntlet. Not online. We're going to do that later, but, you know, I'm not going to rush it. It can get there as long as it takes them to get there. I'll do it offline. Whatever. No biggie. I can do active quests while this is happening. But we are happening to do this one right now. The Scorpion King, ? Raising red scorpions is hazardous business. Folks are being stung all over, and the problem is coming from Earl's Red Scorpion Emporium. Time to put him out of business. We talked about this last week when we sent him on the quest, but we're going to go do it now. So let's go. Find Earl. Well, Earl had to die. Don't you know how that song goes? Oh, this is a big one. Got lots of twisties and turns. Well, no, this is one. Holy shnikes, that's huge. Well, we're going to be here a while. What should we talk about? Because I don't know if I can sit here and talk on just about this particular quest. So yeah, whoop! Right off the bat, we get hit with this sucker. Gosh, and we've only got, I mean, our laser beams, or whatever they are, amplified plasma pistols are doing pretty good on these things. So I'm not sure if we have to sit there and say, if we know what animals we're going to see, maybe we take that kind of weapon. I don't know. I always think vengeance is always the best way to go, but we couldn't take vengeance. We could only take as much the plasma pistols. So we'll do that. Oh, come on! Are you kidding me? How am I gonna get? Okay. Aha. Well, here, that's a something. So 11 to 15, 15 to 16. How about that? And you know what? You've got what? That's wasteland junk, huh? The other one's more wasteland stuff. And you are the Brittany that's going to bring us back in 4 times the speed. But this caps, so okay, it doesn't really matter. So I don't have any kind of enhancers for +2, +4, whatever. So, oh well. I guess we're not impressed by that. You know what else doesn't impress me? What doesn't impress me? Instagram. I have yet to figure out how to use Instagram effectively with everything. I only use it to take pictures of my cats and my animals. That's really only. There's a couple of pictures I took that I like. I play with the filters a little bit, post it up, looks really cool. I don't care about engagement. I really don't pay that much attention to it. I see sometimes I get friends who post stuff, and I like go through and I like it, or I look at it and I see, oh look, this person is waiting for me to follow them back. Whoops, it's been a year. Okay, and they haven't really been posting. But I just never got into the idea of Instagram, and it's the whole thing. It's like, oh, we have to take pictures of all food on a plate and make it look pretty. No, that doesn't impress me. You know what impresses me? Taking pictures of your plate doesn't. You know why? Because I'm a parent. I'm a parent. If you want to impress me, take a picture of your plate after you've cleaned it up from eating. Okay? I want to see empty plates, folks. Let's get that out there. That's going to impress this dad. I got nothing. I really don't have anything today. And I was a little bit little disturbed. Not disturbed, but a little bit disappointed. Maybe in myself. Not so sure. Because the last video hit and got a lot of more views than I was expecting right off the bat. But I had I got one thumbs up, one thumbs down, and I didn't know what to do with that. I never know what to do with that. I'm like, tell me what's wrong. Leave me a comment. Tell me why you didn't like what you saw. Is it because we didn't get that quest clue that we thought we were going to get? Is it because something else happened? I had to re-record something because the video didn't record or whatever. Like, what about that don't you like? Or are you just being, contrarian to be contrarian? Like, tell me if I did something wrong. Clean up my plate. Tell me to clean up my plate. I will clean up my plate. That's what I'll do. Hey, all right, second level. Jeez, this is going to be a while. It's going to be a while. Yeah, and another thing I don't understand. I don't understand the Real Housewives. I don't get that. I hear people talking like I follow social media, and I follow people who are really into reality TV, and they always are talking about like Vanderpump or reality or Real Housewives, and it's like quite a long. I don't even know what a Vanderpump is unless Reebok made it. For shoes. I don't know what the hell a Vanderpump is. Yeah, and I don't know what the rules are and how to play the game if it's some kind of a weird game like Cards Against Humanity. Don't get it. But I never understood the Real Housewives. I was a little upset with the fact that they always say like when you find out the people that you grew up with, and I mean not like my friends from school, the people you grew up with in social pop culture. Like I had very specific memories of liking certain things, liking certain people, and then you see them outside of that character interacting with the public, and you see how they act, and then suddenly you no longer feel that they are what am I doing here? What are we doing, dude? I don't think they don't share the same values as you, and you're like, oh my gosh, I used to love their show back in the 80s or in the 90s or in the 2000s, and now I'm seeing that they're a complete and total piece of crap. That's their prerogative. They are not the character; they are the actor or the actress who plays a character, and therefore that's who they are, and they're getting paid to pretend to be something else. And quite frankly, if that's where you're, if you are more endeared to a character than you are the, I'm going to go back down, sorry. If you're more endeared to the character than you are the person playing them, then maybe you need to have that glass ceiling or whatever. Not glass ceiling. Need to have that snow globe shattered and see behind the curtain. Maybe you need to know those types of things. We can still enjoy certain things of people who are no longer in the sphere of being okay. Like, I can go back and watch movies from people that have fallen out of favor in society and enjoy their performances and enjoy the other people's performance and praise their work in this particular film or TV show, regardless of that one person who has ruined it for everybody else. We shouldn't discount other people. We shouldn't hold other people liable for just being on the same show as that person who may or may not be a good person anymore. So yeah, it's not that big of a deal to say, oh, I enjoy X, Y, and Z, but 1, 2, and 3 I don't anymore. But it was, and that's neither here nor there from what I'm trying to talk about. It's more of a setting you up to understand where I'm coming from. So this is gonna date me really, really hard. I had a crush, okay, when I was growing up. I had a crush growing up on a particular actress. She was a few years older than me, and I don't know why. She seemed like one of those people that were like, yeah, they're probably pretty cool. They're not like drop dead, like you would see in like a magazine, but they have that quality about them. You know what I mean? And you see them in certain shows or certain movies growing up, and you're like, I'm that age. I'm their age. So when you see them at that age, you're like, oh, I'm a 9-year-old, and they're like a 13-year-old, and I think they're pretty cool, and I have a little bit of a crush on them. You can be a 9-year-old and have a crush on a 13-year-old, whatever. Hey, it's Earl. Whoops. Well, sorry. Sorry. Try another line of work, like farming. There we go. Wow. He's mad, but we still got Cap, so who paid us? Him or somebody else? So yeah. So one of the Real Housewives is, or at least was on the show, one of the shows, was Kim Richards. Okay? So... yeah, I know. It's like, that's who you're talking about? Listen, I was a young kid, and I saw her in Meatballs 2. And I knew her from Escape from Witch Mountain, the Disney movie when I was a kid. So I kind of grew up alongside her. No, like that same timeline, right? So I grew up us in within a couple of years of each other. And I was like, I think she's really, attractive. I think she's really adorable. I like her. And then she's on this Real Housewives, and she's just like a raging person. I'm like, what the heck happened to her? And her personal life and whatever else is happening there, fine. That I get that, we all have our things. But I was just like, I can't believe. I was like, I'm really seeing, I'm getting that facade really shattered really hard about, who I found to be, admirable growing up. And if you don't know, she was also in Different Strokes as a character who, it was a backdoor pilot into another show called, I think it was called Hello Larry or Hello Seattle or Larry or whatever. The guy, McLean Stevenson from MASH, he was a radio host in Seattle, and then he went back. Whoops. He went back and had his own show after being on the Different Strokes. He was friends with Mr. Drummond, and they had like a season worth of episodes. I don't know if it's Dinah Manoff or one of those. I think maybe on Empty Nest. Who knows? Chris McNichol. I don't know. Played an older sister. She was on the show too, and then like I said, this was 40 some years ago. But yeah, I was kind of like, oh, I'm really upset that I found out this person was not who I thought they were, what didn't act like I thought they would, and oh well, okay, I learned and I moved on. It's like I'm not going to go out there and like throw away all my posters from Escape from Witch Mountain, which I don't have any, but I mean, the idea being, I don't. So yeah, but I just never got into that show, and I don't understand it. I don't understand the real, and like I see these things on TV. Or on Twitter or on Facebook or on where people talk about these shows, and I'm like, I don't know what the heck you're talking about. Who's going back to who? I mean, I had to look up the reference. I was watching something and they said, oh, Carrie's going back to Aiden, and I'm like, what are we talking about? Who's Carrie and who's Aiden? And I didn't realize it was it had to do with Sex and the City, because the second season I think is going and Just Like That, the one where the Peloton killed Big Chris Noth. The Peloton killed him. And now I guess John Corbett is going to be in the second season, and I guess that's who she's going to be with. But, oh well. Oops. Sarah Ramirez, one of the more redeeming qualities about that show, I guess, but because I liked her in Grey's Anatomy, and she's hilarious. But, oh well. Anywho, that's it for now. On this quest, we did it all, and everybody is fine and dandy, and we survived, and we can go home now. We killed the glowing rat scorpion. That was the optional thing. We did it first off. Cruise. And then we found Earl. Oops. But we left Earl alive. We got theme recipe fragment, and rusty chop. combat shotgun and some caps. Well, boo. Okay, I'm not gonna spend the caps. Bring them back in. They can come back in. This is like, it's only Tuesday, folks. I can take the time and let them in and record a little bit. I just had to have some free time. Got a little bit of a break from things happening, and I had some time to record, so I wanted to do that. And we're gonna bring them back in it on their own pace, and then we'll go on to do another quest. See, okay, we should. We should do that. I want to do it on camera. Son of a monkey. Son of a monkey. Shoot. What time is it? I got time. I got time for these folks to come back in. Coming in 2.5 hours. I got time. I'll record a little bit later tonight, and we'll have that. Okay, cool. All right, we'll see you in a bit. Yikes! We got a lot of crap to get rid of. Crap, and more crap. And I gotta sort through this crap. Shit. Hold on. Okay. Oh, who cares? Nobody cares, Cappy. Anyways. Alright, the next quest they have coming up is Revenge of the Geeks. One Dweller in an Initiate Robe. Test your math skills. We will do that one, and I think we've done that one before, but I don't know for sure. We have, I think, an extra person hanging about. We can do that on. You need to have your Vengeance, and you need to have your Vengeance, and you need to have your Vengeance, and y'all need to get out there and let's go. Get out there. I want to record it. We don't have to do it right now. They can take as much time as they want to get out there. If it's tomorrow, it don't matter. It'll still be there. So yeah, I want to do that one. Now, we have another. We are going to do Revenge of the Geeks. Test your math skills. I think we've done this before. Who says accountants are wimps? Answer the questions or face the consequences. We have Schnikes. Oh, let's just take Richard Fox. Let's just take Richard Fox. And don't matter. We gotta build up. We gotta build the outfit. Oh, I should have. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is not good. Cappy, what the hell? Come on, gimme. Oh, you're willing to do that? It's stuck in there. They're not going anywhere. But he's not going to do so well if we don't get this done. I need the craft, and these mole rats decided that they were going to be problematic. Schnikes. Come on. Alrighty. We crafted it. We can do it now. One Dweller. Coming right at you. Where were you at, Richard Fox? Where are you at, Richard Fox? We're going to take you, give you the Initiate Robe, and give you the best possible weapon we can give you, which is Vengeance right now. And you're going to go ahead and do it. Go for it. Have fun. We'll see you in a while. Yeah, Revenge of the Geeks. Oh, man, again? Dear. Oh, jeez. Oh, we got to do... All right, we waited enough time. Let's get out there. Come on. Revenge of the Geeks! Oh, okay, or we'll do Rescue Operation first in order to see if we can get another quest that we didn't get last time. Well, we did. Rescue a settler. Never settle. Alright. So yeah, what had happened was we went through this before, and this is still going to serve a purpose of me getting dwellers up to 200. And I'd rather not have to breed them, because then we cause, there's issues with... I mean, yeah, you can do that. It's definitely a strategy if you want to pass along those traits from say, like, your legendary dwellers. That's fine. I am not caring about that for the simple fact that we're training everybody anyways. It's not like, an early game solution is to breed legendary dwellers and get those traits passed on. Like I said, I'm not so much caring about that. I'm caring more about getting up to 200 so I can finish off this by saying, hey, we did this, and these were the steps we took. We got to $200, we got to 999,000 caps, we got all these Mr. Handies and everything else without having to spend any money. Real money. That's been that entire purpose. So yeah, in doing that, I will do rescue operation, I will do quests that get me dwellers, sent to the vault, and of course the ones that are opened up in a lunchbox. And that's the other reason why I haven't, because the one vault I had early on, and we talked about this before, the one vault I started out with, I've got like 15 people standing outside waiting to get in, or whatever the queue limit is, because I don't have any place to put them. And I hate just evicting people, because you spend a lot of time working on getting those dwellers to where they are, especially the way I play, and it's like, I hate to throw them away. So I'm not going to breed them in order to get to 200, because we're always going to get lunchboxes, we're always going to get these quests. We might as well not, fill up the vault that way. We might as well do it organically, this way. Which, I guess the other way is considered organic. I don't know, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say. So what had happened, though, last time we did this rescue operation, yeah, we did get a dweller, and she was at the vault at the beginning of the episode, but we did not get the quest, even though I showed the placard or the screenshot of the pop-up that said what you got in this quest is reward. One of them was a quest clue, but we did not get that quest, and I don't know what the trigger is in the background, and I have not been able to find anything regarding how this triggers. Does it look through your, does it look and have an automatically assigned quest to be used? Let's see what he's going to do to me. Do they have that automatically assigned quest, or are they randomized? Is it something that, it's, where are we not focusing on the problem here, people? So yeah. Well, come on, get him down. Get him down. Let's go. Boom. Yay. I have no idea where I was. I had to take a phone call, and I had to pause. Crap. Oh wait. Well, we got a recipe for maybe legendary recipe, possibly. So what I was talking about was the fact that I don't know what the trigger is. How if certain quests, if they offer a quest clue, if they correspond to a specific quest, it's just randomly chosen. I could have sworn we did Factory Floor of Fear in this vault. Perhaps we didn't. Perhaps I went back and got it on a different vault prior to restarting in 2021, and I just added in a new episode just to cover that particular quest, because I do know that I had it and I failed horribly because it was the Alpha Death Claws right after, just basically back-to-back Alpha Death Claws, and they were like a one-hit, a one-shot, one-kill on your dwellers, and you go through a slew of problems to get there, and then all of a sudden the next room over is the Alpha Death Claw, and you've suddenly got no stim packs left. So the idea behind that was to, again, what we did here, we added +7 agility, or 5 or 7 agility outfits, gave them vengeance, and we conserved our critical hits so that we would build them up over time to have almost everybody get a critical hit, and then once we hit that Alpha Deathclaw, we just smacked them right there, and we were able to get past it. Thank goodness you got my distress call. Yay, we got the Lucha Nacho Libre there. Woohoo! Alright. Speaking of Death Claws, and we can use these. Might as well. Oh, and I suck again. It's been a while since I was really on the critical hit. Yeah, we'll save it for the next. I'm sure we might come into another one. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Oh yeah. Oh, uh-oh. Like I said, we've gone through, and I think I listed out which quest clues there were, like Vault 666 and I think Friends Like These, was that one of them, and Factory Floor of Fear. We've done a few of those, but I think I've only got 2 or maybe 3 possibly, if I can recall correctly, on this particular run through. But I have not seen, oh, what did I do? Why did I do that? I wasted it on a mole rat. I mean, we've got this much left to cover, and we have not grabbed a quest clue from a container yet. So I am gonna say possibly this is not going to be one of them, because I think I had it early on in that run the last time I did the rescue operation. Yeah. Yeah, not giving me a lot of hope here. Better heal him up a little bit. Ready? Oh, it would be nice. It would be nice. We got a Ripper and we got a Fragment. It's not looking very, very good. That's stupid. Let's have 2. Oh, I got up. Well, that might be the. I did not. I did not want to do that. My. And I even did a lookup on the wiki for those quest clues to see, and it doesn't say that they are primarily inside of one particular mission versus another. So there's no way to say that, oh, rescue operation is always going to have a quest clue in it somewhere in the containers. That's not true. I mean, it's not going to be the case here. Then that means that fails that theory. The only reason the only reason I did rescue operation was to have the opportunity to say, oh, maybe it's in here, maybe I'll get it. But again, it wasn't the same one. And it's funny because it's like, if you did, how we you can get, say, 3 Dog from a Lunchbox, and then you can get 3 Dog from one of the quests. I mean, at one point I had 3 Dogs in my vault. So it's like, could you possibly get the same Dweller each time you do rescue operation? And if that's the case, I mean, we didn't, obviously. We got a girl last time, we got a boy this time. But obviously the idea being that, okay, if it's quest specific, like we know, you go into a quest, there could be a layout that's different each time. Oh God, I really suck at that today. The layout of the dungeon or whatever it is randomized to a point. Like, that there's 3 special kinds of like the Factory Floor of Fear. You can either get the Death Claws, or you can get ghouls or something like that. How they populate the monsters inside. But if rescue operation since we were getting it more than once, is it just randomized each time, or can you possibly come back around and get the same? So could I get the same dweller if rescue operation comes back? And if I can get the one with the woman when in the fatigues, then I think I know I would have. That was totally, my finger slipped on the. Immediately after I clicked it, it happened. But like I said, if we see the girl in the fatigues, and then I know. But these are just things I think about. These are things that it doesn't matter to you. Just play the game, you know? I'm thinking about these things in the background from a development standpoint, from a programming standpoint, because that's kind of what I do. That's how my brain kind of works. It has nothing to do with gaming the system. I mean, there's no reason to game the system here. I mean, you can if you do the glitch, the time glitch, or like we used to do for survival, was like, save your progress and then reload if you die, so you don't lose any of your dwellers. All right, well, we did it all. We didn't get any quest clues, so I'm a little bit upset. But we talked about some of that stuff. So okay, well, that's enough of that. Bring it on home, folks. We'll go do. We got Jonathan Baker and the Yo, go ahead and go watch. Yay! Alrighty, they're coming back. And we did get 2 legendary recipe calls. Cool. Cool. Let's go do Revenge of the Geeks. Which, we talked about this before. Test your math. Oh, this is the math one. Yeah, I know. That's the math one. That sucks. Alright. Answer all the... I was gonna do it how I used to always do. Answer all the questions for the Game Show Gauntlet, but it happened to be the same thing here. I think we've done this before, too. This is also repeatable. Interesting. Math. Where is the rest of the class? I guess they heard about the pop quiz. Remember, your grade depends on this. First question. What is 17 minus 9? So 17 minus 9 would, of course, be 8. Right? Oh, God. I'm psyching myself out. Right, good start. Okay, well, seriously, this is not what I thought it was going to be. I forget. We did this before, but I forget what those questions were. But I know there's ones that was like, could be either, and then it was a trick question. Who needs that? I guess if you pick who needs math anyways, you fight him. But we still got to... Oh, crap. Well, let's see how he does wearing that robe. Initiate robe. Not much of a agility factor on him. But, and he's taking on 3 rat scorpions. He's doing pretty good. Give him that. Yeah, we're gonna pop in a thing there. At least we got 2 extra ones out of that. Oh. Yeah, not much happening other than 1 room so far of monsters and math. Monsters and math. That should be like a early 80s educational game for elementary school. Still here, I guess this quiz is too easy for you. They all carry meat cleavers. What the hell? Let's try something harder. Which of these is not a prime number? Alright, so those of you who may not know, the only prime I want is prime number. That's pretty good. Prime numbers are numbers that can only be divisible by one or themselves. So 23 divided by 1 is 23. Otherwise, you can't multiply any number to get 23. Whereas 9, you can divide 1 into 27 times. You can divide 3 into 27 for 9. You can divide 9 into 27 for 3. So obviously, 27 is not a prime number. So 23 is a prime number. You didn't know... Wait, what? Did it... Oh, was it... Oh, God. Was it not a prime number? Did I read it wrong? Did I fail reading? I suck at both languages? Or I suck at 2 subjects? Wait a second. Which of these is not a prime number? I think that's what it said. I'd have to go back and check the tape. I'd have to... Oh, my God. Seriously, I was so focused on... This is why I suck. Because I got so focused... Well, screw you. I got so focused on the math part that I failed the reading comprehension. That was funny. That was literally funny. It's all about the loot and the sheer stupidity on my part. I can't believe... I'm kicking myself. That was horrible. I cannot believe I did that. Oh, dear Lord. Come on. Haven't I suffered enough? He is not doing as good as he used to. Well, I mean, you know, he did go through that whole entire thing, and I didn't heal him up after that. Why am I... why did I go here? I screwed up more. I'm off today, man. I'm really off today. Oh, God. I'm like... I need to just stop. Any decision I make, I need to, like, wait an extra second or two. Okay. I've already been stumped. What is the square root of 289? So it would be whatever number times itself. It's got to be 17, right? The square root is the number times itself. Or number divided by itself. Well, that number divided... Well, So 17 times 17. So 7 times 7 is 49. Carry the 4. 7 times 1 is 11. 12. But 9 times 9 is 81. That's right. That's right. Mine now. Yeah. So... Yeah. The square root of 289 would not be... Yeah, 7 times 7 is 49. Carry the 1. 7 times... I'm actually doing this in my head now. I'm trying to do it in my head right now. 7 times 7 is 49. Wow. 17, right? 17 was the number. So 1, 2, 7 times 7 is 49. Carry the 7. Okay, yeah, 1 plus the... Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, whatever. I did it in my brain. I don't care. I don't care. I did it in my brain. I got it right. That's how I did math. Is I only had to figure out the last number, not anything else, because I knew 7. It ended in 9. Couldn't be the other number because that would have ended in 1. 19 and 19. So yeah. It's been a long week. It has been a long week. You have no idea. And I'm going away for a week, which that reminds me. There might not be an episode next week. Don't know. Because we are going out of town. So I might miss. Alright, we did it. We got everything. We did it all. We failed an easy question, but we answered the rest. And we got a military duct tape, a lunchbox, a legendary legendary Wesson recipe. Wow. Alright, and 2 Nuka-Cola quantums, yay. Alrighty, they're going to come back in. I am not going to waste any Nuka-Cola quantums bringing them in. There's no point to it. Not at all. Because it's going to take him 12 hours, and it's going to take them 21 minutes. And we will just wait until they come in to start the next quest. Revenge of the Geeks, yeah, game should go. Oh, yeah. So we got nothing else big happening. Alrighty, well, there you go. That's it for this week. We will, we'll see you next time. And see what they bring us. All the goodies. Maybe we'll get something good, because as it stands right now, let's see here. Where are we at? We've got... Where are they? Where? There they are. As far as outfits go, we still need incognito leisure wear in the NCR Ranger outfit to get for outfit recipes. As far as weapon recipes, we've got the Rusty Pulse rifle and the Night Vision Institute rifle, but we still have Plasmacaster, Mountain Mama. That one I want to get because I think that's Fallout 76 related. Hardened Alien Disintegrator, Focus Gatling Laser, Fire Hydrant Bat, and Enhanced Pulse Rifle. This one's a newer one. These are not newer ones. This one's a newer one. Hardened Alien Disintegrator, Enhanced Pulse Rifle, and Plasmacaster and Mountain Mama, I think, are newer ones. So, yeah, I would love to get that. Can't force it, though, unfortunately. Wait, can you? Can we unlock with... I don't think we can unlock with... No, we can't. For some reason, I was thinking that maybe you could unlock recipes with Nuka-Cola Quantums. That should have been a thing, really. And there are other ones that you cannot get from crafting. You have to get from being on quests. And that would be, as far as outfits are concerned, that would be... I don't know which ones those are, considering the fact that I don't know what they added to the game, other than incognito leisure wear. And yeah, interesting. But as far as the other one goes, all the ones that have these little wrenches in them are things you cannot craft. Or the things you cannot get, and you can't get them anywhere. You have to craft them. That's what it is. You cannot get them anywhere but through crafting. I was completely backwards on that. I apologize. But so far as new ones go, I don't know that we have any that you have to craft. They all look to be, well, no, they all look to be obtainable through any other means. So okay. Well, what was that one that was grayed out? No, recoil compensated. Okay. So, yeah, we're good. If everything looks a little bit sped up, that's not your brain, that's the video. I've got about 20 minutes to go through some things that we're doing here. Again, I said I was going to be off, but I wanted to get something out there. And what I am doing is an entire overhaul of the entire vault. We are reorganizing everything because now we have, we're towards the end game. And I am actually building out these elevators all along the bottom to, like I said, reorganize the entire vault, separate things by purpose. And this will keep us from having any mole rats attacking in rooms that are not going to be populated. I took this idea, I got this from, I did search on best layouts of vaults, and I sort of cobbled together things. Now, I mean, I know I have said, I've been pounding it since day one, how I try to do things. I have a row of the top of the the vault entrance, and then I have two resident rooms where people stand in there and just wait for things to come through, and I run them through, and then run them back, and then go down to the next level. We're going to be changing that, as well as a lot of other things. We're going to put this bottom row in to, like I said, prevent... and I'm having trouble doing this. I can't see where I'm doing. Like, come on, get this damn thing out of the way. So I finally think, there we go. There we got it. This row of elevators at the bottom, which is expensive and not practical, but it does serve a purpose. It will prevent us from having mole rats seep in because of the rooms are touching rock. If they're not touching rock, then you won't get mole rats. Now we'll have to fill in some of the gaps as we go along, but for now, I just want to get the basic layout. And as you can see, I started out with my 999,999 caps, and you're going to be amazed at what this actually cost me. Now, should it have cost me this much? Probably not. I probably made some mistakes, but you have to understand that what I'm trying to achieve here is going to drastically change what the vault's going to look like, including placement of elevators. And as you can see, I'm placing these elevators along the middle here. Again, we are separating rooms by purpose. As I get to a point where I can fill in the gaps above and below where these elevators sit, then we can start to get rid of them and fill in some more gaps. But we can only get to 200 dwellers, and we can only have so many residential rooms for that, and that's going to all be at the bottom with storage. So I'm just clearing out these old elevators and making sure I can get a space to work that can be connected, because once you start to have elevators shifting around, if you have rooms that they can't get to, they're not going to let you do it. So that's why I have a lot of problems with this design, is because I had to totally destroy entire areas just to rebuild it in order to replace elevators where I needed them to go. So now we have the bottom row, we're putting in all of the living quarters. Now again, I can only have up to 200 dwellers, which means I can only have so many living quarters, and I'm going to end up to a point where I have this sort of mishmash of a single block and a two block next to each other, and it's only because I need to get the top level. We're going to do that much later in the video. But yeah, we're going to try to I can't destroy things because I've got people in them. So we're going to just temporarily move Mr. Handies down here. Now again, I have more Mr. Handies than I do places to put them. And the reason I'm saying that is because there's actually a quest out there that I can go do that's going to have another Mr. Handy given to us, and we'll do that next time. But as you can see here, this area in the middle here was all my training levels, and they're going to stay there, but I want to get rid of the residence quarters, or the living quarters. I want to get rid of the storage areas. I want to put them all at the bottom. And the reason why we're doing this is because these rooms are going to have nobody in them. They're not going to have anybody in them, and that means that we can just let them go. We don't even have to have Mr. Handy's in here. We'll just have storage and residence at the below, and if something breaks out, it can just work its way. Now, I don't think fire will cross elevators north to south. It will cross left to right. So if I have a gap in between where elevators are, then I think that can prevent that from happening. That's going to be a test later on. But what I am going to do is leave a space here and above this rock, so that anything that happens down here doesn't spread anywhere else. So that we're going to end up having these two elevators at the top. Just because I want to be able to get around things much quicker. In case we have to move things around, we can get people around much quicker. They can go left to right instead of having to go north to south all the way up to the top and come back down around the back. So there we go. We got plenty of storage now. That when we get done with all this, we shouldn't ever have to worry about storage. But getting there is half the battle. So let's get rid of all that storage that's there. And now again, the ones we had before, you could saw. Let's see here. Our production 512 and our consumption is 123. Now the reason I say I'm looking at production and consumption is because typically my original basis for how I did vaults, and actually somebody came into the comments of one video and challenged me a little bit on that, but the whole point was that every layout I've ever had on a vault was always in the middle column, there was always a power room every third level. And that allowed for 8 rooms around the outside of that center power room to be touching it in order to get power all the time. And then you go one below that, and then you start the next grouping. So it's like a 9-block sequence. The first 9, you have a power room in I guess you could call it the 5th or the middle position, and then you do another block of 9, and you just repeat that. And that means that all of the power rooms are touching a room that needs power on all sides. And somebody said, well, you don't need to do that. And I was like, well, yeah, you kind of. Early game, you sort of want to be able to make sure that you have power to your resource rooms. You want to make sure that the only rooms that go dark are rooms that you're not using. That includes storage. That can be training. That can be residences. You don't need to have power up to those rooms, but you gotta have power to your water, to your food, in order to maintain resources so your vault dwellers stay healthy and they stay full and they stay kind of happy. And that helps increase your cap production, because the happier and more productive your vault dwellers are, the more caps you'll get. And that's, like I said, those are early game concepts. Now we're at the end of the game and I can sit there and say, yeah, let's change it all. Let's make it all different. So I'm going to go with a different approach, still keeping my resource rooms at the top, but having the power rooms in a middle, the 3 or the 4, 5, and 6 position on a block of 9, and then still have resource rooms touching them. And then as we get into other rooms, I'm not caring about them. Training is a temporary situation. Training will be people that need to go. The radio room, that keeps dwellers happy, and that allows them to call out to other dwellers, but it also attracts death claws. So we got to be careful in how we do that. And if they run out of power and they go dark, the only thing I'm sacrificing is somewhat of a happiness quotient. So all right, we got to get, and I added in, and just to make this middle section work, which this middle section is going to be all of our training rooms. So I'm going to go left to right as a course, the S, the P, then below that the E, the C, then below that the I, the A, and then put the two L's top to bottom as a 2 block. So all the other ones, S, P, E, C, I, and A, are going to be 3 blocks, but the L's are going to be 2 blocks with a double decker, and that'll sort of help alleviate some of the congestion and bottleneck as we push people through. Also, we're going to put our training rooms in this middle section. We're going to put our overseer office. We're going to put our any crafting rooms. As you can see in that bottom row above the elevator, the double-decker elevators, that's where our outfit workshop goes. That's where our radio room goes. That's where our theme workshop goes. That's where our outfit and weapon crafting. And here we go, our first test to show you. Look, there's mole rats breaking out everywhere, and because there's nobody down there, they escalate much faster. Now, of course, again, this video is sped up to twice the speed of normal, but they really did spread pretty quickly. It was a small room. There's nobody down there. I'm advanced in the game, so I'm going to get a lot of them, but no harm, no foul. Nothing happened. Nobody died. I maybe lost a little bit of power. They suck up some resources, but again, wasn't that big of a deal. Now, I got to move these people out of the way, so I'm going to just get them temporarily moved to another room. This is where I'm spending a lot of my caps, relocating dwellers, and I'm not going to spend time upgrading those temporary rooms because that costs more, and I can afford to lose some power production while I do all this. I'm not in any way, shape, or form going to suffer that much. As we can saw, our production was still 5 times what our consumption was. So I just want to get all these rooms set up, and I will upgrade them all, make sure they get that. And like I said, that sucks up caps. And as you get into this, if you plan on doing this method of reorganization, understand something, that the elevators are going to start costing you a shit ton of money once you start adding a lot of them. It's just sort of like an incremental increase to the cost of them. So all right, we got our our game room, and we're going to update that to the arcade or whatever it's called, and then we're going to make sure we have all of our. Okay, we got to move this storage room. We're going to get these people. We're going to just temporarily move them to another one. Now that's the other thing. I had been taking a lot of my dwellers who had reached level 50, had maxed out of everything, and sort of like retired them, quote unquote, into storage rooms. That's going to change as well. I don't need to do that because storage rooms, and the only reason I did that was because I had storage rooms that were touching other rooms, and if anything breaks out there, fire or rad scorpions or mole rats, I needed to have people there to fight it, otherwise it would spread to other rooms and cause more trouble. Now that I'm relocating all of the storage rooms down to the bottom, I don't need to have people in them because they can all just sit down there and do absolutely nothing. Don't need to worry about power, don't need to worry about coverage. They are on their own, and they're not causing us any problems. So I can not have them populated, they can be down at the bottom, and I can then use the dwellers that are there, and even though they're maxed out at everything, they're going to be useful because they're going to be my crafting people, they're going to be my people who go out on quests, they're going to cover all that. Now again, I'm only placing these rooms in the center area because I know I need to fill up the block in order to keep mole rats from breaking in in between the elevators. I don't want anything touching rock, and we're going to have to fill these in as we go along. That's a given. However, for now, I'm going to just slap some stuff in there. The theme room, we really don't need the theme room because we've already built all the themes. The barbershop, never use the barbershop. However, it takes up a spot. Yes, it takes up resources, but it takes up a spot, and it lets you put a dweller in there. So if you have a place you need to put somebody, you can throw them in there. These are things, and like I said, you never have to worry about the overseer's office ever getting attacked because nothing ever breaks out in the overseer's office because nobody can go into that room. So now that I got these started to level it out a little bit more, I can start to push the dwellers that are down here in these med bays and the science centers up to the top because that's where all of our resource rooms, all of our production rooms are going to go. The top level is that's going to be focusing on is just our power, our water, our food, our stim packs, our rataways, our the Nuka-Cola bottling plant, which covers both. So those are the types of things we're working on here. This took a long time, and I made a few mistakes putting in these. I think I put the charisma room where I wanted the game room, and I had to undo it. And unfortunately, I think I had upgraded it to the 3rd level before I realized it. So, and as you can see now, we're about halfway there to where we want to be, and you can already see I've spent close to 311,000 caps already. We're really draining our resources, and I really suggest not doing this until you get to the point where caps don't matter. And I am I am actually tolerating Bottle and Cappy at this moment for the simple fact that they do produce Nuka-Cola Quantums. They do produce caps when they come in. That's the only reason I'm doing it. And I'm suspending questing at this moment just for the simple fact that I want to do those things on camera, but the ones that can get me caps, I may send people out for like the game show gauntlet. And you don't get a lot of. See, now I get into a position where I got to start figuring out how to get these rooms situated because I can't destroy these elevators because that room has to touch an elevator on one side and be able to get to the other. And by getting rid of these 2 elevators, I can't. I have to undo this. I have to undo something. I have to figure this out. There's a reason why I can't put the elevator there. So what the heck do we got to do there? I think maybe we have to like just build this entirely out in order to put in another elevator in, which doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but it also allows me to get where I want to be. All right, we got that final elevator in. Now we can get this above ground. Now this top area. We're going to start. We had all of our. We're going to have to start using these training rooms that are not being used. These training rooms that are just sitting empty, they are going to eventually be way stations for dwellers who are in other rooms that have to go away. And when we get to the top, you're going to understand it because my elevator situation as I creep towards the top is going to get even worse because we are going to do things we've never done before, and that's put elevators all the way at the top on the right, forcing us to go through a gauntlet and then not turn around, but Death Claws can come back or go right down the next level. The fortunate thing for us, though, is we're at a point now, Death Claws don't make it past the next room. Death Claws do not have the ability to get to the 2nd level. They barely make it into the middle room as it is now. I don't know if we're going to change that into a resource room. We're going to keep it a residence. I think I'm going to keep it a residence so I don't have to drag anybody to do anything down at the bottom of the vault. But now that we've got these these training rooms rebuilt, we can start to cycle everybody down to the new places and get them in. And we got to reorganize our Mr. Handies. We're now at 650,000 caps. We are sucking resources hard, man. This all probably took me a good 2 or 3 hours to put all together, and I probably cut out about half of that. So actually a little bit, about 2/3 of that. So I had about an hour left of footage. And speeding it up now takes it down to like 20, 25 minutes. But that's all in the fun. But I wanted to give this to you as a not a gift, I guess you could say, but something for it to watch while I'm off, and then so you don't come back and say, "What the heck happened?" One of the other comments early on from an episode, and this was from I think either early in the series or from a previous series. I ended one episode and I had like a crap ton of caps, and then the next episode it didn't look like anything changed, and I lost out on caps. Like they're like, "What happened to all those caps you had?" It took me a lot of time and to find what had happened, because on the surface, looking at these things, you may not see the differences, but as you can see, that power room above, it's not upgraded. It's just a nuclear power plant. The super reactor, which I accidentally took a picture of. The super reactor is the 3rd level, the highest upgrade. I had gone through and I had upgraded all of the training rooms to their 3rd level between episodes, and that's where all my caps went. And it took me forever to figure out because I had to compare. I had to go back and watch the previous video and see if I had ever moused over those rooms to see if the name changed, or to just see what the layout of the room looked like, and then watch the other video to see how that worked, to see what I had done as a change. And that's where I realized that I had got all of the training rooms upgraded, and that's where all my caps went. Here you're seeing it happen in live, somewhat sped up live. But okay, all right, we have this, our storage rooms. We're going to get them all upgraded. We can get rid of this storage room, move this one down. All right, where are we at now? We are at the top. Look at all this mess. Look at all this mess. We've got to get people out of the way so we can make these elevators go over to the far left. However, we have to move the people in these rooms and destroy them. But again, I said there's going to be a problem with when we get to that point, because we're going to have to reorg the first level in order to get us to a point where people can travel down. So, all right, let's see here. Let's start upgrading some of this stuff in Nuka-Cola. Let's build out. We need to put some people places. We want to have these things here. We're replacing all the rooms we had done down in the middle section. We're going to put everybody back here. You can see I'm dragging all of my Nuka-Cola plant dwellers up to the top one so we can get rid of this and then fill it in. And of course you can see that right next to it, that super reactor also has to go away. We're going to have to put another level in. As you can see, I have got, let's see here, I need to put another level in. I'm going to end up having to move this med bay and resource room. Again, I made a lot of mistakes along the way. Let's fill out these Nuka-Cola bottler and make them the entire, the plants, Nuka-Cola plants, and then we can drag some dwellers who are already wearing those E5 or somewhere around there, the equivalent of endurance. Drag them from the storage rooms. We're coming out of retirement and we're putting you to work in the Nuka-Cola plant since you're already dressed for the job that you want to have. And that kind of was a happy accident the way that worked, because I wasn't sure what I was going to do with them, and I have been finding it hard. Another mole rat attack. Let's get it. Well, crap. We've got a Mr. Handy stuck there. He's going to have to deal with it. So, oh well. Okay, now let's see here. Get the last of our people. Make sure we didn't leave anybody behind. Put them into the Nuka-Cola bottlers, and then we still have to build out a third one. It's only going to be a 2-block because of that end. But it'll still help get some of these other storage or depot dwellers to a higher level. So let's get the last row of Nuka-Cola bottlers in, and then I'm going to move. I'm going to relocate one room above the other just in order to make things work the way I want it to. That's what I mean. We're down to 400,000 caps. We are going to. I don't want to give away the ending, but you're going to be amazed at what I actually spent on this entire project. I'm going to be, and you're going to see that the new game is going to be, how do we get back to that point? How long is it going to take us to get back to this point? Chances are we're going to have to do a lot of work. All right, let's get all of our dwellers to where they need to be. I will reorg their costumes or their outfits at some point. I just need to get people, bodies in rooms at this point. Let's get them there, and let's get them working. That'll keep that. We can actually start to see a dip in our power production. We're actually low, and I think because we've added in more power plants that we don't have people fully stocked into them, and they're not producing enough. So our capacity is greater than our production, but at least our production is still 4 times or 5 times the consumption. So yeah, as you can see, I moved this. I moved that for because I'm going to reorg this entire thing. You can see these elevators, I can't get rid of them because there's rooms connected. So I have to build out to the right to get them to where I can shift the ones on the left to the far right. You can see now they're finally gone, and I've reallocated the elevators all the way to the left. So now I can go back through and organize the rooms where I want them to. And we're down to 300,000 caps. This is insane. This is a couple hours later. I've actually been playing this for so long today that the next round of oh no, that's not what that is. Those are all the people from those rooms. I took everybody from those resource rooms at the top and I shoved them into empty training rooms because it would be easier for me to find them later on because they're all maxed out. All I got to do is look for the training room that has all of the E's and all of the P's and all of the I's, and then just move them up. And you see our production is down to 400, but our consumption is still 100. So we're still 4 times better than we were doing. Again, I'm not too worried about these things, but I have to build these elevators just like that one, and it's going to take me a lot more money than I have. I think we're almost to the end here, and as you can see, now we are down to 772 caps. We have everything where we want it to be, and my gosh, we are done. We are done. We are done. Next up, make it all better. I almost forgot I did all of this. Oh my goodness. I logged in and I'm like, okay, what the hell is all this crap? But yeah, we did that last time. I went on vacation, took a week off, and I did a video of just me for love of feet. A video of just overhauling the entire vault to get this to where we want it to be. And we're going to go through that as soon as we get through this part, and we're going to send some people out on quests and talk about what we've done here. So give me a moment. Alright, now that that's done with, as you can see, we are still, my gosh, we're down only to 5,000 caps. I totally drained my entire savings here. With doing all of this. So, yeah. Wow. Let's get these guys out on quests and we'll go from there. So these are out there. They did the game show gauntlet. That's fine. We got another game show gauntlet to go on to, and I'm going to do that to get more. I don't have anybody. Oh, I don't have anybody. Oh, all right. Well, shit. Let's see here. We got Queen of the Death Claws. We're going to do that during this time, but for now, let's just go ahead and take a look. So we revamped the entire vault, and I'm now I need to get people out of training. Because I need to get them into these rooms, because I don't have a lot of... I need them in these rooms. So that's something. But as you can see, the top floors, we did change something. We moved the elevators all the way to the left from the second floor down. And all the way right, we actually added a top one. This does present a problem early game. It does not present a problem for us now, late game. For the simple fact that anything that comes through this door, whether it be Deathclaws or Raiders or Ghouls, will hit the first wall. And outside of Ghouls and outside of Deathclaws, everything will die there. Because our guys are so cool. They're level 50, 10s on everything, got Vengeance and +7 agility outfits. The next room, of course, is 6 of the same type, level 50s, agilities, +7, and Vengeance. Mostly, and some animals to help them out to take care of the Deathclaws. Deathclaws don't make it past this room now. Even with 4 at this late stage, they don't make it past this room. So then I just augmented and put this here for whatever reason. It has nobody in it right now. Because I've run out of room later, and I'll show you. But that's the only reason. And they say, oh, you should put a high producing, like a Nuka-Cola bottler in that space, and I don't choose to do that. I don't want that. I don't want anything impacting any resources. These 6 people here are just for the gauntlet to have them run through, and that's all I need them for. Below that, we have we're still employing our idea of having a room touch a resource room touch a power room in order to provide power to the necessary places, and that means that this row here is going to be all power, and then below that we have. I will click on you because I do need the caps. We have that. We have below that. We have water purification plants, and then below that we have our food. And I do want to keep the one for the themes. I always want to keep one cafeteria for the themes for Halloween and Christmas. That's always a thing. Where Cappy's all the way down here. Holy crap. Giving away, you're like skipping ahead, Cappy. You're not supposed to look at that shit yet. Come on now. Anyways, so below that, then we have another set of power rooms because now we have 2 rooms in between power rooms. Each one's touching it, and they're none of them except for this room right here, which I had to extend. But I have only 2 people in it, so I haven't extended yet because that will create a problem if we get attacked or have a fire break out or anything like that. Once I expend this out here, none of these rooms will touch dirt. Except for here, but I need caps in order to build it. I need where are we at now? Elevators are 3150. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need at least 100,000 caps just to comfortably build all that out. So we have all of these with elevators in the way, so that it is not causing us a problem. I can't even hear Cappy anymore or Bottle, so I really don't even care where they're at. But then we have below that, we've got, like I said, all of our resource rooms. All of our resource rooms are here in order for us to create all the power, water, and actually the stim packs and radaways we need. And right now, we got 95 of each. That we should not need any more than that ever. Should be totally fine. We're probably going to end up wasting a lot of them on quests, but that's okay. Okay, that's the top tier. That's the top level. Below that, we've got a space which we're going to fill in either with more of these or some elevators just to buffer so that no mole rats will touch these. Since nothing's touching dirt, no mole rats. We'll never get another mole rat. And that should be also known, because if you have an objective where you have to get a mole rat kill in and you do this layout, you're not going to have mole rats. You're going to have to break it up and have one of them touching dirt somewhere. So just keep that aware. Keep that aware. So then between that, we have all of our training rooms and our some storage, because we needed more storage, and our crafting rooms and our radio room, all that stuff. All of our, they're not creating resources, but they are giving us benefits. Those are in the middle, and then again, they're separated. And then below that, we have all of our storage and our living quarters. Now, I cannot build any more living quarters at the moment. Actually, I can. I can build it here. I didn't want to because I don't have the caps. Then I can make this a 3 and be good. We'll be good there. And then below that, I have more elevators. And it seems kind of stupid. It seems kind of like, well, this is like really dumb, like ad hoc kind of bullshit you're doing here. But again, this is to prevent any. This is the whole point of this is to prevent mole rats from coming in and spreading. That's the entire. Now again, I said that. I took this idea from someone who probably posted it before, maybe before rad scorpions came out. I don't know. Rad scorpions are still a problem. Rad scorpions still do. The difference between rad scorpions and mole rats, though, is rad scorpions can start down here, go back in, and then come up out here. Mole rats will only spread to a neighboring room. So even if anything happens down here, I don't care, because the whole reason why this is all done here. There's nobody in our we're gonna remove all of the Mr. Handies as we build in more, because right now I don't think I can put him anywhere. Yep, we're pretty much stuck. We can't put a Mr. Handy anywhere because we have too many floors. Once we get, I'm gonna build some more rooms here, and then we can fill in with more Mr. Handies. But I've got to get these folks through training first in order to do that. So that is the that's the layout, how it stands now, and I wanted to show that to you before we did anything. And now I'm going to go offline, do some quests, and do that, and we'll come back and do actual quests just to finish this off and go from there. So we'll see you in a bit. Okie dokie. We are just cleaning up people from being outside on a different quest, which gives us now 56,000 kips. We can now send them on this big one, which is defeat a Deathclaw, Alpha Deathclaw, and the Raider controlling it. Queen of the Deathclaws! Like Queens of the Stone Age, but not. Alright, and as far as... Can we got like caps? Like caps? Caps? Caps and caps and caps? No, got no caps here. Okay, well, Alright, well, that works. We can sell that stuff. Yeah, we can sell all that stuff. We're good there. Okay, send them out. Let's go. See you! Uh-oh. And here we go. Let's see what happens. We got no Mr. Handy on that floor. Well, let's check it out. He's gonna drop from here somewhere and show up somewhere else. But I don't know where. I don't know what he's attacking. He's attacking the confetti at this point. Yep. So it does not matter. It does not matter if you grab... if you separate the rooms in terms of a red scorpion attack. Oh, wait. I think we got to do this one. No, shit. Shit snacks. Where's it going? Oh, crap. Where did it head to? Oh, blah, blah, blah. Come on now. Yeah, it is Red Scorpion attacks. I only need 3 more. Okay. Where'd he... Where's he at? Okay, here we go. Aw, oh, come on! No! Crap! I couldn't get there fast enough, and I had too many people assigned to the room. Alright, well, schnuggies. I'll take care of this offline, get them all fixed up. But yeah, we're doing Queen of the Deathclaws, and it's a raider calling herself the Queen of the Deathclaws has been terrorizing the wasteland. And it is 12. We'll have to wait for a day. Till tomorrow. We'll be back in a bit. Alright, they should be out there. Let's get them in. Yay. Alright. Let's get in there. Oi. Come on. Whee! You think you can take us? Our boss has her own Deathclaw bodyguard. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, there you go. I was doing some thinking. And we got this whole entire reorg done. And it put us into a really bad position, having absolutely no caps at all to do anything else. And then I realized that I'm like, oh crap, I gotta put people in these rooms and I don't have enough outfits anymore. So I gotta build outfits, and then I realized I hadn't upgraded to the crafting room to its final form, the 3rd level. And it was, 12,000 for the first one, like 50,000. It ended up being like I needed 90,000 to get it to the 3rd level, and I only had like 50,000. I'm like, ah, crap. So I'm like, all right, I got to just start sending people up for stuff to get caps, doing or whatever. I mean, I could technically. Here's what I could do. I could send all of my Mr. Handies out to get caps. I think they'll get as most 2,000 caps. And bring them back. That'd be like, considering how many I have, like 7 or 8, that would be like 16,000 caps. I could do that, go away for a week, come back, and they would be out and back. They go out for like 3 days. I think they come back, like 3 days or a day and a half. So, over the course of 7 days, I would be assured that they would be out and back. But I don't typically play once. Well, no, let me back that up. I don't typically play that casually. I do record once a week. I do play usually like once or twice throughout the week to get all the content that goes into the episode. But if I were to do that, I would deprive everybody in the vault of Mr. Handy, one, collecting all of their resources, which means shit could fall apart really quickly. Now, that might be a test to see how we do. Hey, we're at the point now where let's just doing stuff to do stuff and see what happens. But also to that end, I would have to be back in and do stuff and continually go through and collect all the resources, because if you're not logged into the game, you're not playing the game, and resources need to be collected, everything sort of slows down a little bit. It's not like you're going to deprive anybody. I mean, eventually you're going to use up those resources, but you're not going to kill your entire vault that way. So, I mean, yeah, you could do that. But again, if I'm going to go in to record content and I don't have any Mr. Handies because they're out traveling the wasteland, I got to go through, and now I'm using those resources. I got to go in and start collecting stuff. So it becomes twice as much effort on my part in order to get things done, which seems somewhat of a bad idea. And the only reason I saw that Sorry, I had to get rid of a spam phone call. The only reason I saw that was because I had gone in and was, like I got people out the door, and I needed to get caps, and I was thinking, I need caps. How do I get caps? But also, all of these, in order, I need to get the caps, and I need a way to get the caps, and the quest is probably the easiest way to get the caps. I found myself I'm clicking every single thing to get the bonus caps, people leveling up on all that stuff, and it's like, man, I wish the Mr. Handies picked up as well as the resources. I wish the Mr. Handies would pick up the level ups as well, because that seems like such a drop off of functionality in terms of what you want. And I understand, I get it. It's like, oh, it's a resource, Mr. Hand. I can do that. No, I can't level you up. That kind of thing. They're not going to do that. But the idea being that, okay, there are things you have to click around the board to do. It's a clicker, right? We know it's a clicker, resource management clicker. Because we've installed Mr. Handies, that becomes something you don't need to do anymore, because they want you to spend your time outside the vault more so than inside the vault. Your early game is inside the vault, managing your resources, getting people where they need to be, making sure you're not going to die, having all the things that you need specifically. Once you get to the point where you start opening the quest and the overseer's office, then you are going to be spending a lot of your time outside the vault, sending dwellers out to the wasteland to do quests, to get materials to build in the vault for either the quests or for better resource management. So it's like there's the point of all that. But that being said, and I have said this before, the whole idea of the questing and why I kept getting Mr. Handies instead of people who spend money to buy this stuff and buy lunchboxes in hopes to get a Mr. Handy. The reason I was getting all those Mr. Handies, I postulated that was because they had shifted the way the game mechanics was going to be. You're no longer going to just be resource managing inside the vault. You're going to be going outside the vault to do stuff. So why have you split your time and clicking things around the board versus doing it automatically, like a process with Mr. Handies, and allowing you the freedom to go do other stuff? It's like, it's like Satisfactory or any other game where you build something manually and you have to do it, and then all of a sudden now you've got a better way of doing it. And Minecraft, you build farms in order to, instead of scrounging around for stuff, you now have farms that provide you everything you need. It's the same concept, just with a different type of mechanic. It's like, oh, instead of having to click around to get my resources, now I have something to do it automatically, freeing me up to do other things. Process improvement, that whole idea. So, being that we have this new quests and all other stuff, we're spending more time outside the vault. We're doing all that. But we still have things going on inside the vault. Oh, I should not have used that. I really shouldn't have used that. Oh well, it'll be fine. I'm sure my peeps will be just fine. We're going to make sure we heal them up first. Come on, click. Why can't we get there? I'm talking and I'm not paying attention to what the actual quest is. That's how it always works. Okay, let's make sure everybody is healed up. We've got plenty of stim packs to use. Just in case we hit smack dab. There you are. We want to make sure we're ready to go for this Alpha Deathclaw. And we're going to be hitting it soon, I think. It's going to be, we only got 4 more levels. Okay, so there's, we're going to have to take care of the Alpha Deathclaw and the Raider managing it. So, yeah. Oh, good. I got one back. So, okay. That being said, I think what I am going to do, because I need to I'm now into the point where I need to rebuild everything, and we don't necessarily have to show that online, because who cares? We've been through this. This was the first 80 episodes we've got to this point. We've just now flipped the script and went in a different direction, and we're just starting over, but I don't need to show you that. You pretty much know the process I'm going to employ. That being said, I think I might just send people out to the wasteland to get their last, because it's what I've always been doing. There's the Alpha Deathclaw. Never mind. You got it. I'm not even going to waste it. I'm going to save it for the Alpha. Anyways, what I'm going to do is take the people who are close to being, at, like maybe the level 30, and they need the last 20 levels, put them with the best outfit, put them with the best gun, send them out to the wasteland and let them just level up and collect everything, and hopefully they survive, because I will check them to make sure that they don't die and have to revive them before they expire. There's the Mr. Handy, hello! And then let them level up to 50. They will satisfy a lot of things. They will, 1, get to level 50. They will, 2, get me a lot of caps, and they will, 3, get me a lot of stuff that I can sell for caps. So yeah. Oh, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Yeah, you're done. Nobody cares. You shouldn't. That's like giving, why people who raise tigers and stuff in captivity, why? You're going to die. They're eventually going to get you. It's like, eventually the monster will turn on its master. We're just trying to help you. So yeah, that's how that works. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to send people out to the wasteland, let them level up to 50, and that'll get us all the caps we need. We will. I bet you by the next couple weeks we'll be back to 999,000 caps with that workflow. And we also, and I'm not going to open up any, and I will not open up any lunchboxes until we get to that point, because I don't want to. It's kind of a waste. I know I can get to 999,000 caps. It's not going to be something that is hard to do. Going over 999,000 caps is. And therefore, I do not want to waste Lunchbox caps on this process. I want to go over to the million side, because then, I can use those for building stuff. So it's more bang for my buck, you know what I mean? It's like free money, it's house money. Anything over $1 million is house money. Anything before that, no, don't waste it. Don't waste it. It's like empty calories, I think that's a good analogy, but I like it. So we're going to just finish out this quest, and then we're going to be done, because I've been talking way too long, and I'm getting bored with my own voice at this point. But we did get to show you the newly redesigned vault. We know what our marching orders are, and we're going to go from there. And we're going to keep doing what we're doing. We always do. Let's go into these quests, and there you go. Because that's how we do. We really need to start thinking about. Let's get us over that finish line. I got, what is this, like 83, 84, something like that. I want to get us to 100. I think 100 is a nice stopping point for this series, because we've done everything we wanted to do at that point. And I know that seems like it's like I'm either going to hit that, rush in hitting that goal and do it half-assedly, or we're not going to meet the goal and I'm going to just end it at 100. I don't want to set a deadline just to hit a deadline. I want to be done when I'm done. And if it doesn't happen at 100, fine, whatever. But I think we've already gotten to the point now where it's like we're rehashing things. In fact, I'm not sure if we've actually done this quest before, but I feel like we have. I'd have to check. I'd have to go through YouTube and check. I don't want to do it now, because that'll change. I won't be recording this screen anymore. I'll be recording a different screen, and I don't want to do that. So there you go. Yep. Alrighty. They survived. No problems whatsoever. And we came out on the other side with extra stuff. Okay. They're good to go. Let's get them home. Yay! Kill the Alpha Queen of the Deathclaw. Kill the Alpha Queen's Deathclaw. Sorry, kill the Queen's Alpha Deathclaw and kill the Queen of the Deathclaws. Wow. Brain. And we got a Mr. Handy, chemistry flask, 3 Nuka-Cola quantums, 29,000. That's going to be helpful. And tri-full flag. Yay! Alright. Bringing it back in so we can get it back out. We got 3 and we used 2. Oh well. Oh well. Collect all that stuff and sell it. Hey! Plasma caster. New one. Cool. Yay. And that's a duplicate. That's a duplicate, and these are going to all be duplicates because we've got all that stuff. We built them all. We built all of them. We don't need them anymore. Alrighty. So yeah, you can see we got all this happening here. And Mr. Handy. Hello, Mr. Like we got three. We got two lunchboxes in Mr. Handy. I do not want to open those now because again, I'm up to look. Okay, so here we go. Let's just do this now and get it out of the way. Do it now and get it out of the way. Here we go. Where you at? Where you at? There we go. This one need to be upgraded to... Oh my god, I did not do any of this shit. Okay, well, see what our marching orders are. Did we, okay, I managed to get most of them. Oh, jeez. Alright, well, hey, there you go. As you can see, our neck, we can't, as we can't see because we've got to wait. Hold on. Usually if a Mr. Handy is over here when I get... Oh, for God's sakes, then these guys show up. I don't have time to deal with you. I know I should because I need the caps, but I'm not going to deal with it. Typically, if Mr. Handy is near the gate, or near the front of the vault, when we get attacked from a Deathclaws, one Deathclaw will fall in the front room. Otherwise, they only make it this far. So it's not that big of a deal. Alright, so here we go. Let's see what we got going on here. Extreme Interference, daily quest. I don't need, I mean, yeah, great. That seems like it might be a new one, though. Extreme Interference. We should do that one. And then we have Diplomatic Mission, Formal Wear, send a team. We'll do that. I'll send them out. We'll do this next time. So, I'm not going to... Strange signals are interfering with the radio transmission. Take out a squad out to triangulate the interference from once we're coming from... you hit it right there, didn't you? So yeah, let's send a team out for that for now. I'll send the other team out. Boom! On extreme interference. I'll send the other team out to the other one because it's just the other one, and it requires us to do with other outfits than we're typically used to doing. So cool. Alrighty, there you go. We'll see you next time as I go around and click the board because I need all these caps. Need all the caps. And the other good thing about keeping everything up here is that... Oh, you little shit. Everybody here is going to be training stuff, so that, you know, they'll be... I got to move them in different rooms, but up here is all the leveling up happens. Unless somebody in the training room repeatedly gets attacked by something, then it might be, but otherwise, no.
I want to tell you a scary story. A scary story from my childhood. When I was growing up, the first 10 years of my life were spent in an old house. The house was built probably sometime around the beginning of the century, 20th century at that. It had been updated and added on to and turned into like a different house. But the structure still pretty much stayed the same. There was 3 bedrooms, and there was 5 of us in the house. My brother and I shared a bedroom. My sister had her own room, and my parents had their room. The way that the house was built, my brother and I, our bedroom was in the back corner of the house. And we had to travel through somebody else's room to get out. Either we went through my sister's room and then the bathroom, or we went through my parents' room and then out to a landing that went around came down some steps and then turned a corner and then went down further steps. That's not the only thing that was updated in this house that was kind of weird, but I accepted growing up because I didn't know any better. Off the kitchen, there was a door. A door that looked like an exterior door, and a 70s exterior door at that. It was a solid door with 3 diagonal windows. To me, and it has a lock on it. You could lock from the inside the kitchen, but you could not lock from the room on the other side of it. We just called it the back room. And it had like indoor-outdoor carpeting, and it's where we kept our TV and the tree for Christmas time and the furniture, like just basically our living room. It was it was kind of an interesting concept that I didn't understand, that it was probably like the back porch at one point, and that they enclosed it and then put on a different back porch because, like I said, this house was updated over time. My parents bought it in the late 60s for like $1,000 some. and then we kept it all the way through to like almost the 2000s. Even though we had moved sometime in the 80s, we kept it and rented it out. My brother lived there for a time, and then we rented it out, and then eventually sold it. That's not the scary part. Like I said, the scary part was that on the back side of this house was a huge light. Like, it was like a dusk to dawn light or something along those lines. There was 4 switches on the back of the house. No, there's 3 switches. I'm sorry, 3 switches in the back room, as it were. The one switch handled the lights to that room, which is an overhead light, which is just basically, fluorescent lighting, like a shop light. One handled the back porch light, was just a standard, sconce on the wall of the porch. They handled just that light right there. And then the third light handled this back light that hung above the window on the back room that overlooked the driveway, like the dirt, just the yard itself. It was just one of those dust to dawn lights, just like a bug light, whatever you want to call it. It was very bright. But it was also unreliable in my estimation. Now, memories are a funny thing. They're sometimes unreliable. There are times that I do not remember whether or not I dreamt these events as they were, or if it was a true thing. All I know is that back porch light was unreliable in the sense that I could never count on it to work when I needed it to. Now, this house itself was scary in a sense because it had a basement that was like dirt floor, and it was old and creepy and had a, just very dark and somewhat like a, Cannibal Lecter sense, like the Silence of the Lambs house, in a sense. There was no big, huge open floor with a well in it that somebody was down inside having to put the lotion in the basket. None of that happened, but still, it was just kind of creepy. Also, when you were going to the front of the house to go up the steps, you couldn't see directly behind you when you turned that corner, so something could be coming down the steps to get you. And it was creepy. And it could, get you and attack you, and you'd never know it. Then, also, if you were going up the steps, there was a circular pattern to, the layout, so something could get you from the behind you at the top of the steps coming from my parents' room, or something could just jump out at the there was 2 steps up into the bathroom, and they could get you there. It was just, there was plenty of places for monsters to hide, which was not cool. Also, with my brother in my bedroom, it was, I think initially, I forget what my brother said it was. We had this conversation not too long ago. He said that room was something. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah. What our room layout was, there was a closet on either side of the beds, I should say. And that closet funneled through and then went into the attic through a hole in the ceiling. The worst part about this was that closet was connecting. It was a simple hallway that ran behind the bedroom in between the 2 closet doors. So when you were young and impressionable and had a very overactive imagination, and you were trying to go to sleep at night after seeing The Exorcist or the Poltergeist movie, the first one, and your mind was, younger than 10, and you were freaked out and scared out of your wits, and that happened, you're laying there, and all of a sudden, now you got to realize, okay, any way I lay and turn and look, a monster can come from the other side. So it wasn't like I had a lot of options to stay safe as a child from the monsters that could be in my closet, which were mostly in my head. But it was a bit. There was a lot of anxiety living in that house, and it was just from my own imagination. But I'm getting kind of off track here. So now that I've given you the entire house, as it were, that was kind of scary, let's fast forward to 1983. I was 8 or 9 years old, depending on when this happened. I don't remember offhand. And the reason why I told you the story about the backlight, because that will come into the back room, the light off the back room on the back side of the house, that will come into play. My friends and his parents took us to see E.T. Okay? E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Family movie, awesome movie. It's, feel good, whatever. But there were some scary parts to that movie. And the scary parts of that movie were, one, E.T. being seen in the shed out back and freaking in the cornfield, freaking out Elliot. E.T. hiding amongst the dolls or the stuffed animals in the closet, which is kind of creepy if you think about it, because it was in a closet. Okay, and I told you about my closet. Regardless of how lovable and wonderful the E.T. really was, there was still a little bit of anxiety towards that. Things happening. Also, towards the mid to the end of the movie, when the government descends onto the house, all the guys dressed up in space suits or hazmat suits or whatever, and like breathing heavy like Darth Vader, just clawing through your coming into the house. Kind of scary to a kid, because it was meant to be scary a little bit. So there were plenty of things that were like jump scares or something that would attach itself to my brain and to be used later against me. So I saw the movie with my friend, and we went home. Now, they lived across town, and this was 1983. We had no internet. We had no cell phones. We had no texting ability. I had no money to call my parents and let them know I was coming home. It was just, hey, you're out with your friend and his parents who are responsible adults. They're going to drop you off at the house. You'll be fine. The door will be unlocked. You don't have to have a key at this moment. Everybody, will do their thing, and it'll be okay. It's just all going to work out, no problems. And we accept this as fact. That's what's going to happen. So I come home after the movie, and this was a 9 o'clock, either 7 or 9 o'clock movie. I'm not exactly sure which, but it was dark outside. And they drop me off, and I walk up the steps, and there is no front porch light on to greet me. So I'm walking into the house of anxiety, unprepared, or ill-prepared, as it were. Walk in the front, and there's no lights on. There's no light on. There's the front hallway light's not on. Beyond that is the dining room. That light's not on. The kitchen light's not on. The only thing that I can see is on is that light on the back porch. And I cannot find my parents anywhere. So as I go through, and luckily each room I hit, the light switch is right there or within reach that I can just grab it. So I come into the house, and the first thing I do is I turn on the hallway light. And I yell, Mom, Dad, hello, I'm home. Nothing. I walk through the hallway, past the steps that you cannot see behind you, when something can run down the steps and get you, or reach over the banister and grab you. That could happen. Get into the dining room. And immediately in the dining room, you pass by, there was like an armchair, and then the dining room table. And then the doorway to the kitchen on your right with a pass-through window and the light switch. So I turn on the light switch there. Okay, fine. Go into the kitchen, nothing there. So I'm like, all right, well, maybe they're in the back room, and I can't really see. Maybe they have the lights off and they're watching TV in the dark. Who knows? Open up the door to the back room. Of course, it's a solid door with 3 very small lights that are out of my ability to see through because I'm short, under the age of 10. Nothing. Not a thing. Completely pitch black. No lamps on. Nothing. The house, for better, terms, is abandoned at this point. I have been abandoned at this point, as far as I'm concerned. But at least the only thing I can tell is there's a faint light coming through the window from that big, huge-ass basketball light on the back of the house. That big white beacon of safety shining over the yard is on, and that'll keep me safe from the monsters that are in the dark. And I can at least use that to maneuver over to the light switch panel and turn on the light in the room, so I can at least see what's happening there. Maybe sit down and watch, TV until my parents get home or wherever they're at. I reached for the light switch, and again, it's still kind of in the dark, and the first thing I hit, there's nothing happens except the basketball light goes off. Apparently, I misread where the switches were, and I hit the last one, and that turned the light off outside. Now, the reason why this is important that I explain all these things to you about that light, that it being unreliable, is that when you flip the light off, and it shuts off, and you turn it back on, it doesn't turn on. It either takes a while to warm up, and again, I never knew these things, because I was so young, and I didn't understand the concepts of this stuff. But that light, you flip that switch, it's like going into a scary movie where the power's been cut and people sit there and flip the switch and nothing happens, and they continue to flip it back and forth and nothing happened. And I turned that switch back on, and there was no light coming back on, and I'm like, shit, I have just ruined myself. I'm screwed. The monsters I'm fair game. I've given them the opening to just come in and rip me to shreds. Now, I don't remember why that light was the way it was and why it was unreliable like that. And like, again, memories are unreliable from childhood, because your anxiety and your imagination tend to shape the way the memory is formed. And then when you're an adult and you look back, it's hard to discern what was real and what was your own, doing. On top of that, I had several dreams as a child of being chased by monsters in my house, and that light going off and never coming back on. In fact, in my dreams in that house, anytime I switched a light off, it would never turn back on again, ever. So part of me is like, okay, now as an adult, did that actually happen the way I described it? When I turned that light off and tried to turn it back on, was that from the reality of that night after seeing E.T., or was that part of the dream that I had one other time that described that room in detail? Again, I don't know. All I know is that I come home from this movie, the house is completely pitch black, nobody's around, and I'm in the dark and scared out of my gourd. And I have no clue where safety is at this point. I'm in the dark. And I know if I run back through the darkened house, I'm going to find the monsters that I missed the first time around. And I have no idea where my parents are at. And I can't even begin to describe you how I find safety. I had thoughts of actually running outside and figured, well, scary houses, you just go outside. You don't stay in the house, you go outside. Well, the real threats to the were outside the house, because my neighborhood had some shady elements to it. I begin carefully and with a heartbeat that I can hear inside my own ears, walking back through the house to where the front light in the front hallway was still on. And I turned the corner to the steps and went upstairs to the bathroom, because at this point I had to pee. And at some point I ran into my parents. I know that seems like kind of a letdown. That seems like kind of like anticlimactic. Oh my God, I was waiting for the monster to be there and it was just your dad. I like I said, again, I can't tell you. Were they gone? Were they, I don't know. I don't know where my parents were at. I don't know if they had gone somewhere to get some food and they just returned home. I never heard a door shut. I never heard anything. All I know is that I came around the corner and ran right into them, and it scared the pee out of me even more so. And they never explained where they were. They said, we've been here the whole time. In my memory, in my remembering of that story, of that actually happening in my childhood, they were still in the house according to their admission. And therefore, the scariest night of my life was not that particular day. However, in decades later, I was living at home after graduating college and working as a bartender. And we were in a different house. And I had been out working and had come home, and it was like late on a Friday or Saturday night, I don't know which. And I had come home to my parents' house that I had been living in since the age of 10. Knew like the back of my hand. Was not as anywhere near as scary as the house that I grew up in the first 10 years. It was a brand new house. There couldn't be any ghosts because it was a house that wasn't even there before. It wasn't built on some kind of Indian burial ground. There was no cemetery there before. It was an empty lot. There was a field, and now I had a house on it. And now, 20 years later, I had come in from a late night of working to an empty, abandoned house in the dark. And I walked into the garage, and I walked into the dining area, breakfast nook, whatever you want to call it, and flipped on the light, and I heard a noise. And I heard a noise, and I heard a noise. And it kept going repeatedly. Thump, 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 thump. And I heard like a soft moan. And I looked back out in the garage, and my parents' car was there. I knew my parents were home. It was after, it was like 11:30 o'clock at night. I mean, they're going to be home. But still, there was nobody around, and I just heard this noise. And it was kind of frightening. And then I realized what the noise was, because then it ended. And then I heard a door open, and I heard a bathroom. I had just walked in to the room directly below my parents' bedroom, and they were in it, together, in bed. And at that moment, I was transported back to 1983, in that scary house where the lights didn't work, and my parents said that they were there the whole time, but I could never find them, and just realized I had come home to my parents doing it. And that is the scariest story ever.
Just a damn mess everywhere we look. We've only got 27,000 caps because we destroyed all of our entire reserves putting in those extra elevators, but we are doing fine otherwise, and we're going to go do some quests too. Get some more money if we can. What do we got going on? What do we got? Choo choo. We can only send one dweller out. Crap. Okay. So let's send out. Let's send out Anne. Let's give her Pip. Oh no. We ain't doing that. We're gonna do that. We're not gonna give you Pip, sorry. We want to be able to get back and because it's gonna take otherwise it's gonna take too long. So actually we're not gonna take you. We're gonna take a nap because we're tired. Alright, let's give you that one and put you back in your regular outfit for now. Oh, for Pete's sake, is everybody just showing up? Everybody just showing up. Alright, let's go. Get you out there. Come on, before something else happens. Bye-bye. What is actually our thing here? Whoops. Send a lone vault dweller with a railway rifle out to wreak havoc. One of your dwellers won't start calling himself the Pain Train. Let's make that nickname a reality. Oh my gosh, what are we gonna? Oh dear Lord, what are we gonna do to these people? Wow. Okay, I'm gonna get some stuff lined up to do because I gotta wait for a while for that person to get to where they're at. So let's just send some people out to do stuff. And sure, we're gonna send out Game Show Gauntlet. We're gonna send out just 2 people because we're crazy like that. We are crazy. Yeah, we're crazy. Crazy, insane, nuts for the woman. Alright, yeah. Then we'll do those offline, but we'll be back to tackle the choo-choo mother... Okay. Alright, we can go do this now. Choo-choo, mother trucker! Choo-choo! Kill the raider, boss. I tell you what, the railway... Yeah! Okay, I screwed it up. Railway rifle was one of my favorite weapons in Fallout 3. It just sounded cool. Boom, boom, boom. It's gonna take a while. Yeah. So, oh my ability to record has gotten even worse. Hopefully, there's of course sound on this video. I don't have to re-record anything. But you're talking about being overwhelmed. Here, one person against the world in this. We got a dog. we got a dog. Some of you might remember, this is actually almost a year since we had to say goodbye to Haley. Wonderful dog. Best dog in the world. Megan had her for 16 years, and it was just her time. She went as long as she could and for as hard as she could, but it was time. And we've been hemming and hawing over the idea, and you know, we had the wedding redo happen last December, and we were still getting settled into the house and trying to get things unpacked, and then going through all that and just getting things settled to the point where we were kind of like, we don't know what to do. We're kind of like, bleh. So it was, you know, we were always thinking that we were going to have another dog at some point. We just didn't know what that was going to be. Well, of course, we already still have Meow, the cat, Bean, as we call him, and he's, you know, he looks like he's bored because he kind of misses having another animal in the house. So we're not going to get another cat because, well, both of us are allergic, and this is going to be probably the last cat we have. I mean, I've had 4 cats, now 5th cat from 2003 on. So, you know, 20 years of having cats, and I don't remember what it's like to not be able to have allergies, but for the most part, it's kind of like, you know, we're going to eventually have another dog, and then he has somebody to play with, sort of, you know, just have a companion, somebody on his level. And we started looking around, and you know, we don't want to adopt a senior dog, although I do recommend ever doing it if you have love in your heart for an animal, because, you know, sometimes they don't get a fair deal. But the problem with a senior dog is that, one, that our hearts just can't take it right now. Like we did this, which has only been a year, and you know, nobody's to say how long it takes for somebody to get over something like that. But that's part one. Part two is that, and we discussed this with our vet. We said, look, you know, when you get a senior dog, they're either going to love a cat that's in the house already, that's established, or they're going to hate it. If you like the dog and the dog works up, but it doesn't work with the cat, well, then what do you do? So we decided to go younger. Well, not too young, like 8 weeks or whatever, but we got 4 months, kind of like a good idea. And we found one in a local rescue. Has been through about 5 foster homes, and she's adorable. She's part pug, part pibble, as we call them. Just has this like squirrely, you know, curly Q tail, and she's adorable. Her name's Millie. She's black and white, so we're kind of keeping with the tuxedo idea. And she is, you know, a sweet little, you know, she's still a puppy at 4 months old. And she's only about 20 pounds, and like I said, she's part pug, so she's probably not going to get that much bigger. But we thought, well, let's give it a whirl. So we had a meet and greet between the foster, who, you know, the person who was transporting her, or the foster, and you know, us, and having to see how it went with the cat. And he, you know, when she first came in, she was very, very skittish. So apparently she had been on the streets with her brother in a part of Pittsburgh, and, you know, I think she had gone through some trauma. So it was kind of like, you know, she was very, very scared to be here, very sort of weary. And he was kind of like, oh, what's going on here? And he'd like get up, look at her, and kind of like sniff at her, and she would growl at him. We're like, okay, that's not going to go well. And then after a little bit, she sort of like came out of her shell and was like, you know, was all over the damn place. You know, the broken liquor. You know, the dog has a liquor problem. And she's all over the place, just slobbering you to death, and so sweet. And she's puppy. She's, you know, she's just puppy mentality, puppy actions, and all that other stuff. And then now all of a sudden it was becoming a little bit more real for the cat, and he was sort of like backing away and hissing, and so you make the pain train. So you're the pain train. Don't make me laugh. You ain't railroading us. Oh God, the puns. Well, let's see if we're gonna take care of the one. Yeah. All right, we'll take you out. Whoops. Well, okay. So now all of a sudden it was, you know, the shoe was on the other foot. She was kind of like wasn't aggressive, but was very, you know, interested in him, and he was kind of like backing up, hissing, and then a couple of times he didn't take a swing at her, but he just kind of like put his paw up, like, you know, back off, and she, you know, listened a little bit. So the first meet and greet, that was about as well as it went, and then we did it again like a few days later, like maybe like a week later, and it was kind of the same thing. It was, you know, just came in, just not sure of herself, and then it took her less time to come out of her shell. And we're like, okay, let's go back and let's have a discussion and think about this. So we went and we talked to our vet, who we trust, the guy I went to high school with. I mean, I've known him, for 30 years, and he's a solid earth kind of guy, great guy, and I trust his opinion. And he's the one that came and took care of Haley when we needed it to be, and he came to my house to do it. So, value his opinion. And he said, look, give it about 3 weeks. Cat is going to acclimate. Dog is going to acclimate. It just takes a little bit of time. The fact that he hasn't run away from her or completely attacked her, or she hasn't completely attacked him, is a good sign. It just takes some time. And it's a puppy, but the puppy mentality, puppy actions, you got to take care of that. And, if that doesn't work out after that, then maybe. But, let's see how it is. It's got to give it that chance. So, we said yeah. We decided to adopt the puppy. Alright, we got heavy combat armor, Yagai-eyed, for fancy form wear, 3 Nuka-Cola quantums, and some caps. Woo! Alrighty, we're gonna bring you back in. You only got one. We'll do that. Let's see what the next quest is gonna be. Get rid of that shit. Get rid of that. Alright. They've got 14 minutes. Oh, I hate using up one. They've got 5 minutes, and that's my normal band of merry men and women. Alright, let's see here. What do we got coming up here? The outfit run. We don't need any outfits. Honeymoon horror, and there's a word. Oh. Okay. Sure. I don't know if I remember that one. Do we have... We have one. Shit. We have one. We can take it from people who are in other locations, I'm sure. So, let's, yeah, and it's Rad Scorpions. I don't want to just do it with one. So, alright, let's bring them in from another quest that I was doing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got a duplicate. Alright, let's see how to bring them that. Alright. Coffee break. Boop. Coffee break. Boop. Coffee break. Boop. Alright. Let's go do it, shall we? Yeah. Some newlyweds from a nearby settlement went to a secluded cave to celebrate, in quotes, in private. They haven't returned, and neither has the original rescue party. Oh, maybe the rumors of rat scorpions are true after all. Better gear up. Oh boy. Oh boy. Rescue the newlyweds. Alrighty. Let's go get them. So yeah, oh, you're the rescue party, but we're not going any deeper with all the red scorpions around. Well, is that the rescue party, or is that the rescue party? Cat ahead to find them and what? To do your job, so hand over the stim packs. To do your job, now give us a right away, so you won't be needing to do your job, and we'll be taking one of those laser rifles with you to do your job, but we will keep quiet about your cowardice if you've got enough caps. So I can either get stim packs. I'm going with the caps, because, yeah, I mean, I have to say something, and I have to, 2,500, okay, whatever. So yeah, we got, oh boy, we got Millie yesterday. She came to the house. Come on. And, so far, it's been a bit of a challenge. She got a lot of energy. And, yeah, it's, day 2, and we're sort of, tired. But, that's how things go. But I'm willing to give it the chance because, she deserves to have a forever home. I hate to... Oh, come on. Why can't... Yeah. Yeah, it'll fine. We're not going to call anybody else. So, alright. Whew. Anybody need some healing? We're okay for now. Okay, so that's that. But what else is happening? Oh, right here. We're about what at close to almost 100 episodes at this point. Yeah, and I mean we've got this thing licked kinda. We're just sort of swirling the drain with some of these quests. Haven't really found anything either. And I thought about something about, like, what would happen if we did some testing on saying, okay, let's try to get everybody to 100% happiness. And I just don't know that I really want to go there. I mean, these are things you can do. Somebody had asked previously of whether or not the PC version has been updated, and it has not. I did a check. I went through and like I said, I reinstalled, and I think we talked about this before. I reinstalled, or I did, and it was the video that I lost all the audio, and I had to talk about my scary childhood. But we did have, I did install the Steam version again, and tried it out, and it was still on 1.13. So earlier I said I maintained that is one of two things: either they were not going to do it at all, or they're waiting until there was a plateau effect of people playing on the mobile and the amount of money that they could generate from the ads that are in the game, or the from any sales of in-game items. And if, especially from the mobile aspect, if they weren't getting any more ad revenue from from that, then they would maybe turn on the updates in the PC version. But I don't know that I mean, here's the thing, and maybe it's just me, because I feel the same way about everything. Is, oh, there's the honeymooners. Yay. A nice cat kept us safe. Oh, that's the cat we're getting. Okay. Please don't take us back to the sun. It's horrible there. So, oh my God. Will you just please shut up and go home already? You've caused enough trouble. Actually, there's room available for one more person. Wow. So, okay, hold on a second here. Here's the options here. So, would you please just shut up and go home already? You've caused enough trouble. Their response is going to be fine, but you're stuck with the ugly dress. They gave me a dusty librarian outfit. Really? So that's a librarian outfit, which is that's considered formal wear. It's intelligence +4, intelligence, and +1 luck. If you say, actually, there's room in the vault for Patricia, Grant will say, Patricia will say, darling, I'll never forget you as I toil away in complete safety to stay strong. Or, no, he says that to her as Patricia comes with us. If you say, there's room in my vault for one more person, Grant, you're invited. She'll say, my husband would never abandon... Oh, you want to go? Fine. Then go. And then the last option is, sure, I'll just tell your settlement the Rat Scorpion's got you. He says, sure, thanks. But can you also take this formal wear back for us? It's a rental. So formal wear is the guy. So so here's the thing. You got either a +3 luck formal wear, which I don't think is going to be something that we care about. We would just scrap it or sell it. But the librarian outfit is actually useful because it's a +4 intelligence and +1 luck. So I think we're gonna just say, would you please shut up and go home already? You've caused enough trouble. Either way, there's no penalty for this. You get a person, one or two. I don't really care. I'm not gonna, my moral choices, I don't want to split them up. Whatever. Would I be a little bit snarky and say, get the GTFO? Yeah, I could. Or I'll just let I would, but I want the reward. I want the best reward. So I'm going to say, would you please shut up and go home already? Okay, fine, but you're stuck with it. There we go. We got the there. We got that. All right. So there we go. I don't think it's a bad trade-off at all. Really don't. Because, you know, I will find more use from a librarian outfit than I will with the +3 luck outfit. There's no benefit to a +3 outfit at this stage in the game. But, and I don't feel bad about looking these up on, because, again, the game is now how old, and we've played it through thousands of times, and this is more just about, you know, once again, proving the point that you don't have to spend money. And that's what I was trying to get back at, is like, you know, the whole idea about spending money on in-game items, or, you know, on you know, this stuff, buying things on the mobile version as a way to keep it from being on the PC version. No, but I mean, that you can do on either. And I don't think anybody's spending their money on this one way or the other. So it's got to be about the ad revenue, and I just don't think that the ad. I mean, who, you know, nobody's watching these ads unless they want to start out strong and get extra stuff, because that's kind of how they have it geared. Is if you know, go watch a video, we'll give you a. You can skip ahead, or you can skip using Nuka-Cola Quantums. You can go get Nuka-Cola Quantums. You can get a Lunchbox. So maybe they are finding it. I don't know. Because if they're getting a ton of new users trying it out, who are starting out early Vault games and are not fully advanced into like the end games that we are in, so then they maybe are. So maybe they will. We've seen some games that do provide, you know, other platform updates later on. One used to, but that was because there was a different platform and took time to code. You know, I just think this is just, they're making money on mobile. Why would they support having to have people bug test and develop and all that other stuff for the you know, the other versions? So unless they can incorporate that into Steam, I don't know otherwise. Maybe they haven't had this discussion. Maybe that's a discussion with Steam, with Vault, whatever it is, the people that own Steam. Just, you know, do that, but I guess not. Scottish Fold. Ooh, wonderful. Alright, they're coming back in. We're going to let them come back in, and we'll do the next quest next time we record. You guys can come in too. Yay. Yay, I think we should open up these lunch boxes. Why not? Sure. Boop. Oh. That's right, we had to wait a day. I had to wait a day. It was 17 hours for them to get out there, so I had to wait a day. Day 3 with a dog. Tell you what, you know, Megan took her out for a walk. I took her out for a walk, and she's still got a lot of energy. Whew. So, okay, let's go ahead and do... Oh, well, crap. Just making some room in case we get these lunch boxes of stuff. Alright, I'll do more later. Let's open them up. Oh, that's right, we got a Mr. Handy. I was holding off on opening up because I didn't know what I was going to do with them. Crap. So we're going to have to build some more floors in there. Maybe more storage, I don't know. No, we don't want anybody then. We have to go build more things. In the shit robe. What else we got? Power. Not even paying attention at this point. Yow guy hide. And, ooh, 3 dogs outfit. Oh, we got 3 dog, don't we? So, well, that's nice. A swing dress. Ooh, that's kind of neat. That's good. That's good. Caps. Ooh, Nuka-Cola, yay. Globe. Caps. I always hate opening these up when I the whole point was I was going to wait till I got 999,000 caps again, but it doesn't matter at this point. It really doesn't. Stim pack, shovel. 4 more. That's the one we already got. Yeah, got it anyways. Incognito leisure wear. The one we don't have the whatchamacallit for, the recipe to make, but we got one. Nice. New outfit from the 25th anniversary update. Caps. Food. Military circuit board. Yay. BB gun me. And lucky form wear. That's nice. That's better. And then we got the last one. We got caps. We got radiation suit. Shovel. Power. And more caps. Alright, there you go. There you have it. That's it. That's a wrap for this week. Like I said, I gotta fill in. I'm gonna fill in. I'm gonna just. Gosh. I'm gonna put. I don't know what I'm gonna put on here. Maybe what I do is we got 2 floors, right? So maybe what I do is figure out a way to put in. Let's see here. So this was SPCIA and then LL. Maybe we move this down to here, move this down to here, put this in. It doesn't really matter. I'll figure out something. I think we're gonna reorganize it so I can have a couple more floors and get that done, and then we'll be good. We'll be square. Happy birthday for Fallout Shelter! It's 8 years old this week. Well, congratulations on getting to 8. And they're gonna give away some stuff, including 3 lunchboxes of Mr. Handy, 2 pet carriers, and 10 Nuka-Cola Quantums. Of course I'm going to claim all that stuff. I just have no place to put the Mr. Handys yet. Ah, jeez. Alright, with that out of the way, my goodness, we've still got, like I said, I didn't get to, I just didn't get to it. I was meant to destroy this and reset, but I only had 145,000 caps at this point, and I want to like move the radio room and the theme and outfit, and they're still working on one. They still got another day, so I was trying to wait for them to get done, and then move these row down to here, and then build this back in. That's going to take a little bit extra time, but yeah, almost got it where I want it. All right, Guy Fieri, we just saw Guy Fieri there. I don't know where the hell he was at, but oh well. Let's go ahead and do that quest that we were going to do. Out of the vault, into the shadows, destroy Eli Calvert's raiders with your military death squad. For far too long, the evil bandit, Eli Calvert, has raided the innocent dwellers of the wasteland. For the safety of your vault, assemble your soldiers and raid death upon Eli and his gang of madmen. Okay. Sure. And we need to get you... Oh, dear Lord. Okay, so we need to have at least... What is the requirement? We need to have officer fatigues, which is a +5. And we don't have +5s available. So we're going to just take... we're going to just take yours. And we're going to take yours. And you've got 17... 11... And yours. We'll take yours, and you've got Wasteland Junk. And I think we're going to give you Pip. So we can get, I think there's some critical hits we can get. So let's get them out there. Go have fun. Oh, they still got the damn railway rifles, or some of them do. It don't matter. We know it doesn't matter. We can do it. We can do it. We'll figure it out. It's okay. I'll figure that out offline, and we'll be back. All right, there. It's time to do Out of the Vault, Into the Shadows. Kill Eli Calvert. Alrighty. So. Update on the front of everything. Yeah. The dog. Oh my gosh, the dog. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about that. She's at the vet right now with Megan. We have possibility of getting her into a obedience class or training class tonight. Hopefully that'll help things, because she just seems very reactive to other, like, we've taken her to PetSmart, we've taken her to Tractor Supply on a leash, keeping her very close. She's more like sometimes people, and I don't know why, because she came in with the guy that brought her to us, and she was perfectly fine, never barked at us. Now, if I'm upstairs, Megan downstairs, I walk around, the dog, there's something going on in the house. But as soon as she sees me, she's fine. But you walk her somewhere, and she gets all bent out of shape over people. I don't know why. I have no idea. And I just got a text from Megan saying, I don't know if this is going to work. We had to muzzle her because she nipped at a tech, the vet tech. And, oh, man. So, well, I mean, yeah, she's at the vet, so I can understand that. But, again, I don't know. I really don't know. But it's funny because it's like, we think she has the UTI, first of all, because she keeps going around the one room and she pees in that room, the dining room. I've taken her out within an hour. She went. It took her out 3 times within an hour because she was at the door, and can't tell if the dog wants to go out and play because the other dogs on either side of us are outside, or if she has to go to the bathroom. We're not going to take that chance because obviously had peed in the house. Took her outside and she went. So 3 times in an hour, she at least squatted and went. I guess this is it. This is the guy. Oh God, let me click. Oh, for flipping hell! He's dead now. So I had to catch it in a cup when we're outside, and we had to get other stuff because we have to get all of our clearance before we can even decide to go to training. This is obedience class, so I had to go grab other stuff to check for worms, anything else like that. Shouldn't be, because this was coming from a foster home, but you never can tell. And I just don't know what's going on, because this animal, sweet as can be, but at the same time can turn on you on a dime, and it's just like, yeah, she was out in the streets, she was out, and I don't want to hear any, well, that's the breed. No, it's not. It's the people who have it. Because I have known... Oh. Well, okay. Alright, well, they're going to fight. I have known pit bulls, and they can be the sweetest dog. If they're not raised and trained to be nice and obedient, and they are made to feel threatened, made to feel violent and all that, yeah, that's going to happen. But it's the people. It's not inherent to a breed. Now, you can argue with me all you want. I'm not going to engage in that because I've seen it. I know people who they are into the rehab of image of pit bulls. Like there's a group that they are rehabbing the image of pit bulls. Not going to go there. But she's only half, she's a half pug, so she snores. She's not very big, but she might be small, but there she is mighty. And it's just really upsetting that, we can't figure this out. But again, it's only been a week. She's still a puppy. She's not even, she's what, almost 5 months old? So we haven't even given her a chance yet. And I don't want to keep throwing her into the system because I want to solve this. So we're going to keep trying to do what we do, and as best we can, to ensure that this, dog gets a good life. She deserves it, We all do in this world. So I just think we're reacting too quickly. That's my thought. We're just reacting too quickly. We have to go through the motions, get this done, go do the steps, and work on it. The whole point of it was, should we just get an older dog? We get an older dog that's going to be, they're either going to like the cat, they're not going to like the cat. They're getting along to the point where they're not killing each other. She wants to play with him. He's just kind of like, you're at a 5. I need you at about a 3, Or more like a 7, but I just don't know. All right. Well, we got it all done. We killed him. Let's go. Yep. Alrighty, let's see what we got. Oh, a fire hydrant bat. We didn't have that one. We had the heavy murk here. Alright, let's see what else we got going on here. We'll do one more. The Abyss. Great movie. Yeah, let's get you going. Explore the bottomless depths. What's that say? Explore the depth of a bottomless vault. Well, I don't think it's going to be bottomless. We've all heard the rumors of bottomless vault, one that is deeper than any others that have been built, but now it actually seems that we have actually located it. We need to send a recon party and explore the vault and unlock its deadly secret. It's, you know. Alright, get you back into your correct jumpsuit. Yeah. And get you back your correct gun. Or do we not have? We're gonna take. Miss, you are. Come on! Oh, for flipping hell. We're gonna take yours. Alright. Okay! Let's get them going. Where is Pip? I put Pip on someone else. Yeah, you need to be there. Get on it. Have fun. Oh, for loving. Solve the secret of the vault. 4? No. Oh my. Holy shit snacks. It's a big one. It's a big boy. Wow. Okay. How about that? Yeah. Okay. This is gonna be a long ass one. Oh, well, okay, so I have a conundrum. I hate talking about other games, but this is important. This is sort of, part and parcel of everything we do here at the Angry Cast. It goes a little something like this. Back in 2020, I had bought a laptop. Okay, let's take it back even further. Bought a laptop in 2012, the beginning of the Angry Cast. All right, and I don't know for much about computers that I do know, and working in IT and all that, I know very little about some of the most simplest things in the world. And a 12-year-old could figure it out and tell me. In fact, I had a conversation with Bailey yesterday about this, and she went on and on about it. I got this laptop in 2012. It was an HP NV6, and I thought, I'm going to be able to play video games with this thing. And it had Intel HD graphics. Yeah. If you remember, fans of the, if you've been around since the early days, 10 years ago, when we started doing this kind of stuff, I kicked off everything doing Minecraft. And the reason I got that new laptop is because the one before that was a Windows 7 machine, and you couldn't run Minecraft unless you were on some of the lower settings, and God forbid you do mod packs. It just 1 frame per second. So I got the newer one, and I was like, oh, this is running great. This is awesome. And it was fine, and I could play a bunch of stuff. And then I tried to do what was it called? Dead Island Riptide, and there's like a handful of videos. Some of my earliest big view count videos were about me failing at trying to play Dead Island Riptide, just because of the simple fact that it was just crawling at like 1 frame per second. And I'm like, why is the game slowed so much? Why is the game so slow every time I do this? And I made some adjustments, and then I went through. I'm like, I can't figure it out. And people were like buying into they were like all right there with me, and I was dumb. I was dumb at the time. I didn't realize how dumb I was. The PC I had, you couldn't run Dead Island Riptide with it that well at all. And then on top of that, I was running Fraps and recording it, and everything's like, as soon as I stopped recording, the game ran semi-fine. And I couldn't understand. I'm like, oh, yeah, well, that makes a hell of a lot of sense now. Oh, hello. Yeah, it was not a cool thing. So once I figured out that, you can't run everything on Intel HD graphics, I had made plans. At some point, I was going to replace this laptop with a better gaming system. I owe it, to the process if I'm going to do that. Now, of course, I wasn't making any money off the Angrycast, not making any money off of any of these videos, still not making any money off these videos, so I can't really justify getting a better computer to play video games, to record, when I'm not making any money off them anyways. It's just like, throwing money down a hole. but I was willing, to give it a try. So, flash forward 7 years later to 2020, and we are in lockdown protocols, and I'm remote and can't really do much, and I have a little bit more extra time to fart around on the PC because I'm not spending 2 hours of my day driving back and forth to work. My laptop dies. That crap top, as I called it, that NV6 finally died. And I was like, oh no, what am I going to do? Because of the Mongo Angry Mongo Smash, my graphic design end of things, and the Angry Cast, which recording videos for YouTube, I needed I needed something. And I remember I had this big old thing in the back of my head. I'm gonna go buy a big old gaming rig, the liquid cooling things and all manner of bells and whistles and neon lights and aliens and other whatever see-through things. Because again, I don't know much about how these things work. So yeah, I was planning on. I still had a long way to go. I could have slowed my roll a little bit. So I was going to go and buy this, put money aside to spend on a big, huge honkin' machine. At the same time, though, we had just bought a house. Our wedding was like 3 months away. So I didn't have that. I didn't have a place to put it either. We hadn't moved yet. So I was like, okay, I just need something. So I went and I spent probably $1,300, I think, whatever, for this Omen core. It's I don't even know what the heck, but I know it's got a NVIDIA. I think it's got at least a 2060, I think, in it. And it was great. I mean, everything runs fine on it. Awesome. I mean, I have some slowness, and it heats up a lot when I'm playing stuff like Satisfactory or 7 Days to Die or anything like that. But for the most part, everything runs really, really great, and it's awesome. And the funniest part about it was when I first started out doing that, and I realized I couldn't play a lot of great games. Once I got a PlayStation 4, I was like, oh, I'm going to shift my gaming from PC because I don't have the money to keep buying hard drives. Ooh, that didn't work out. I didn't have the money to keep buying hard drives. So, Fraps, usually a 2 to 3 minute video clip runs about 4 gig. And that's not great. But on the PlayStation, all the compression on that stuff, because of the way that they do their thing, the file sizes were for a 10-minute clip was just about the same amount, if not less, in terms of size. And that's cool because I was like, I can get all the stuff I do. And I actually had it down to a science where I would record 10 minutes, but I would do it in such a way that I knew what I needed, and I didn't have to take everything over. Like I recorded on PC, I just had everything, and I had to sift through all the clips to find the meat, to find the nuggets that I could put in together for a 20-minute video. So an hour and a half worth of recording would be boiled down into 20 minutes of good material, which again, that's subjective, but the idea being that that was there. So, I gotta go back here. Oh crap. Then I found out that it was a lot harder for me to have to, keep transporting stuff, and I was losing things for whatever reason because of the way the PlayStation sometimes, I would lose. You'd hit a wrong button.
Oh, hello there. I hadn't seen you there. We don't get many visitors down here and all these critters and whatnot. It only gets worse as you go deeper, so my brother tells me. He lives near the bottom where it's cool and quiet.
How much further down is your brother's place? What can you tell us about this place?
You should ask my brother. He used to be the overseer of this vault.
Guessing maybe a glowing one. I don't know how that's going to work out. You hit a wrong button, you do something stupid, you lose a clip, and it just became harder and harder for me to maintain. The less time I had, effectively was cutting into my ability to put out videos at a good pace. So getting this newer machine PC was a step towards me having better quality, like Papa John's pizza, better, ingredients, better pizza kind of idea. The problem was, though, is that I was having trouble recording with Fraps, and I think it was because of Fraps isn't like being updated anymore. Fraps is pretty much end of life. It still works, you can still use it, but it's not great. And the whole entire time I'm doing this, I'm thinking, and like I'm still running out of space everywhere I turn. How am I going to keep doing these things? I didn't realize that the laptop, the Omen itself, came with a capture card on. I mean, like basically, there's this G-Force or whatever it's called on this laptop, and from the capture card, from the graphics card, it does its own recording, and I'm like, oh my god, that's great! It's built in. I don't have to have a separate thing. And I paid what, $36 for Fraps back in 2012. So not like I was really it was a step up, and it was for free, and I didn't throw away money. I got really 10 good years out of it almost. So I had then found out, and then using that, I had a lot of great footage that it had smaller space. It was compressed better, and I could still play better games. So this was great, awesome, everything's cool. Gah! Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There we go, got one. Problem is now it's 2020. It's now 2023, and I keep forgetting that it's been 3 years, that it's been that long, and now here we are. I'm staring at 2023. I don't have I think I talked about it before. I have a credit card. Oh, I wonder if that was him. Oh, come on, get him. Come on, no. Get the other guy. Well, now you will. He can't fix anybody, but he can hurt us harder. Oh dear. All right. 2023. I can't believe it's been 3 years. It feels like it's been a year. I feel like we've somehow lost 2 years of our lives, and we don't know where they went. And I don't. It's like 2020 was simultaneously so far ago, and yet it was just like yesterday. The whole point of this entire long-ass diatribe about that machine, and I had another point and I lost it right now, was that, oh yeah, the credit card. Credit card. I had this credit card that you use it every day. You use it every day for stuff that you would just normally use your bank account for. Gonna get gas, gonna get groceries, fine. Go to the store, buy those things, and then you just pay off that credit card bill before it starts to gain interest. So you're using your bank card, or using your credit card the same way you would use your bank card. And the great thing about it is that for every dollar, you get so many points. And it's actually figures into being like $2 for a point or something like that. It ends up being $2 per point, and I don't know what constitute a point, but there's tiers. You go certain places, that's this much. You go to certain other places, that's this much. Everything else falls into like the 1%. There's like 1, 2, 3, and 4% rewards. You can use them to pay off your bill. You can do everything else with it. I've been saving them up, and I did this before when I got the PlayStation 3 and I got the Wii for free, where I just saved all those things and turned them in. So I'm doing the same thing. I was going to use it to get a PlayStation 5 because I was, wanting to get a PlayStation 5, do all that, and have that, and everything, be great. And I have, at work, we have these reward points for doing a good job. People give you a pat on the back and say, oh, you did great. Thanks for helping me out. You get points. And they translate into 1 point per dollar. So that's pretty cool because it's like you can get gift cards. You can get cash. Right now, I've got about 225 points saved up from work. So that's $225. I've got 230,000 points through the credit card, which roughly translates into about no, actually no, it's 100. It translates into like roughly twice that. So it's like $270,000. So between the two things, I have like over $500, which would be enough to get a basic digital version of the PlayStation. And I was going to do that. I was going to pull the trigger on it. But I've changed my mind. I've changed what I want to do with this. I've changed what I want to do because I'm thinking I want to get a new gaming rig. I want to get a PC. I want to I want to play games on. I want to get a PlayStation 5. It'd be great to have a PlayStation 5. I just don't have time to play it. But the new PC would be useful for a lot of other things as well. Now, granted, we moved in last August, and I haven't still got my office where I want it to be. So I don't have any room in my office right now for a new system. I have a desk with my laptop sitting on it. I have my other TV on a cabinet sitting next to that, and I've got another table. Like I have a tray table. Like I have like a corner unit going to go in, and my tray table has my my work laptop on it. So I don't have any place to put a new rig, especially one that requires that. And the room's only got 2 outlets to begin with, which is ridiculous. So it's not exactly in the best of shape as it is right now. Like Room Raider would hate it. So I'm working on that. So I haven't got there yet. This is a damn long ass. This is a deep vault, man. I tell you what. But I would like to do that. So I'm holding off. The problem is that I've got that little bit of FOMO kicking in, okay? Because, and this is relatable at least to Bethesda's point of view. We're not talking about so much other video games in a video game video, but we are discussing the company that makes them. Bethesda is releasing Starfield, which I have pretty much dubbed No Man's Skyrim. And if you've watched any of the trailers or any of the work on it, pretty much that's what it is. It's No Man's Sky, and it's Skyrim in space. It's Bethesda's new property, the first one they've released in like 25 years. And Fallout has been around for 25 years, and Skyrim has the Elder Scrolls have been around for that long. So this is a brand new IP, as they would call it, intellectual property. It's not a derivative. It's not a sequel. It's a brand new story concept, everything. But Starfield is basically, like I said, Skyrim in space, where you play the part of somebody that gets involved in a conflict, and you have to form alliances with certain groups and. But instead of just being like, oh, I'm in the Commonwealth, where I'm going to go from Boston to Cambridge to all that, or to the Far Harbor or whatever for the DLC, or even like Skyrim, where like, oh, I'm in Morthal and I'm going to go to Whiterun and then go off to Winterhold or whatever. We're talking like galaxy, like we're talking like planets. Like I'm on one planet, I'm going to go to another planet. I'm going to go to another solar system. It's that vast. You're not just hanging out on one place. You're going to the stars, and you're going to other places, and I don't know what that's going to be like, because the one big thing about No Man's Sky was that there were no load screens. Now, there kind of are. You just don't notice them as much. In that the action of you going through like a wormhole or traveling to another, or a black hole or anything like that, or going into another thing, those are load screens. We just don't realize it because they it seems like action that's happening. So you have this, the system by which you go to other planets, and there's no load screens, and you do all the stuff there, and you can craft, and you can look at all the animals, so you can scan things, you can look at things. So it's No Man's Sky. You can build a ship and add stuff to it and make it bigger or whatever else.
My eyes must be deceiving me. No one has come this deep in decades. Even then, very few people ever did. Robots built most of this vault. They malfunctioned and just kept on digging down until they broke. Or they broke down.
I think your brother misses you.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. Maybe I'll visit him in the spring.
We got a lunchbox for that. Okay, cool. Yay! Yay! Did we get that other? Yeah. But it still has the same. You have, you level up. You add skill points to different things. You can unlock things. You can get new stuff. You can, focus on certain traits or certain other stuff. And it's basically where you get into like a Bethesda game where like you have this decision trees on things and how you react to stuff and how you form alliances and whatnot, how you play, and the morality of it all. So yeah, No Man's Skyrim. That's why I say that. But the problem with this entire thing is that, one, it's going to require more than my PC can handle. It's going to require more than my PC can handle at this point. So, and it's also a laptop. I mean, it's not, whatever. The other thing is that Bethesda and Microsoft are now the same thing, and they have bought. They are releasing it exclusively on Xbox and PC. So PlayStation won't be in the mix. And I don't want to go buy an Xbox because, one, I've never had an Xbox. I don't have any desire to have an Xbox. I don't have any games for Xbox. No sense in getting an Xbox. No idea, rather, now that I'm on PC, either PlayStation or PC is where I want to go. And again, I could go get a brand new Xbox S or an X and play it, but they it's not doing me any good. But like Unreal Engine 5, man, the Lumen stuff and all that other, detail. I want that experience. I want that experience where you get all the lighting and all that other stuff and the in-depthness, because this is a space game. So that's why I've decided to say I gotta ramp up my efforts, and I can't do that alone. So I don't think it's gonna happen. It's now June, comes out in a couple of months, right? So yeah. All right, you know what? We're gonna bring him back in for just the cost of one Nuka-Cola Quantum. So yeah, here's how you fit into this thing. If you like what we've been doing, I say it a lot of times. If you like what we've been doing. Ooh, focus Gatling laser. Don't have that one. Wow, how about that? Cool. And then of course that's. If you like what we're doing here at the Angrycast and you want to contribute, and I for $3,000, me getting a brand new PC, it seems kind of stupid and silly and frivolous and everything else, every other thing under the sun. But it's something I want to do. Oh look, it's another one. Oh my gosh, we got another one. The celebration's almost over. Here is one final gift to enjoy. My God, we got another Mr. Handy. Look at all the stuff you're getting. Look at all the stuff we've got. Holy crap, look at what we got. Holy shnikes, yo. We gotta do that. We gotta do that. We're gonna do this next time. What's gonna be the quest next time? Arms race. Same, well, yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So yeah, if support the Angrycast. There's links in the description for buying a coffee or for buying merch where you actually get something out of the deal. You get a cool sticker or a cool shirt based off your favorite video game or pop culture or geek or whatever else, or movie or anything like that. And it helps support the Angrycast and puts money. Like, granted, it's not that great. A sticker may cost you $5. I get 50 cents. You buy a coffee, you don't get a sticker, but I get the $5. That's how those things work. But I'm willing to say, listen, I would rather you get something out of the deal. I'll take whatever I can get. But supporting the Angrycast is the way to do that, and every little bit helps. Thank you, Cappy. Every little bit helps. So if you can support us anyway, you can, like, thumbs up, subscribe, share it with your friends, get some more. I'm not going to do ad revenue. It's just not going to happen, because I'm never going to get to the point where I'm going to fulfill whatever YouTube goalpost moving thing is this time. So I'm not too worried about it. But like I said, if you like what you're seeing, support us, and we're gonna open up these next time because there's way too many here for me to do right now, and it's getting late. We're doing fine. We got some peeps out there ready to do some quests, and I'm gonna send some more out right now. We're gonna do arms race, save the gunsmith from the feral ghouls. But these guys got to be level 50 and have at least an agility and endurance of 7 or higher. And our rewards will be some legendary junk and a rare weapon. So let's send out here. The gunsmith's plea came in loud and clear of the radio. Feral ghouls, help! I'll give one of my best pieces to whoever bails me out. Better hurry if you're going to claim that prize. Let's go. Let's get them on coffee break. And gibbity-doo. And we got to get you with a better outfit than that. What the heck are we doing here? Yeah, get your level 7. Let's get him going. Boom. Bye-bye. And while we're waiting on that, we're going to skip ahead to the quest. But you can see I started to make some small moves to get rid of the reorganized things. I've now got, instead of the broken up gaming centers on 2 floors, I've moved it down to here and shifted everything down. I'm going to do the same thing for these as well and put them here. And I think I might put in, I was going to put in some more, I think, nah, you know what? I really don't need them. I really don't need more. I mean, my goodness, what do we got? We have 70 and 70 and 25 as well. We got 95 and 95. I mean, maybe I'll put in another. Yeah, maybe I'll put in one more each because we're going to have more people we have to shove somewhere. Actually, no. I will put them here, down here. Crap. I'll just put in more storage, I guess, for now. And that'll isolate us everything as far as mole rats are concerned. That'll isolate us from the mole rat attacks, leaving them down here for now. As it is, I can't fill in this spot with another living quarters for the simple fact is that I have too many. So, yeah. Maybe I can get away with. These are barracks. This is living quarters. This goes up to a next level. Maybe I don't know. I have to have them here because I can't. I have too many people right now. I've got 143 of 180. If I build anything else, it's going to be too much. Like if I try to build in this one right here. Let's see here. Is this going to actually work? Oh, actually, let me build that in there. Okay. And then that's a barracks, and that's a barracks. And if I upgrade this... Oh, okay. So I got that in. Now I've got all the... I think I was going to do this, and I held off on doing it because of... it's the moves were still happening. Everything was still moving around. So that's cool. Quite frankly, if I really wanted to, and just I would get rid of all mole rat attacks altogether, is to just fill these in with storage, and then I don't have to worry about it. I want to keep a level of elevators in between, because then, yeah, mole rats not touching any dirt, or rooms not touching any dirt will stop mole rats from happening, but it does not stop rad roach attacks from happening. But what would stop rad roach attacks from happening and spreading is if I had a row of these elevators in between. So I'm going to do that probably, and we will go from there. But for now, let's just hold off, and we'll come back and do that quest when they are there, because they are going to be 23 hours from now. So it'll be tomorrow. Ugh. I got you, Pam. I got you. All right, it's the arms race. Let's go do it. Claim your reward. Claim your reward. What is my reward going to be? Yeah, so. Definitely this way. Oh, we got a quest clue. Now see, is this going to just tell us we can't do it? We're recording it at least. You saw it happen. We will continue on and try to get that quest clue to spawn us a quest for that. Let's hope it does. Oh, let's hope it does. Whew. Okay, where is everybody? Was that a reward, the quest clue? I don't know. Oh, there we go. There's something. What is a reward? Not getting trapped at the bottom of the ocean. How about that? I feel, I feel bad. I feel bad because. So here's the thing. I don't have an aversion to water. I have an aversion to asphyxiating or drowning. I first noticed this when I was a lot younger, and I think it was because at one time I had I was playing around. We had a camper when I was growing up. I was playing around, and the camper was in the backyard, open for me to get into, mess around, and I was like, pretending to be like, that's my secret clubhouse. Boom, boom, boom. Like, you go in and you go into the closet of the, thing, and it turns you, it's like a bat cave kind of thing situation. Well, growing up in the 80s, there was such a, not an urban legend or a myth, because it actually did happen. There was such this big fear that kids would become trapped in refrigerators and die. In fact, the original plot to Back to the Future, the time machine was a refrigerator. In fact, it had to do with being subject to a nuclear blast or whatever. And then that actual plot point, since they said kids are going to go trap themselves in refrigerators, we can't do this. We need to, change this around, or we're going to have people all over us. So they changed it to a DeLorean. It still used it still used plutonium. But the idea for that fridge and nuclear blast got recycled later on into the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, the Indiana Jones movie from about 15 years ago. Where Indy stumbles into that one map from Call of Duty Black Ops, where what I mean, the 50s test town with all the dummies in it, and ends up a nuclear test or an atomic bomb test, and he has to hide out in a fridge where he gets tossed after it explodes. Excuse me. So that was that made its way back into it. So telling you that story to tell you this one is that idea as a kid getting stuck in refrigerator, it stuck with me into my later years, and there was always this fear that was going to happen. And when I was playing around in this camper and I got trapped, I got stuck. The door had those push button latches, and it latched on me, and I got stuck inside. And it only happened to be, and I was like pounding the door, screaming and yelling. I was trapped in this thing. And, R. Kelly couldn't save me. I was trapped in the closet. And my brother happened to come by on his motorbike, like his little mini bike, and heard me screaming and yelling. He let me out. Of course, I had broke pretty much all the trays and everything in that closet in the time I was stuck in there, which never got talked about ever again. It was never mentioned or ever talked about how that happened. I don't know why. Like, that never became a thing. I don't know why. We gotta take your ass out. Get rid of you before you decide to burst. But that coupled with when I was in my 20s, I had my wisdom teeth taken out, and that caused a bunch of other surgeries that needed to be done, to which I had to have an ENT just scrape out my entire sinus cavity going through my forehead, right above my brow, and up my nostril, which left me with some severe scarring that I'm still never have a clear. My left nostril's never clear. It's like the meme that you see, like the two doors, my nose at night. That thing. But after that surgery, I had like black eyes, looked like I had a nose job, or I'd been punched in the face repeatedly, and had packing in my nose from that. I was home and I was sleeping off the anesthetic, and I had this dream that I was drowning underwater. And what had happened is that the covers on my bed had come up over my mouth. And since my nose was occluded by the packing, I couldn't breathe immediately through like the sheet that was over my mouth. And I started to panic and dreamt that I was drowning. So it's those kind of things. And I have a bit of a claustrophobia issue after the accident I had, where all my airbags went off and turned the car into a cannoli. And I had MRI a year later for my shoulder after the damage from the car tore my, I tore everything in my shoulder. I had a claustrophobia, like I freaked out during the MRI. And the, those two things coupled, oh, son of a bitch. Those two things coupled with the fact that there is, this story in the news right now about the submersible going to see the Titanic, and people are trapped on it. I'm having a little bit of it's getting me a little bit, and at the same time, we're all making jokes in a sense. Not everybody, but a lot of us are making jokes because, it's people paid $250,000 a pop to go on this thing, and it's being controlled with a PlayStation controller. Oh, that was close. I guess you heard my message. Well, as promised, I've got to give you a weapon, or would you prefer caps instead? You know what? I can always make the caps. Let's get the weapon. I can always make the caps. I know we want the caps, but let's see what she's going to give us. Oh, there we go. Cool, that's good. So there you go. We can always sell it. We're all making memes about the billionaires trapped at the bottom of the ocean. Maybe they should pull them up some of those bootstraps, or there's the Titanic is rich people continually being killed by the Titanic. 100 years later, that it's just it's kind of crass. It's kind of there's a definitely a somewhat leftist idea of eat the rich, and I'm all for making sure that why billionaires should be able to, if I was a billionaire, I would want to pay my fair share, and I wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to be I would if I won the Powerball right now, and the Mega Millions are up over $300 million. If I won them tomorrow, I would give that money back in some way. I would make sure that it gets used, because I'll never use it all. I'll never use it all. I'd make sure that people can benefit. Real people can benefit from that kind of thing. So it's in a sense, I'm a little bit jaded at the idea that people who spent almost $250,000 to go sit on the bottom of the ocean are reaping the reaping what certain people tend to sow in terms of safety and everything else, and being a hindrance to progress, which safety would have been kept you on your problem. And quite honestly, I hope they are found. I hope they are found alive. I hope they're rescued. I really do. I don't want to see them die. But I have no desire to go into a tin can and go to the bottom of the ocean and spend $250,000 to do it. I have no desire to spend a heck of a lot of money to go into space for 15 seconds. No, I don't want to die. I like my life, and I would rather spend that money on other things, more worthwhile things that benefit all of mankind instead of just me. Because I can spend that money on me as well and do something. I'd rather go have a nice dinner than do that. But that's just me. So yeah. But yeah, that's my little soapbox rant. I apologize if I offended anybody. I really don't mean to. You all know me here. I'm taking about self-preservation and self-care and all that. So again, I don't want them dead. I just feel that it's kind of yeah, but you kind of get yourself into this mess. So all right, this was giving irritable bowel syndrome. We finished off that quest. We claimed the reward, and we eliminated the feral ghouls. Let's go back to the vault. And we got a quest. It says we got a quest and a fat man and a gold watch. Alrighty. They are coming back. It says we got a quest clue. A quest. I'm going to use this up so we have it on camera. And we see it. Cha! And let's see what we got. Yeah, we did that. Okay. Alright, rescue operation, Great Tato Famine. With friends like these, rescue the settler trapped in the Corvega factory. I don't know that I've done this one. But it's for Mr. Handy. I know this is one of the ones we talked about. I've done it before. I don't know that we've done it now. But let's go do it. Let's go do it to it. Alrighty, with friends like these, we'll be back. With friends like these, I found a ransom note written by raider boss named Willard Glover. He says he captured a settler and taken him to a nearby Corvega factory. Well, let's go do it, shall we? Rescue the settler. Yeah, again, I don't know that I've done this one. We'll find out in a second. Find out in a second. I don't want to use this control. I'm going to switch to a different computer here. Yeah. Okay. So am I. Sorry. I'm typing and doing everything else. Okay, we're just beating up some regular raiders. No big deal. Okay, so apparently I have not done this quest before, except to well, I might have done it. I think I might have done it on a previous episode of the Angry Cast of the Fallout Shelter that we did, because I obviously talked about it in another video. The quest to give you Mr. Handy. So that would have been where I would have done it. I do not see that video it mentioned in any video. I don't see it mentioned in any video that I've previously done, as far as in the description. Which sucks. Oh, well, nah, that's probably not true. Because, yeah, I'm looking at a computer that does not have, I'm not logged into YouTube. That's probably why. It won't let you, and for some reason it thinks that it is, a inappropriate video. And this is the thing I really hate about YouTube, is that there's nothing. Those videos, me playing Fallout Shelter, what I mean, that's. Oh, for God's sakes! I couldn't get there. Why can't I get? All right, yo. All right. Just kill him. Get it done with. Oh God, we're dying. They're not doing too hot. This is kind of bad. Okay, let's take a little, you know, breather here. Get you guys all figured out. Wow. Wow. Well, shit. Can I search, mother truckers? Can't I search? Oh, for... No, I want to do this in... Yeah, well, okay, we'll figure it out later. It's just wants me to do it in such a stupid way, and I'm afraid that there we go. I'm afraid if I get out of this screen and go into the other one, in my other one, I'm going to lose the recording, because it happens a lot. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, well, friends like these. There's an obvious reference to. There's a quest, I believe, in Skyrim called "With Friends Like These." Are we? Oh, for God's sakes! Come on. There we go. Get rid of him. I'll hold on to that. We're losing all of our losing a lot of our shit. Wow. This is not an easy quest. I will tell you. Mission, whatever you want to call it. There we go. Thanks for rescuing me. Willard Glover. That Willard Glover guy out of money. Thought the mole rats. He thought the mole rats were his friends. Just when I thought Raiders community crazy. I wonder if that was. I wasn't really paying attention. We got a pet carrier. I wasn't really paying attention if he said anything before the fight started. I didn't think I saw anything. That must have been the alpha boss. Okay, well, shit. It didn't work out. Well, that's really not working all that great. But we got him. So, cool. Looks like we bit it. Thankfully, we managed to not lose every single... We almost used all of our... And for that, we get a stupid... okay. Yeah, we killed Willard Glover, so he was definitely the raider boss, and we rescued the settler. My brain was all over the place trying to figure out if we had done this quest before on camera, but I guess not. We did it, and I wasn't really paying attention. So, alright, we did that. Let's get them back. Did I heal everybody up? Is everybody... Yeah, everybody's good. Alrighty. Yay! Okay, we're gonna let them come back in, do their thing. We've got another quest to do when they come back, which is raiding party, and it's only one dweller. We're not gonna worry about it for now, but and we will open up our 17 things.
I apologize for doing this as a voiceover, but my schedule got away from me this week, and I don't think I'm gonna have time to do live gaming and commentary, which is great because what I want to talk about requires a little more concentration from my part, which in the car that's going to be hard, but while I'm trying to react to what's going on screen, it might be harder. So I'm going to put all this information into the description so you don't have to like cobble it down or whatever else. A couple of friends of mine, theater friends, have put together a podcast on my friend's channel. It goes under the name of Brick and Tire, which is the channel name. The guy does Lego and toy review stuff for adult stuff, not adult stuff like adult toys. No, God, no, but as an adult who enjoys Legos and building and the figurines and action figures and stuff like that from our childhood for things that we do. And he also runs this podcast with another friend, his best friend, another friend that I've done theater with, and it's called Ralph World. Don't ask me, I don't know why. I'm sure there's a funny joke about it, but it's basically a look at something that existed like 30, 40 years ago that still exists today, either in the same or another format. And it's the perception of it from the Gen X perspective and the Gen Z perspective. Now, there's only 2 episodes out at the time of this recording. They usually post it up on Spotify on Fridays, and then YouTube is the video, and it's just the 2 of them on a couch in his house talking about stuff. And the first episode might have suffered from some technical difficulties, still getting their feet underneath them, but I highly recommend just toughing it out for those things and just listening and enjoying them talking about these things. And then the second episode is where they really hit the ground running. In fact, there's some hilarious moments. I'm just going to say the 33-minute mark is just, are we not doing phrasing anymore? And I actually sent that to him in a message, and he's like, dude, I'm at work. You sent that to me. And I was like, I know, but I was at work listening to it, and I tried not to laugh. So I know that means nothing to you, but just like I said, it's an hour long. You can spare an hour to listen in the background on the drive home, whatever. Go check it out. It's Brick and Tire, Brick, Intyer, or R-E, sorry. Look it up. Like I said, all this stuff's going to be in the description. You can go find it there. But the first episode that they did, which was really kind of like touched on, I had both feet on the fence on this one. Batmania, I guess you would call it, in that The Flash is coming out, and Michael Keaton is reprising his role as Batman, Bruce Wayne. And I grew up with, of course, in the shadows, in the background, Adam West and Burt Ward as Batman and Robin, and Cesar Romero as the Joker. But then also that childhood watching those reruns on TV from the 60s, and then having the Tim Burton 1989 movie with Michael Keaton as Batman, Bruce Wayne, and Jack Nicholson as the Joker, also known as Jack Napier, totally retconning the entire origin story of the Joker, and how Batman's origin story happened as well. Which, again, it's, take it for what it is. Don't gatekeep the thing, I guess. I don't know. But how do you? But from their perspective is, Max, Gen X like me, we grew up in a different. We have we're two sides of the same Gen X coin, in terms of our growing up and what our experiences were like growing up. But Brittany is a dude. Brittany he's Gen Z, firmly in Gen Z. He's just like in his not getting into his 20s, and he knows mainly he hadn't actually seen it. He knows mainly the Christian Bale, the Nolan Batman, and Heath Ledger as the Joker. So there's definitely a gap in terms of experiencing those. But that's the first episode, and like I said, the technical difficulties aside, the discussion was top notch. The second one is what I really wanted to talk about, because I really want to add to the conversation from my own point of view. I'd love to be a part. Dude, if you happen to be watching this, and I'm not going to ask you, come on and ask you, but if you happen to be watching this and you ever thought, is there a place that you can add in a third voice for whatever reason, or switch somebody out? It's, whatever, if you need something, call, get a hold of me. I'll do it. I swear to God, I will love doing it. But I'm not going to ask him, because that's his show. That's his deal. They have set it up for those two opposing viewpoints across the decades, and I'm not going to infringe on that. I'm not going to horn in on their stuff. We're roughly in this kind of the same boat as far as our experience, our exposure on YouTube. He's been doing a hell of a lot less. I've been doing it a hell of a lot longer. He's gotten there faster. Let's put it that way. So the second episode, and again, this is where I completely lost my shit. They're talking about movies and the movie-going experience from the Gen X point of view and the Gen Z point of view, specifically around also voice actors. And I was like, yes, thank you, God. Thank you for touching on this. Specifically to the point that Super Mario Brothers came out, and I guess it did fairly well at the box office. Now, I knew Super Mario Brothers from 1993 with John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins, and what a hot, steaming pile of mess that was with Dennis Hopper. But also, I can see the animation is phenomenal. Some of the stuff is great. Jack Black as Bowser. Yeah, great, awesome. But then you've got Chris Pratt and Charlie Day, and none of that makes any sense to me. And there's already an established voice to Mario, and why are we doing that? And here's the thing. Voice actors are unsung heroes. Voice actors do not get the accolades and the rewards and everything that they deserve. If you go back as far as D. Bradley Baker, I mean, my gosh, everybody knows D. Bradley Baker. I mean, Clone Troopers and Bad Batch and all that stuff. Yeah, that guy, as well as Kevin Conroy as Batman from the animated series. He's always going to be Batman to me in a sense, because he was the Batman animated voice. He was awesome. But also Gray Delisle and I can't pronounce her last name. Mark Hamill, he's more well known now for his voice acting than he is for being oh God, I can't remember. No, Luke Skywalker. He's, for being Luke Skywalker, he's fairly well known now as being the voice of the Joker from the animated Batman series. But also, there's a ton of others. I can't even think of their names right now. But they don't get the accolades and the respect that they should get, and how much work it actually takes for a voice actor to live in that world and do that work. It's thankless. You're anonymous for, people don't know who you are. Maurice LaMarche, I mean, all these people, the Ren and Stimpy guy, all that, Tom Kenny, all those guys, the Animaniacs. I remember, those names come back. Mel Blanc. I mean, my gosh, Mel Blanc, one of the most famous voice actors ever from Bugs Bunny. But all of that work and doing video games, Nolan North, all these people, they don't get the they don't get the respect they deserve. And when you replace them with a big name for the sake of adding in a big name to the billing in order to generate sales and box office dollars, when that's not necessary. It's not necessary. And isn't it, like I said, I could go down around the rabbit hole for an hour on that, and I won't. But also, the movie-going experience. Now, this is something near and dear to me because I was a child of the movie theater, the cinema. That was my big thing. I mean, to this day, I still have yet to watch the movie that I was told to watch 30 years ago, Cinema Paradiso. But I have such a reverence for, that genre, or not that genre, but that medium. I remember my first movie I went and saw in the theater was The Lord of the Rings, 1978 Lord of the Rings, the Ralph Bakshi, the animated one, the horrible one. That was, still, I explained half of it to my parents, even though I was 3 or 4 when I saw it. And Star Wars, and A New Hope. Before it was Star Wars, and they brought it out right before Empire Strikes Back as a re-release with A New Hope in front of it. That was my experience, first, big, huge blockbuster movie experience. And there's something about being in a movie theater like that is definitely, you'll never forget it. But we've gotten so far away from that, either through just pricing everybody out, or the pandemic, or just the quality, or just the advances in technology, and that's kind of where I want to go at with this. So I grew up with the small movie theater chains, not the big, huge AMC, Cinemark, Lowe's, all that stuff like we know today. You go to the movie theater, they had maybe 2-3 screens. They had the counter out front with the popcorn window, and you get your drink, and it was not that much to go get food. And then the movie theater ticket was just like maybe $5. And then there was just this nice, the decor was very old, glamorous, like you needed to be wearing a tuxedo to go into there. And then below there was like a lounge, and there was like the couches and all that stuff, and the bathrooms. And there was such a, the movie theater itself was a luxury. It wasn't just, it wasn't something that was sterile or very like liminal. It was there was a very definite style to it, and it was great. And just sitting there and having a bucket of popcorn, and the trailers, and just the trailers, just a few trailers, and the movie itself, and on the big screen with the surround sound and everything. And I remember going to see Raiders of the Lost Ark and having the projection burn out mid film, like it melted. It just melted, and they had to start over from a different reel. And that's indelible in my memory, that happening. But then we grew up a little bit more and into the 80s, and you got to like the bigger cineplexes where there was like 10, 12 theaters, and you had the blockbusters that kept happening, and then the smaller movie theaters, and then like the smaller chains that really didn't, they supported the art house kind of films. But then when this big, in the 90s and the 2000s, we kind of went towards this big, huge, the Lowe's experience, and that's when prices started exploding. And then the economy after 9/11, and then going to the theater, and then the concessions. And we all know that movie theaters don't make their money off of the theater, the films themselves. They make them off the concessions. And the studios hold such a huge price tag over the leasing or the renting or whatever of the film. And as we go towards fully digital, I don't see how they can continue to do that. Because if you think about it, the price it would cost to ship reels of film, the big canisters of film, and the cost of protecting all that, and everything else, and getting them back and everything. Yeah, I could see where that could increase a cost to the theater owners, for showing it. But we're at the stage now where you can put the movie itself on a USB drive, or you can have it on a share that you can go get to online. And it just really isn't the cost associated like it used to be, so I don't know where that cost is going. Maybe it's a top-down approach. I don't know. I don't want to get into a discussion. Right now in the middle of a writer's strike, I really don't want to get into a discussion about who is getting the money. The movie maker, the studio, the screenwriter, the actors. And sometimes it's a lot of the... I mean, it really is. And we're getting, wrapped around the axle on that. But let's start out like small. I want us to be back into that that movie-going experience, but we can't be because the prices are so damn expensive. I went this and to put you in a position of this, where I grew up, there was a Carmike theater, and I remember seeing Back to the Future in it in 1985, and my brother going to see Lethal Weapon, and I saw Secret of My Success. And then I remember going to see, a bunch of movies there when I was a teenager and in high school and then graduating. And then more recently, probably within the last 10 years, I went back, I took Megan and Bailey, and we saw Inside Out. So that's going to date, that's going to put you in a date for when this happened. But we went to see Inside Out, and it was 3 tickets. The tickets alone cost $30. Okay? And that's not to mention any of the concessions we might have gotten. So just the movie alone was $30, and that's like $12 per adult and $8 for a child. And that's ridiculous. And as the joke will hold, when you watch Ralph World, it was disgusting because the seats and the floor and everything, it just I don't understand why. Why is that not being taken care of, And the quality, like, they haven't updated that theater. It looked the same as it did in the 1990s when I used to go there, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And you can go down to down near towards Pittsburgh, where they had the Lowe's Theater, which was like the big, huge, omniplex of movie theaters and everything, and it was really phenomenal. But man, that the experience and the spending and the cost of everything, and you go and you sit down and watch a movie, and it's like there's commercials. I mean, why is that not deferring the cost of the movie at this point, where you sit down for a half an hour before the movie starts, and there's maybe a handful of trailers, like 3 or 4 trailers, and then there's 10 commercials and an advertisement for the movie theater itself, or the movie chain, the theater chain itself. And why, there's 6 or 7 commercials, why are they not covering the cost of this? And the one that's so outdated, it's 2023 and we're still seeing the same, tickets.com or whatever it is, where it's like they're outside the premiere of the X-Men movie, and the guy that's dressed as Wolverine, and he's got the girl dressed as Mystique next to him, and the one guy dressed as Beast, he's like sniffing his armpit. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I know you've seen it before. It's just, that's kind of bad, that's kind of horrible. That's still like in front of movies today, and it's 20 years old now, because that's when X-Men came out, was like in 2000. So why are we still seeing this stuff, and why is that still part of the experience? But I want to get rid of all that. I want to go back to just saying, there's a couple of movie trailers and then the movie starts, but we can't do that, of course, because we have to pay the bills. But where is that money going? I mean, you can't. I know what, listen, here's the thing. All right, I've worked in food service. I've worked in the food industry. I know what it costs to have bag in a box. I know what the individual cost on a drink is from a canister, the CO2 canister with the Wonder Gun, all that. I know what that costs. It is nothing. It is pennies on the dollar. And they're charging as much as they are for sodas. Things that, the things that will kill you eventually. And the popcorn, oh my God, it's going to kill you. The clogging of the arteries. I'm not saying serve carrot sticks and celery, but at least, make the food better if you're going to charge as much as you do. because it costs just as much to get to get the food than it is to get the tickets. And then on top of everything else, like there was a great movie theater, an 18 theater, screen on the Plex near my house, and it was great because it was like $5 a person. The pandemic hit, and when the pandemic kind of like ended, I went and saw the last, No Time to Die, and it was $5. Cost me $5. We kind of lied a little bit on Bailey's age when she turned 13 because it was like under 12. It was like $4 or half the price or whatever, $6 and $4. So we kind of we kind of fudged her age for another year, but it was too, yeah, definitely can tell she's not 12. So we couldn't do that. But now that's gone. It's no longer there anymore. I mean, I think they used to have a trampoline or whatever, a rock wall, all that stuff. I don't know if that's still there. It's all gone. And then down the road a bit was another Lowe's that I saw Pearl Harbor in. So you talked about how old that place was, and it just completely disintegrated into flea market space. And that was a product of, the economy collapsing after 9/11 and nobody really going to the movie theaters because of everything. And I get it. Like the pandemic was another reason why things all kind of went downhill in that sense, because with the pandemic, you couldn't go to the movie theater. But that shifted everything to home. And as Ralph World will sit there and tell you, they tried to go see like Black Adam a week after it opened, and they couldn't, and the theater said nobody came to see it, so they pulled it. And 3 weeks later after that, it was on streaming, HBO Max, and that's where I watched it. And what is that? Like, I understand the pandemic happened, and I was like, oh, streaming movies. And I know people who work in the theater business. I know people who work in the movie theaters, and I know it's rough. I know that was a horrible time for them. I know everything was bad and horrible. But it's like, and I get that movies have to come out in the theater. We have to get back out there. We have to. But what are you giving us? Don't tell us we have to go to the movie theater if the experience sucks. Don't tell us that you're only going to get to see this in the theater. We have to get back out there when the product that you're putting out just literally sucks. It's not great. It's bad. Fix the problem at the root. Make it something worthwhile. Make it something we would want to go see. And again, what is that experience supposed to be like? Again, as a child, I loved going the decor, the atmosphere, everything. Going with my friends. My friends and all, we all went to see like Alive in 1992, and it was like a big group thing. We all went and saw Home Alone as a group. But you just don't do that anymore. And maybe it's because we're like socially inept or socially anxious about things. But we can sure as hell get a projector and project a movie on the sides of houses to, with a barbecue and beers and all that, and have. And I know there are places like the Alamo Draft House, and I think there's one near in Pittsburgh in Lawrenceville that I've gone to see. I went to see Die Hard. So maybe that's it. Maybe the big, and that's part of the problem is that the technology that exists today. If you don't want to pay the money for the movie, you can see TVs 55 inches or 70 inches and get the same experience with surround sound. The technology has put us in the theater at home, and we don't have to go out. We don't have to leave. We don't have to get a babysitter. We don't have to get the dog sitter. We don't have to worry about the dog chewing everything while we're gone. There could be fireworks, and we don't have to worry about the dog. All that kind of stuff. It's all, it's all home now. It's all there. So what exactly is that experience meant to be like in the movie theater if we can do it all at home? And that, to me, is the big question. That's where we need to fix it. We need to get that experience to be something that's worth paying the money for. And I don't think it's there. I would love to see the ability. And Ralph World got it right. We're horrible people. We're horrible people where we sit in the movie theater and we talk. Now, I've been that guy. I went and saw Godzilla, and I made a couple comments, like watching the movie, and somebody behind me kicked my chair and made a comment back to me and said, And when at the end of the movie, and I stood up, and it was some 15-year-old kid, he kind of hightailed it out of there. He's like, okay, So it's like, yeah, you were all big and bad in the dark, but when the lights came on, you sure as hell ran quick. So it's, yeah, we're horrible people. People still don't, I still see people with their cell phones. Like, my phone is always on vibrate. I don't feel the need to turn my phone off in a movie theater. I put it on airplane mode. I'm not going to be bothered if it's something important. You know where I was going to be. You know I'm going to be out of pocket for a while. Deal with it or figure it out, or wait till I get back. But I don't need to turn off my phone. I just put it on. But most people don't. I'm in there watching a film, and I'm totally immersed in the film. And I expect people to react to films. I expect people to I fist pumped the air a couple of times in movies in the past 10 years. I've laughed, I've cried, I've done all that stuff. My God, it's a sad story, but seeing Rise of Skywalker in the movie theater with my child after losing my father, and seeing Han Solo come back on screen as a ghost or as a Force projection, and I teared up a bit. I'm tearing up now. So react, yeah, sure. But when I'm sitting there and I'm immersed in a film and I just see the glow of somebody's cell phone popping up because that's just bright and it's shining in my eyes, that's rude. And don't, correct. I can't understand these people that go to movie theaters and they leave. They make trips in and out, because that breaks my concentration as well. People leaving a film to go to the bathroom. Go before. If your bladder's that small, maybe you shouldn't go out like that. I know we should all do these things, but man, that kind of sucks. And do what you want. But it's like, it does break your concentration, your suspension of disbelief, and your immersion in the process when you see someone get up and walk past you or whatever down in front of you while you're watching a movie. But again, are the movies really worth it? I haven't really seen a movie that is that big a deal for me to go to the movie theater. And one of the things we had growing up were these big, huge moments. Like, I remember going to see Independence Day, and that was like a popcorn cheese ball flick. Cool, yeah, cool. But there really hasn't been anything since then that has really caught and grabbed the attention of all that. Not Transformers, no. And maybe you can say the Avengers. Yeah, the Avengers kind of like were that. The Infinity, the Endgame and all that stuff. But there really hasn't. I mean, we CGI just isn't what it used to be. Like, Jurassic Park was the biggest, hugest thing we'd ever seen. Those brontosauruses coming out, or which I think we found out that those don't really exist. But anyways, the seeing the brontosaurus come out and John Williams' music, and we were all like, oh my God, in 1993. But what has happened since then that has been so great as far as a movie theater? Jurassic Park doesn't really, in 30 years, hasn't really struck the same chord. And I remember at the turn of the century when Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow came out, that was going to be the next big thing. That was going to be the whole virtual, all full green screen. Actors on a green screen. And it just didn't do it. It sucked. And it didn't go that way. And Sin City was probably a better representation of what they were trying to do than, Sky Captain was. But the concepts of a movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once, that was probably the last thing that I thought in the movie theater would have been a great thing to see, and great concept and all that, and just that entire idea. But we just haven't seen it. So, all right, I'm going to get done because this has been long enough. But yeah, tell me what you think in the description or in the comments. I'll put everything about Ralph World, everything else in the description, and we can talk more about it. But that's basically it. That's my feelings. What I would have contributed, a half an hour of my thoughts into an hour-long podcast, that would have never worked. So again, that's why I'm not going to horn it on their parade. But I'm here if you guys want me. I am unfortunately recording again because my schedule just sucks. In fact, I've been late on a couple of things that I wanted to post because of work and everything else. Having a dog, and that's going to tie directly into what we're going to talk about today. Having a dog has become a real a game changer. But it is 4th of July, the week of 4th of July, so happy birthday, America. You don't look that much older than 240 some years. You look good for your age. Sometimes I don't understand your decisions, but, we do what we can. So that got me to thinking, it's the week of 4th of July, and as early as I can remember, the things that I was a holiday guy. I was a guy that liked the holidays, that, the things happened around the holidays, that centered around the holidays. And 4th of July was no different in a sense. It wasn't mainly a family kind of holiday per se. It could go that way. It doesn't always have to be that way. But in terms of doing something, that was always mandatory fun, that kind of thing. Like, well, Thanksgiving and Christmas, it's like, get time with the family, gather around, enjoy a nice meal like that. And the same thing kind of goes with 4th of July. Now, I don't know what other countries do in terms of some sort of a celebratory event surrounding an independence, in a sense. Like, we all know what Americans think of when it comes to Cinco de Mayo, which is ridiculously out of context and, appropriating someone else's culture and their holiday to suit their needs to just drink copious amounts of alcohol. But the thing about, this is ours. This is our holiday. This is all us. This is, everything else, St. Patrick's Day, yeah, only if you're Irish, but everybody does it. This is your day, America. Do it. Have fun with it. And the idea being that, like, what do we do with that day? I mean, you have two main holidays centered around summer and centered around that kind of idea. Now, one other being Memorial Day, which should be a solemn day. It should be a day of remembrance of those who have fought to protect the freedoms that we take for granted on a regular basis and had given their lives. But no, it's an excuse for us to open up the pool, have a day off from work, barbecue, drink copious amounts of alcohol, and shoot off fireworks. And that's just like, that's kind of like a preamble. It's pregame. It's an exhibition. It's an exhibition for the main season, the regular season game, which is the 4th of July, where free with every firework is an opportunity to lose a digit. That free digit removal with every purchase of fireworks. That's always there on the box. It should be, at least. Anyways, and Pennsylvania, and I don't know about other states, but Pennsylvania has gotten further down the rabbit hole of stupidity, I think, in allowing fireworks to just be purchased. Now, I was always that guy who, I remember driving to other states to go buy fireworks. Like, we would go on vacation to Myrtle Beach, and we would stop and get fireworks at the side of the road. And, the things you can buy, like the full scene from Joe Dirt of buying the thing, the whiz bangers and the poppers and you don't got any of those things? Those kind of things, and bringing them home and then setting them off in our backyard, hoping that nobody calls the cops or that we call an ambulance. But since we have made them legally allowed to be bought and set off in PA, it has gotten ridiculous. Like, we all know, and people do it around New Year's Eve too. People do it on New Year's Eve, and that always been nuts. Now, I never really cared that much before I kind of like hit a certain age of adulthood. And I think mainly because having a child sort of sets the tone for how cranky you get around those types of holidays. And 4th of July, setting off fireworks, and now having a dog has become a different thing altogether, because it's just like, listen, there are people in this world that, and our animals, that do not like that sound, that do not like that startled thing for whatever reason, and we don't. And yeah, granted, hey, it's our right. We were allowed to. It's been, the law says we can do it, but should we? Should we? And I understand that people who know that this event is coming up can prepare themselves. They can, go to their doctor, maybe get something to help, keep them calm, do some whatever they need to do, some coping exercises, whatever it is that they do to address their issues, legitimate and validated, to handle this type of event. Yeah, I can understand that. But animals don't have that awareness. Animals don't know. They can walk in and like, oh, I'm going to go walk in the kitchen, grab a bite of kibble, look at oh no, it's that time on the calendar. Oh dear, we're going to have a fireworks. I better get my Thunder shirt on and let's go. They don't know that. Like, they have no clue. They just think the world's completely gone ass up and they're going to run around and scream and yell and try to dig through the carpet and try to get to the basement through, a level of housing. My dog, we've had now for almost a month, is the same way. I thought she was going to be cool, and she was cool for a little bit, but in coupling with a full moon, which I know people say the full moon doesn't really affect dogs, but it does. It kind of does. And yeah, it has done so, and she has really, gone crazy the last couple of nights, the weekend before the 4th. I can only imagine what we're going to be doing on Tuesday, as I record this ahead of time, because I know what kind of a problem I'm going to have coming up this week. But I don't know what she's going to do, but I have a feeling it's going to be bad. So I am just getting prepared to, keep her safe in the event that she starts to go completely nuts when the fireworks start shooting off on Tuesday. But that brings me back to my original point, was things that we used to do. Things that we used to do on the 4th of July that was, our holiday, America, patriotism, whatever. And I remember as an early age, we would always go in town, and I grew up in small town in southwestern PA, where, we can see West Virginia from our house. The Manson-Nixon line is right outside our door. And yeah, that's just all you gotta need to know about that. But we would go downtown to the river park or whatever, and we would sit and watch them set off fireworks. Now, growing up was like it was down in town from the bridge, then it was moved to the park, and then it was moved back to the town. And a couple of times I got to watch them indoors from an office building and all kinds of fun stuff. So yeah, there's been time or there's been times where I've been outdoors, indoors, and all over the place to see fireworks growing up. And my initial understanding of what fireworks were for 4th of July was an hour-long show where you set one off every 2 minutes. Okay? Yeah, exactly. So we would sit there and we just be staring at a dark sky, and all of a sudden you're to, and then sometimes and you see the flash before the big boom. And that would happen for like every 2 minutes. We would hear, and you get the crackles, and then the little whistles after that, like in my voice as the sibilance really kicks in. And then it would go on for like maybe 50 minutes, 55 minutes like that every two. So we get maybe like 25, 30, 40, maybe 50 at most individual fireworks to go off. And then sometimes they'd sneak in an extra one just to see if you're paying attention, and there'd be two going off at once. But then we'd have a finale that was just like, and it would just be successive fireworks going all the time. And that was like, that was a 5 minute, push to the end, and then it was done. And maybe not even 5 minutes, maybe like 2 minutes, and then we were done. So it was like, the exasperation of the finale happening, and then you couldn't see anything, smoke heavily on the water, and we'd all pick up our lawn chairs and we'd go home. And there'd be a smattering of applause, and that would be it. And then we put everything back in the box for another year and come back and do it again. And then I went to Pittsburgh at a baseball game when they had fireworks. And it was, oh my gosh, stay for the game. Come to the game, stay for the fireworks. And it was like, it was like successive, like one right after the other, sometimes more than one at a time. And I was like, oh, this is a little bit different. And that was like, back in the days of Three River Stadium. And then I went to Disney for school, for band in high school. And we went to, I think back then it was called MGM. I think it's Universal, or no, I think it's called Hollywood Studios now, maybe? I don't know. It's where they had the Star Tours and the Indiana Jones thing and the all that stuff. But we had, like, outside they did a fireworks show at night, and this was amazing because it was just like shit's flying off from every different direction. It's not just going straight up, it's going left to right. It's got music to it. It's all ridiculously nuts. This is stepping it up a bit. That's pretty damn cool. So fireworks, like I knew, like, oh, wait a second, we're not doing it right. And then I watched on TV other fireworks shows, like, oh my gosh, we're just doing it, my little podunk town, we're just, really doing it wrong, or we just don't have the technology or the skill to do it the way everybody else does it. And maybe that's a good thing, because it could probably lead to a lot of disaster if we don't know what we're doing. So that's probably a good thing. And then that was like, the highlight of everything. And then when you see people do it on their own and like, buy their own and set them off, and people think they're like, I know what I'm doing, and they go crazy doing all that. It's amazing how that all happens, and they don't die. Like we don't set things on fire and people don't die. So it's kind of neat that people can actually have that ability and not have like a certification. Although some of them probably are. Some probably are certified and probably are, someone who had some training before, and they're, coming kind of doing it now in their, their second act, third act, or whatever. So, there's that. Now, that covers fireworks. That's the big thing. And we covered the big thing at first, and we're going to like backtrack to the stupider stuff as we go. Like the food alone, I love a barbecue. I love hamburgers and hot dogs on the grill. I love doing that. Pasta salad, some corn, baked beans, some coleslaw. That's great. But we kind of got like, that's kind of the thing. Like I never get tired of turkey and ham at Thanksgiving and Christmas, but I kind of got tired of that kind of that stuff, because you would do that throughout the summer. You would just do, summertime was the time to have the barbecue stuff, or not just barbecue, but like, grill. But then you'd also do it on the holidays that happen throughout the summer. So it's kind of like you're double dipping in a sense. And my poor daughter, her birthday is right after the 4th of July. So we would always tie those things together when she was growing up. So we'd have just one cookout and cover both. So like, with Megan, her birthday is near Christmas. So it's like, hey, here's your birthday card and your Christmas card and your present all in one for both. That covers both. We did both. I put a little extra on it to cover both. So yeah, those kind of things. But we, as a nation, ingest so much crap as it is, that even if you don't get tired of eating that food, eventually your body's going to say, enough, stop, give me a freaking carrot and get me out of this mess. I'm going to die. And that's kind of great that we maybe recognize that and can like maybe not be like that. I've tried to in the last few years, because I value my health, and I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to lose weight, and I'm trying to like make sure that my last few remaining years on this earth aren't like struggling to breathe and walk. I would like to enjoy that time. I basically just, abused myself throughout the entire, 80s, 90s, and in the early 2000s, and I'm finally getting around to making up for it, and hopefully I can, extend that to a lot more time where it's not me just sitting around going, I wish I could die, to actually wanting to do things. So that's another reason why I did it. But then also, speaking of not wanting to die, there's also the activities. Now, when I was in my adult years, but not married, I, with some friends, went over 4th of July weekend. We went whitewater rafting. And that, my friends, is an experience in and of itself. If you don't know what you're doing, make sure you have at least one person that knows what they're doing. And then make sure that person stays in the boat with you. We had gone one year, and we lived near some whitewater, and not even like, that's like saying like, oh, I'm from southwestern PA where we have mountains. No, those aren't mountains, those are hills. You want to go see mountains, go to Colorado, go to Tennessee, go to California. You'll see mountains. That's nothing. That's the elevation. Your ear may pop, but it doesn't like you're going to die of lack of oxygen when you get to the top. We would go to these whitewater rapids, and we were not, we didn't want to have a guide take us down. We had a lifeguard who knew what he was doing and had done it before, so we figured that was good enough. And there was, I think, 6 of us. Maybe 5 of us? 5 of us. Yeah, 5 of us. 3 guys, 2 girls. And we went and we grabbed a raft and put in at one spot. And like this, as we were sitting there looking at all the information about the rapids that day, the current and the tide, whatever, what kind of skill level do you need to do today? We hear sirens going by. And we're like, okay, well, they know we're here. They know we're going to do this. But that wasn't the case. What we found out later was that somebody had died. And there's a very well-known area in these this river where people have died, and they've actually had to like change the landscape with I think some detonations, controlled explosives to change the topography a little bit so that people don't die when they get around that area, around that rock formation. But still, people tend to get stuck and pulled into the undertow or whatever and die. So we like, oh great, we're making fun of this. We didn't know, of course, but we get down, we start getting down the rapids. Everything seems kind of cool. We're like, it's not like too awful. But then we're hitting a little rough spot, and I'm like, oh my god, what's going on? What do we do, man? What do we do? Like my friend who is the lifeguard who knows what he's doing, and they're like, he's outside the raft. I'm looking at him as he's swimming by us. So we're like, crap. So we grab him, we pull him back in, and he loses a hat of his favorite hat in the world, which is funny in and of itself. But we get to the bottom, and we take a break, and we get situated. I'm like, okay, so how hard was that to get back into the boat from outside of it? And we took turns like in a little shallow area where it was just enough that you could like not be touching, or just like you could pick your feet up and like wade or just float, and then try to get yourself up over the edge of this raft. And it was not easy. It was not easy. If you do not have upper body strength, it's going to be a struggle. That was not the biggest struggle, though. The biggest struggle was we took the raft down, we got all the way down again, and it's like, okay, we didn't want to pay extra money because we're poor to have somebody come pick this raft up. We decided we could haul it back. Now, we could pick it up and carry it up over and we had to walk through the woods, so you have to, account for your path's width in order to carry this raft. But we had picked it up, put it up over our heads, and we found out that it was like ridiculousness because at least one person, and I'm not going to name names in all this, one person was barely even touching, so their fingers weren't even like touching the bottom of the raft, so they weren't even supporting any of the weight. And the other one was like just grazing it and like, I'm helping, and you're not. You're just your hands are there. They're not actually supporting any weight. So somebody had this brilliant idea, so brilliant idea. The idea to end all ideas. In fact, other ideas would be compared against this one to being the greatest of all time. Somebody had the great idea of saying, why don't we do this? Why don't we let all the air out of the raft, and then we just carry it back under our arms? And that way everybody can support it, and we can all walk back. Well, that was the dumbest thing ever, and I am the person who came up with that idea. Because at that point, then it was like, we don't want to do this anymore. So it was just me, the three guys that carried it all the way back through the woods and returned it. And then we're like, you know what? We're going to just sit here and wade in the water for a little bit. So we left them there, and we came back after a while. We moved the car, came back to pick them up. So that was like, we learned something that day. It's like, let's never go do this again. And now that I'm in my late 40s, almost to 50, I will probably never go whitewater rafting again, just for the sheer fact that I can trip on open carpet, and I really don't want to injure myself anymore. And we've been through having an arm broken, and right now we're dealing with the fact that the dog kind of like scratched or just bit, or what, I don't know what she did to Megan's leg during like an event where another dog off leash came running at us, and she had to like try to protect everybody, and the dog kind of like just spazzed out, and she got hit, so her legs kind of like hurting. She went pretty deep. So this is rough, and it was rough last year with a dog that was in her senior years. It's even harder when you have a puppy that like you have to constantly watch. Like puppy needs attention, puppy needs to expend energy, and then you throw into the fact that there's going to be a massive holiday with fireworks, and it's going to be that many times worse. So yeah, so I mean that was like that was the thing though. That was the whole idea behind having these holiday, the summer holidays, and what you can do. And it was always a mandatory thing to go do something. But now it's kind of like, I don't want to do anything. Usually about this time of year, my family, the farm that we have, like within the family, where my dad grew up, there's always a long-standing tradition of, the fourth on the farm, where come rain, come shine, come down, and we'll have a picnic and do all the other stuff. And we've done it, now for how many years? Ever since my dog, at least the last, I've gone a majority of the last 16 years. This year, my family that lived there, they went on vacation with their in-laws, so who live like pretty far out of town. So when they got back, they weren't going to be like, that was like a lot of people. That was like, 5 or 6, 7 people that was going to be there that not going to be there because they were on vacation with them. So they're, bowing out. They live like upstate. My other cousin, who doesn't live at the farm, but lives like in, like, I was just there out towards Gettysburg. They're not going to be there. So that leaves just about maybe like, 2 or 3 people attending. And because they were on vacation and they didn't get a chance to really get things, usually you want to get things done ahead of time so you can just put things together and go. Going on vacation right up until the point where the holiday happens and you have to clean the house and get all the food ready and do all that stuff, and you got 2 kids, it's kind of hard. And I'm like, you know what? Listen, we don't know what the dog's going to do with the fireworks yet because this is new to us. Now we do know. We don't know what the dog's going to do. Maybe we should just, you guys just relax. Take a weekend off. Enjoy. Just maybe get some pizza, have your, my uncle, your parents come over and just do that. Let's not, I'm like trying, it's okay to do nothing. I'm trying to be like that, self-care guru, like, don't do anything. Just relax. You're doing what you need to be doing. And they're going to, not do anything for the holiday. They're going to just chill. I'm like, that's great because that's what I'm going to do too. So, no sense in having something. And I'm kind of like that at my point. I'm like, I don't want to go do things. I used to want to go do things, and I don't want to go do things. I don't want to go do things because it's like you have to take care of the animal, and you don't know what the animal's going to do, and you don't want to put the animal through all that without you there, and you don't know how they're going to react, and they need to look to you for support. You have to go. It's very hot, or it could be raining, depending on the way the weather's been this recently. And it's just like this. I don't want to really be involved. I want to like stay in my home in my pajamas. I don't have to get ready. I don't have to like shave. I don't have to do all that stuff. And then that's, do I have to shave? Oh yeah, you're a guy. What do you're going to like work at Disney. But I mean, that can apply to anybody who I don't want to shave. I want to wear shorts. But I don't want to like, and I don't want to put anybody else out. And I don't really drink that much. So it's not like it's a big, huge to do. You're kind of like wasting money on that kind of stuff. Like just do something at home. Maybe take some time and reflect on your family and that stuff at home, and just keep it small, keep it simple, keep it to the point where it's like manageable for everybody, and you don't have to like worry about things. I mean, like everything else in this world that we have been through in the last 2 to 3 years, maybe we're not ready to just ramp up real quick. Maybe we need to like ease into this shit, and maybe it's just a case of we don't have to do that at all anymore. Like, we don't really have to do these big, huge things. I would not want... I've been to downtown Pittsburgh on the 4th of July. It's nuts. It's crazy. And you got to park far away, and you got to do all that stuff. And it's just, I'm not all about that stuff. Or going, to an amusement park, or going to, a festival or something like that, or a concert, anything like that. It's just... here's the thing. To give you an idea, I made the biggest mistake of my life taking my daughter to the zoo on free zoo day. Because guess what? Everybody else is going to the zoo on free zoo day. We got stuck for an hour in traffic just trying to get to the road that gets into the zoo. And at that time, my sister was, still able to go do stuff. And they got stuck, and they went to they made a wrong turn, ended up going a bridge across from the zoo, and it took them an additional hour to get back. Now, my family, like my brother, my sister, and I, we all like went as families to go to the zoo on zoo day because of our kids. And it ended up being that like my brother got down there before I did, and he was leaving as we were just pulling into the parking lot. They had been through the entire zoo by the time we got in, and they had gotten in when we hit the traffic. They're like, "Where you at? We just got in." I'm like, "Okay, we're here, and we're in traffic." He's like, "Okay, well, we're done." I'm like, "Wow, that was quick." So it's like well, it wasn't really quick actually. It took that much time for us to go through traffic as it did for them to go through the zoo, and this just the amount of people, the sheer amount of people that it can congregate in one spot because of an event. And I would just rather go when there's nobody there. Like Bailey and I used to go, I used to go grocery shopping on the weekends with my daughter, Sundays at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, because I knew that's when everybody would be home watching football and nobody would be at the store. So we go have lunch, get our stuff, and then have to worry about like getting to things and people, and I didn't have to like, you know, constantly pay attention to her. She can walk ahead of me, she can walk behind me, I can keep an eye on her. Like, you're not fighting through people. It's just, no, you don't want to even deal with that kind of like mess. And maybe some people are just more hardwired into handling that kind of crowd stuff. I paid my dues. I don't want to do it anymore. Nothing fun happens in big crowds like that at my age, and I just don't care. But that's just me. And, you know, I don't know when I'm going to get back to doing stuff like that, if I do at all, ever. But that's just me. Your mileage may vary. So I think we're going to wrap it up there. You can tell, you know, hopefully this isn't the last week you had 10 digits on your hands. Hopefully you come back with all your fingers and toes, eyeballs and everything else, and all in the right place and still working. Because my gosh, you know, nothing says America like a big giant inflatable eagle in a Uncle Sam outfit sitting outside the warehouse of the fireworks store near the turnpike. And, you know, wow, that's an amazing thing to see. And I'm going to be seeing it in about 5 minutes. But yeah, we're stupid. I know we are. All right, with that, I want to thank you all for listening. If you like what you're seeing and hearing, please subscribe to the channel. Hey, drop me a like. Buy some merch that keeps me going. And if you want to really do it, buy me a coffee. Links are all in the description. So, rabbit holes. Yeah, we love them. We love them a lot. We are prone to go down them thanks to the algorithm in YouTube. It happens. I was discussing this with Bailey over dinner. I took her out for her birthday last week. She turned 16, and I don't know where the hell I got a 16-year-old. If y'all remember, way back in the day, her and I used to play stuff like Portal 2 and Wolf Quest and things like that, and Little Big Planet 3. Oh, back in the old days. And 7 Days to Die. Oh my gosh. So talking about rabbit holes. Go down the rabbit holes of my playlists on the channel. But she got down a playlist, rabbit hole of horse chiropractors. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know it was a vocation. Apparently, I learned some things that horses, when you do a chiropractic adjustment on them, if it's something that provides them with relief, they will like lick their lips and yawn. Now, I was always under the impression that when you did that, if you saw a dog licking its lips and yawning, that meant a bad thing. They were scared and you should walk away or, you know, quietly back up. But apparently for a horse, that means a good thing. And then that led to her going down a rabbit hole and watching those videos. And then there was chicken chiropractors and turkey chiropractors. And I'm thinking, like, what? And like, yeah, I'm like, how do you perform a chiropractic adjustment on a chicken? I mean, I've known to do that with wings, you know, pull them apart. You know, hey, chiropractor, call me a crab chiropractor at the Red Lobster, right? I'm cracking those things open really big, and I lick my lips and yawn when I'm done. But you know, just, you know, I don't know how that happened. But then again, I remember 10 years ago, I started down a rabbit hole. Actually, about 12 years ago, I started down a rabbit hole watching videos from a little group called the Yogs Cast. You might have heard of them. They were playing this little game called Minecraft. You might have heard of it. And that actually led me to wanting to be a YouTuber and perform and put out content for playing Minecraft. You know, back in the golden age of YouTube, back when you could actually do that and make a career out of it. And, you know, nowadays, how are people making careers on YouTube? I don't know, but I think I might somewhat know, because I got myself down a rabbit hole, you know, here recently. But let me back up a second and kind of like lead up to this. So back in the day, I was, you know, as a college student, I worked part-time at in the summer at amusement parks, and I was responsible for coming up with T-shirts for our groups, like for our team, the games grew. And I, you know, found a local caricature artist, a guy that does, you know, a picture of you and your girlfriend or your boyfriend at the park, you know, with funny faces and hats and whatever. And I gave him some money. He drew up a design that I gave him the information on. And then I found a local print shop, got them printed, got some orders, made a little bit extra money that I, you know, paid somebody for gas because they let me borrow their car. And, you know, I didn't really make anything out of it, but, you know, that's kind of like got me like into that idea. And then later I started making my own designs for shirts and selling them on the internet, as you can see from the links and me constantly saying, hey, go buy my merch, that kind of stuff. So there's always been, that sort of creative thing. And it's like, there's a bit of that creativity gene that's kind of been handed down. But with my father, he, had more of a physical, creativity. He was like a woodworker, metal art, it's like that. He took metal welding classes, and he actually built some great things. We call them the wonderful things he would build, like a grill out of a 55-gallon drum, parts of a swing, some old countertops, and the wheels from a lawnmower. And he also built a forge for his workshop. A forge, like the thing you heat up metal in and pound it out. He made that out of a Weber grill and a shop vac. Again, guy was a genius. So, he's probably looking at me like, hey, I don't know what I did wrong with this guy. I miss him every day, but, that's probably the case. But I sort of like missed out on that physical aspect gene. Now, of course, like also while working when I was in high school and in college, I also worked backstage on theater shows where I was in the scene shop. And so I have a little bit of that, I could build some things, use some tools and whatever else, but I'm not real great at it. I wouldn't say that I'm great. Like I just did some wiring at the house that I sold and some basic work, but I wouldn't say I was just to get it done. It wasn't like things that I would qualify as being, expert work by any means. But every time I kind of like get into this little bit of a creative rut, and it happens a lot sometimes, just recently, well, not recently, like a few years ago, I was unemployed for 9 months, and I had like all this time on my hands. I was like, oh, I should be doing stuff. I should be, making, doing things, making money. And I just kind of like played video games and designed t-shirts and went on job interviews. But then during the pandemic, we had, everybody was at home and doing things. And I instead of making Rube Goldberg devices to, like I was doing an OK Go video, and people were making all kinds of things and sourdough starters and all that, I played video games and fooled around on the internet and made t-shirts. I was still working though. But during that time, I sort of kind of got invested in American Pickers. American Pickers, they pick over your, oh, look, I found a chassis from a 1940 Ford, or I found a seat from a bicycle, or, I found a Texaco metal sign. Oh, I can, give you 50 for that, and I'll sell it for 200, that kind of thing. And I was like, oh, yeah, great, yeah. Because Megan and I like to go to antique shops. We like to look at that stuff. And I'm always looking for things to see if I can maybe, do that. And I tried that once. I found, some old cookie jars in the store, and I bought them, and I was going to turn them around on the internet, and I didn't really make any money off them. So it's kind of like, that didn't work. But the one thing I have kind of, been thinking about is, man, I could be making things. I should be making physical things. I want to really kind of make things. Part of me was wanting to make, back in the day, remember how... there was this really brief time period where people were making gaming tables with plasma TVs on them, built out of around a plasma TV, so you could have your map and everything on the your game map on in front of you and do all that stuff, and you just hook it to a laptop, and the game master or the DM or whatever was doing their thing behind the scenes on the laptop, and it would show up on the table in front of you where you would roll your dice and all that stuff. And I thought that would have been cool, but this rabbit hole I went down was watching guys build stuff out of pallets. And I'm talking about the pallets that you find outside of a store or in the back alley where, their shipments come in on. And there's one guy I started watching, I think his name's Kent Morley. It's a guy, he's a curly-headed guy. He builds desks out of pallets, and he's got a YouTube channel. And then there's some Danish guy, I think his name's Jesper Makes. And they're really fun and interesting to watch, and they're cool and all that. But they make it look so damn easy. And I know it's not easy. It's anybody that tells you that shit's easy, they're looking at you like you're not really a woodworker, are you? It takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of tools and work that. And you think about it, and the sad thing about it is that Jesper, he lives in Denmark, so he's putting his stuff up on the internet on his store, and it's for 3,500. Well, a krone, a Danish krone, is a little bit more value to it than $1. I think it's 25 cents to the 25 cents a crone is worth 25 cents, I think that's how that works. So like this $3,500 item that he's putting up on his shop was like around $600. So, okay, yeah, let's math that out a little bit. He's getting a pallet probably for free. And so he's, no money there. He's putting time and effort into it. So let's say he puts in 40 hours. Now, if I'm working my regular job in 40 hours, you're talking, a good amount of money. But let's just say I'm farting around on the weekends or in the evenings. So I put in maybe 5 hours worth of, start to finish work on this thing. That's still going to be somewhere in the realm of like $200 and some dollars, $300 and some dollars just for labor alone. Then you got to figure he's got to use his equipment and run power and clean up. So let's say, he's going to have a planer and saws and all that stuff that's already been paid for. So he's just like, using it to make money. But he goes through like, you go through like your routers, your sanding pads and your grit paper and all that stuff. So you're probably racking up some money there. And then you got to get into the epoxy he uses, so like, and the stain. So you're probably pushing some money down the hole on that one. So about the end of the day, you're probably only making maybe a couple of hundred per item, and they're individual pieces. You can't mass produce them really. I mean, you probably could, but why would you? And I kind of got like this idea, like saying, go buy a pallet. And this was smart. The other guy that does like desks and all that, he like went on Amazon and paid like $250 for a standing desk frame, and then he used the pallet to make and then basically they're all butcher block when you get down to it, the way they look in some cases. But some people, they get a little bit crazy with the ideas and the designs, and they're pretty cool. But mostly like they do a lot of butcher block kind of like look of it. Like they stack them all together. They shave the pallets down. They cut them lengthwise until they're like, a couple of maybe an inch or and a half thick, and then they stack them side by side and they glue them, and then they use the clamps, and they make that all, then they like fill in the gaps with epoxy, because pallets are never like clean wood. There's always like knots and shit like that. And then they're gonna like do epoxy to cover the holes and all that other thing, and then they're gonna sand it down, and then like he was gonna attach to this for standing desk frame, and sell it for like $1,500. Okay, so fine, he was probably putting in maybe about $400 worth of work into it, and then the $250, so maybe $600 worth. He was trying to get twice his money back. That's commendable. Hey, you're doing something, you're building something, you're doing physical work. It's art, it's craftsmanship, like that kind of thing. Yeah, I can understand that, but not a lot of people sell it. And you can only do it one time, and then you have to get into shipping and all that stuff, and it gets to be really crazy. And then they are like, where are you actually making your money at? Are you making any money on that thing? But I saw like all these little things on the sites that were like, like wine boxes and stuff like that. I'm like, well, that you can kind of get into. You can sort of mass produce those and get that done, and you can probably make some money off of those. So maybe that's where you got to go with it. But, I don't have that kind of time and effort. So what is there to do? I mean, if I thought more about it, for this to actually work, and the only reason I'm saying this is because I'm looking to the future. I'm looking to see what can I do to diversify and do something, and then be creative at the same time. And that's kind of the problem, because, and I've experienced it, like the reason I don't do custom work for people who like, I've done a handful of things. Like a friend had come to me and said, I'm doing a theater show. We need some shirts. Here's what we're kind of thinking. And I'm like, okay, let me put together something and give it to you. And like, I had the freedom to figure out something and then work backwards from there, instead of saying, what exactly do you want me to do? And then do it. Because then it becomes a back and forth and it never gets done. And, on top of everything else, I would charge a flat rate per hour to do the work. And then they'd have to buy the stuff anyways, because I don't do my own printing. So I don't really tend to do that a lot. I don't tend to sell my artwork to people, because they could, in fact, do what I do and just put it up on the internet. And then, I sell it for maybe, let's say I do $100, and then they go and put it on a shirt, and they have a better way of getting, the word out and get sales, and they're making more money than I am. So it's, I typically reserve the right to put it up and sell in lieu of, a fee. So like, my friend that was doing a theater show, I put it up on the site, gave him the link. He bought the shirts. I got some royalty from the shirt, much less than I would have got, from the shirts themselves. And then, it was great. And it still sells. People still buy it. Every so often I see another one. Oh, look, there's a batch of 16 shirts going out for this. Somebody must be doing that performance, that show for their school or whatever. So I'm like, oh, there you go. But I don't, like I said, I don't do it typically as a custom order for people because I don't want to get into that, and I don't want to work with friends that way because I don't want to prevent, cause problems, and I, it's just a whole thing. Don't, rock the boat while you're in it kind of thing, or shit where you eat when you want to talk about like those types of things. So, yeah. And in the same reason, like, Megan is a wonderful cook. She is a, wonderful, has a way in the kitchen with a lot of stuff, like in baking and cookies and soups and pies and all that stuff. But she wouldn't want to do it as a job because it would not be fun anymore. If you had to do it like for money, it becomes a problem. And like I said, I'm the same way. I don't like to do those types of things as well because, I rarely make things for other people. I make it more for me, but even I don't buy my own stuff. So that, there's that. But the idea is it's always there. So it's like these ideas that I have that are typically like, I think someone might like this and I'll put it out there. But I don't do them for anybody in particular. And if I had to if I actually spent the time I should spend on the shirts that I in order to make it really, really, really successful, I wouldn't enjoy it anymore and it would become work. That's why I don't do it. Kind of like why I don't really try to nail this whole video game thing, because it would be work then. It's work now, in essence, but I still enjoy it. Put out 3 videos a week. I record maybe 3 hours a week, edit maybe an hour and a half. So I'm like putting in 6-9 hours a week on 3 videos, and I'm not really making it. I don't make anything on it actually, but it shows. The quality shows. It really does. So like her not making, baking and cooking for a job, and me not doing that kind of stuff as a job. For me to actually get through, like I said, going down that rabbit hole, we're really down there, Alice. We're getting further to the, closer to the bottom. Things are going, things are upside down, wibbly wobbly and all that stuff. But the idea that if I were to try to do the same thing that like this Jesper guy does and this other guy on YouTube and all the other guys like Dane makes and all that other stuff, it would be hard for me to enjoy it. Like I would start to see that I like to create with wood and do all that stuff, and I'd love to just chuck the whole 9 to 5, go out, grab a piece of wood, shape it, put it into it, make it something, and be done, and then sell it. Yeah, great. But again, the cost and the effort versus what you would get back doesn't seem like it's a lot, so I couldn't justify that being a job. It's a side hustle. But then again, it can't be that much of a side hustle when it involves a lot more work to do that kind of stuff. So I would have to figure out, and this is my brain working, I would have to figure out a way to mass produce something, and then you run into quality issues, and then it's become an issue, and then it becomes not fun, and you have to keep up with orders. And so it's like I don't want to do it and make a shit ton of money because there'll be expectations, you know what I mean? So it's like, where's that sweet spot? Where is that sweet spot of doing a couple of things? Reclaiming some stuff, putting it together, and selling it. But it's like I do want to do something that nets a little bit of cash because I need to pay off some things that I'd like to get and, everything else. And again, I'm down a rabbit hole. I'm down a rabbit hole of doing that kind of stuff. And it's never going to end well. But that's what we do. And it's the fun. It's the game. It's actually sitting there trying to figure out how I can turn something into profit. My brain droppings, my things on paper, things on shirts, things on everything else would be wonderful. I could figure that out, but it's just not going to happen today because I got to pull into a gas station here and get some lottery tickets. Because have you seen the Mega Millions and the Powerball? My goodness, why not? I only play when it gets to be like this big. I don't go crazy. I only go like. Let's end on this. Let's end on a what if note, because we're I want to push it close to that 20-minute mark for this whole thing, of course. But what if I were to win either the Powerball or the Mega Millions? It doesn't matter. Either or. I mean, if you're thinking, as of right now, it's like 700 for one, 500 for the other. So okay, yeah, let's what 350 for the one and 250 for the other. Does it really matter at that point? I mean, anything over 100 million, does it really freaking matter how much you make? And that's the problem. That's a whole other issue that we need to. I'm not going to talk about, but needs to be talked about. Let's say I got like $250 million from the lottery. I would definitely probably quit my full-time job, and I would go out into the woods and I'd find a piece of wood and and turn it into something. And I would do that. And I would so do that. That would be my thing. You wouldn't hear me from me again on YouTube. But that, would I make videos about it? Probably, of course I would. I'd attach a phone or a camera to looking down over top of a table for me doing the work. This would be a whole series. I'd turn it into a TV show. Who knows? Who knows? I would make my own, thing. That would be it. That's what I would do. So, the lottery gods, if you're hearing me and you want to see this happen, make it happen. And I will buy a workshop. I will fill it with all the cool tools I need. Actually, I want to go get more antique tools. I want to go get like old school woodworking tools. Yeah, I want to have a planer that I can just feed boards through. Yeah, I want to have a router sleigh that I don't have to do shit like that, with hand by hand. Yeah, I'd like a drill press. Yeah, I like the miter, all that stuff, bandsaw, all those things. I want to have a full working sawmill at that point. But then I would go and I would have to I would lose my fingers probably. Yeah, because I'm not that graceful. Maybe not. No, it would be fun. I think it would be cool. I would go and buy stuff and turn it into other things. I would do that. That would be my thing. And I would also probably, and believe me, I would set up scholarships and I would do all kinds of fun things and give away money. I would give away money. I would do all that. Because again, after $100 million, I'm 48. After $100 million, what the hell am I going to spend that money on, before I die? I could live off the interest alone. But that would be the thing I'm going to have. It's going to be fun. I'm going to do things with it. And I'm not going to just squirrel away in a hole. And I'm going to, it's a give and take kind of situation. I will, of course, give back to my friends and family and to people, just random people. If I win the lottery, I'm going to be paying some people's student loans. Who knows? But with that, if you like what you're seeing and you want to help me out, not to get people's student loans paid off, but to just keep the channel going, please, by all means, subscribe, like the videos, get it, engage in the comments. That gets it higher up, and I guess on the algorithm or whatever.
We are doing okay. We've been busy, and so that's why I've been doing some voiceover work for these. And I really don't have much that I can add to this, other than this. This is going to be because even though I have a voiceover on this video, it's going to be especially great because we actually find, I should say, a quest clue on the Wonders of Technology quest that we're going to be doing. And that will lead us to doing one of the quests that you can only get when you find them in containers on other quests. This one being the Welcome to Paradise one. So sorry, spoiler alert on that, but it'll just be still be interesting to watch all that. But as we go through, just keep in mind that we are at episode 97 of the series, and I didn't expect it to go this long. It's been almost 2 years of episodes. In fact, probably close to 2 years. It would have been 104 episodes, I think would have been 2 years. However, I'm not going to go into 104 episodes. I think we're going to call it at 100. Now, you can see we've got 152 dwellers in the vault. By the end of this episode, we'll have 155. I think I'm going to take and escalate the matter by having a bunch of dwellers, procreate instead of waiting, because every time we have to kick off the radio room, it also attracts death claws, which means more death and destruction. Now, granted, does not bother us in the least. Everybody who's in the top level has all their perks, has the best weapons, has the best outfits, and they're all level 50, so there's nothing they're going to gain by getting pummeled by death claws. Also, in the vault, we have also taken that one layer of storage rooms out above the storage and living quarters, and then the reason I did that was because we found out last time that with even separated by an elevator row, rad roaches can spread. Fire could spread. Technically, I guess mole rats could spread, but mole rats were never going to spawn because we weren't touching any dirt. But now we're doing the trade-off of keeping all items that could spread to nearby rooms from happening, in lieu of letting mole rats just run rampant down in the basement. One of the byproducts that we're going to see from this particular episode is that we get another Mr. Handy, which leaves us with, too many to even count, and we have no place to put them. I could put them into the bottom of the vault, but then that just necessitates me having to solve an outbreak of something in those rooms, and it also costs me money every time one of the Mr. Handies goes down, because they have to deal with multiple issues, either multiple rad roaches, multiple mole rats, or flame spurts. So I've been taking them and just shipping them out into the wasteland to collect 5,000 caps and come back. Yeah, I will eventually have to repair them, but the thing is that out of that 5,000, I net 3,000 caps if I have to repair them, and that's not every single time they go out. They usually lose about half of their health, so I'm not going to care about that much. Going to not worry about that, but we're going to worry about getting to this quest, and I'm going to turn it over to previous me who recorded something, and it's kind of bittersweet at this time of year, being in summer vacation. So take it away, future me. Or, sorry, past me.
I'm 48 years old, and taking a vacation while is something I really, really like to do. I tend to not do it because I feel like I don't get anything done for me during that time. And my father was self-employed, was an insurance salesman for over 50 years. He rarely took a vacation. In fact, the man rarely stopped. He would work at the office during the day. He would then come home, and typically he would go on to the next thing, which was either going to the farm that he grew up on to help there, or he went to the social organization he was involved in, or he had a separate role as he was on the municipal authority for our town, or on the weekends he was doing things for that social organization in terms of our high school athletics. They ran the concession stand at the stadiums. So him stopping and taking time was rare. And as he got older, he did it, but it was like an afternoon maybe, or just an hour here. He'd come home, eat lunch, take a quick nap. Or if things got slow in the office, sometimes you would find him napping in his chair at his desk. But for him to take an actual vacation, like consecutive days, that was odd. In fact, the last vacation the man ever took, he was in his 70s, his late 70s. It was 2016, and we went as a family, to Topsail Beach. And it was kind of like pulling teeth to get him there. In fact, he had brought his work laptop with him in order to do work. And about a day into it, he's just closed the lid and said, screw it, I'll just do it when I get back. And that's kind of the problem with the line of thinking that we have, is me especially, is I hate going away for a week, because when I get back, there's all the work that I didn't do, as well as the work that I need to do waiting for me. And that's kind of like with him. And he was self-employed, so he was the man. He had a secretary, pretty much. And maybe at one time he had 2 secretaries helping out because there was so much work to do. But for the most part, it was just him and one other person. And he was the kind of guy that people would call at night or on the weekend, whenever, like they had a problem. And, like say, hey, I just was in an accident, I need to, blah, blah. And he would, go out there with his Polaroid camera, take pictures of the accident, get all that stuff. And by the next day, they were, their claim was filed or whatever. And he did that. He was on call. And that's me, too. I'm on call. And it's not that other people can't do my job. In fact, I've kind of, for better or for worse, I've made it to the point where I am that point person for when something goes wrong, but the ability for anybody else to do that role, if I'm not available, is there. We have a process in place, and it's scary to me, because it's like I'm not really needed, but also I should be able to take time off. And just this past week, I went on vacation, and 15 minutes into me being off of work, there was an issue, and I had to ignore it. I had to let other people do it. I sat there and watched it happen, but I wasn't responsible, and I wasn't going to do anything. And then people were coming at me in our work messaging service that I could still see it because I hadn't turned off my notifications yet for the week. And they were asking, hey, this needs to be done. And I'm like, I'm not looking at that. I'm not answering it. I have a note. I have a message that says I am out of the office. You can see my status is unavailable, offline. The little purple circle says out of the office. And still, I felt like I didn't see any movement on what that person was asking me. So I texted my boss and his boss, who, we are all kind of like a team kind of idea, and said, hey, you guys might want to look at this. They came at me in private messaging, but I have my notifications turned off, so I don't know what's going on. Just to from the sidelines, kind of push things a little bit. So it's hard for me to let go. And I even caught myself opening up and looking at some email and looking at just to see what the chats were, but not actually respond or engage in them while I was gone, just because it's just, I can't detach. And I know how my father felt. And what's sad is that vacation we took together as a family, where he brought his work with him and then finally said, you know what, I'm not going to deal with it. It was sort of a moment of foreshadowing, because that was the trip we found out that he had cancer. He had been complaining of having some pain in his mouth, like an ulcer, and they found out he had stage 3 squamous, which was then into his lymph nodes, and he had to have part of his tongue removed because of that. And there was going to be all this other surgery that didn't happen, and then he went into chemo and radiation, and then he never really recovered. He just kind of slowly fell down more until he decided he was done. And so he never retired. In fact, he worked until he couldn't, until he had nothing left. And it made me think about this post I saw once on Facebook. Now, I don't know if this is a true thing. It's just a picture with a story attached to it. Who knows? The story and the picture might not be related, but it makes perfect sense, regardless of whether or not it's a fictional or fake post, bad context, whatever, wrong caption to right picture, whatever. It still tells a story. And that story is of this robot, an art installation at a museum or whatever, that has this robot arm. It sits in the middle of the floor. And it has, on the end of the robot arm, it has this, squeegee. And while the arm is in place and is there, it slowly leaks fluid, like hydraulic fluid. And it knows enough about the leaking fluid that it can scrape it with that squeegee back into the center into a vat, which supplies the robot, which then of course leaks out again as it circulates through the hydraulic system. And so as fluid leaks out, it sweeps it back in. Now that's just keeping itself going, and it's it's a thing that it can constantly keep up with. If that's its only job, it's fine. Keeping itself alive is fine. It's okay. But it's also programmed that when it recognizes people in its eye, in with a sensor sight or whatever it is, that it has to perform. It has to do this dance, this happy dance, when it sees people. And at first, it's able to do those happy dances because it's not leaking that much, and then it can just scrape the stuff back into the vat and keep going. But as time goes on and more people expect to see more happy dances, there's more happy dances to be had, it becomes harder for the robot to scrape the hydraulic fluid back to the center while it's performing. And people expect it to do these dances. Like that's a thing. This robot will dance for you. And I don't know if they even tell the people that this robot will dance for you while it's trying to keep itself alive. I mean, I don't know what the specifics are, but if you imagine that you are that robot and you are doing that happy dance for people, performing for people at the same time trying to keep yourself alive, and the more times you have to perform, the less time you have to keep yourself alive by pushing that stuff back into the center, you will slowly die. And you perform less, and people start to wonder, and people think, oh, the robot's not dancing that great. And then the end of the story was that in 2019, it finally couldn't keep up with the amount of fluid, because as the fluid would leak out, it became harder for it to move. The hydraulics, the movement became harder, and it became harder for it to move that liquid back to the center, and so eventually it died. I mean, it just ran out of fluid and it couldn't move anymore. And I was struck by that, because that's us. That's me. It's my dad. Constantly trying to perform and do things for other people who expect things of us. And slowly and surely, losing the ability to keep ourselves alive, either through rest, through self-care, through anything, through health care. I'm too sick, but I have to go to work. I have a deadline. I need sleep, but I have to get this done. And I don't think we really take into account how much we need to do that life-saving act of scraping the fluid back to our center. Because we're too busy trying to do something that people expect of us. And maybe they don't see what it's doing to us. Maybe they don't care. And oftentimes when we do profess to somebody that we have a problem, that we need to do something, that I need to take care of myself, I need to take a day off, and then people look at us like, well, how could you be so selfish? You have needs, but we have, needs too, and how, you could take another day off, or you'll have the weekend, or blah, blah, blah. Like, no, I do the weekend is when I do other things for me, for my family. So I don't want to be the robot. I want to go on vacation, and I want to enjoy my vacation. I need to start looking at the notifications on my phone. I need to just maybe just not even take it. And this is why I kind of wish we lived in a world where, and I understand why we don't, but it used to be, way back in the day, that if you were a person who had an on-call role, or you had to be involved in something, you had a second device. You had a work phone. You didn't have just your own phone. You had a work phone. Now, at some point in the process of saving money, companies figured that it was bring your own device. We can partition your phone so that your stuff and our stuff won't interact with each other. So there's no chance of losing, security on data. And you can, we can save money by not buying you an extra device and having a plan and all that other stuff. So I understood the metrics that were looked at and said, we could implement this idea of bring your own device. But at the same time, it's hard for us as humans to not look at something just because we're told not to. It's like, it's always there, but just don't look at it. Just train yourself to not look at it. Where we should, if we're going to have this idea of bringing your own device is better for the company and it's better for us and everything else, then fine. Then we program into the system that every time I decide to take a week off, I lose that access and I can't see those things. I am shut down from that. I cannot look. I am in a bubble. Like I am in Apollo 13. I'm Ken Mattingly. I'm just like deciding to go to bed instead of watching the launch. So I missed the entire thing where Apollo 13 ends up in distress. Now, I guess that's probably a bad example because Ken Mattingly helped save them, and he was supposed to be on there, and so yeah, then his ability to be reached when he shouldn't have been reached helped out, but at the same time, he was not around. He shouldn't have been involved. So yeah, bad analogy. But anyways, we should do better. We should do better as humans to guard against that loss of hydraulic fluid and stop asking people to perform so much. Let's strike a healthy balance. We used to be able to do this, or we just didn't care. There was always that talk of you just need to go to work and stop complaining, and we all did this. Yeah, just because you did it doesn't mean it was better. Just because somebody did something, hey, guess what? Just because we thought the world was flat doesn't mean we shouldn't try and embrace the fact that it actually is round. Like, new empirical evidence has shown us that this is wrong. We should embrace change and fix it, not be just because you didn't die doing it. We drove for how long without seatbelts? But guess what? Seatbelts helped. So, I don't know. I just don't want to be the robot. I don't want to die. I want to go on vacation. I want to be able to do the happy dances. But I want to be able to do the happy dances while not dying at the same time. Maybe I'm just different. I don't know.
We're closing in on the end, I believe. It's episode 98, and we got some quests that we're going to do, and we're talking about some things and how we're going to finish everything up. You can see right now we are at 918,996 caps. That is up from where we were at 0. And we've got the vault pretty much where we're going to have it, and we almost have enough. We have to get another 45 more dwellers, but I don't want to do it the way I wanted to do it right now. I was going to just start dancing and have everybody, breed. I'm not going to do that right now because I still have the this sucker going, and we could still get some from lunchboxes and from quests. I'm going to hold off and maybe do the last 10 that way. We'll see. But for now, let us get our groove on. We've got some quests. The Gathering of Ghouls. Confront a glowing one and its ghoul minions. Alrighty, we will do that and get that out there. Actually, let's go do the reading this time. A ghastly glowing one has taken up residence a little too close to the vault, and is drawing in ghouls like moths to a flame. Extinguish the brilliant beacon before this ghoulish gathering grows any larger. Okay. We'll send you out there with our best. And go have fun. Eliminate the glowing one. Your skin, it's glowing. How do you moisturize? Yes, so here we are. Like I said, oh my god, it's a big one. It's episode 98. Basically, we got 2 more episodes. It's bittersweet, in a sense, because we started out this entire thing with the preset goal of stating that, once again, you do not have to buy anything in-game with your own money. Just play the game, and you'll get everything you need, and we've proven that again and again and again. And after almost 100 episodes, I mean, we've done everything. We've taken from humble beginnings all the way up to, having the max amount of caps. And then we totally redesigned the entire vault, turned it upside down, reorganized everything, reshuffled the deck. And now we're back almost again to 999 caps. We've almost got 200 dwellers. While we probably will not get all of our dwellers to level 50, probably won't get them all through training before we're done. The concepts are there. It's the proof of concept is proven. We've done it. It happened. And we got to experience the new content. And that's a great thing. That was sort of like a little happy accident that happened during, the fact that we were doing all this. And along the way, we learned some things that we didn't know before. Like using the agility +5, +7 outfits for the best thing. And the vengeance being, rather than the Dragon's Maw, which we always used. And we learned how the time glitch worked and how to combat it. Now, the funny thing was that going way back to episode 37, that's when we talked about let's do the time glitch again. And the only reason I did this, and that was for educational purposes, was to show you how to fix it. What was the glitch? How did people do it? And how do you fix it? I didn't intend for it to be a go ahead and do the glitch. I'm covering up the wrong side of my mouth in front of the microphone. Go ahead and do the glitch. That wasn't my intention. My intention was to show you that there was a glitch. People have used it. People have gotten burned by it. And how do you fix it? So we did that. But I did have one commenter a couple of days ago, which is funny. I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this verbatim, just because this is his words or their words, not mine. I don't know who they are. Don't do this shit. It don't work no more. It also causes the game to read you as a higher level than you are. And I had 60 dwellers and got attacked by 3 death claws and lost my entire vault. I'm sure they meant death claws. An honest mistake there. It's possible, yeah. Again, your mileage may vary. This is not, hey, do this at all costs. This is suggestions. These are, like I said, for educational, informational purposes. I am not advocating or condoning or doing anything against, a built-in glitch that happens. We've used it. We showed it. Now, to his point, said don't do this, doesn't work anymore. It kind of does still work because we did it. We showed it worked. And I'm using this. I was using it on Steam at the time, and now I'm using it on an Android emulator. And I can tell you that the glitch will still work because we did do it a couple of times too. I needed to advance because there was like a 24-hour wait period, and I needed to record a video. So I advanced the clock by 24 hours in order to get through a quest. So it does work. But to their point where they said it reads you at a higher level than you are, I don't know 100% how that's true or why or what it does. I don't know right off the top of my head, and I can't look it up because I'm recording. I don't know at what level you start. Well, I mean, 3 death claws. You start getting 3 death claws when you have so many dwellers. So I don't know exactly what they're saying as far as it, reads them as a higher level than that. We all know. I think it was over 50. No, once the vault population reaches 60 or higher, 35 in survival mode. So, yeah, if they're saying in this particular comment that they had 60 dwellers and got attacked by 3 death claws, that's true. That's a true statement. At 60 dwellers, you start getting attacked by death claws. At 60 dwellers, when you start using the radio room to attract dwellers, you will attract death claws. Every time I turn on the radio, I get a death claw attack. So that's why I don't do it when I'm trying to record. I do it like at the end after I've sent everybody out for a quest or I've cleaned up everything and I'm turning off the camera or whatever, turning off the recording. Then I go do that in case I get a death claw attack, because we all know that we can take care of a death claws. It's not a big deal anymore. So yeah, I haven't responded to this comment. I think I will, and state and ask the question: did you have 60 dwellers before? Because death claws start attacking at 60 dwellers. So I'm not exactly sure. I mean, again, I don't advocate, I don't condone. I'm just saying that yeah, it happened, but we're out there to show you why. So yeah. All right, we finished off the quest. We killed the glowing one, and we're gonna go back to the vault. Yay! Duplicate theme recipe fragments. Oh, listen, the Nuka-Cola. Oh my god. Yeah. I know, it's silly. War of the Nerds. Oh, we gotta do this. We gotta do this. Of course, bring peace to warring groups of science fiction fans. We've just received news that our nearby vault has descended into chaos and seems to plan a pre-war science fiction novelists. I can't. Why can't I? Okay, fine. Having come to the blows of which series the best, we need to send a team to help pacify the vault. We will do that. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, we get her in a swing dress, which is A6. Why not? Might as well. And he's in a 7, and he's in a 7. I think we don't have anything better than that. Yeah, cold. I don't know the words. Oh no, here comes the death clock deck. But wait, there's 4. Because there's 3. I don't know. I got 156 dwellers. It doesn't matter. Oh jeez. Well, okay. War of the Nerds. Pacify the Cosmic Clash fans. Speaking of War of the Nerds, I mean, we got a new series coming out for Ahsoka for Star Wars, and we got, of course, Strange New Worlds happening. I'm probably here beginning to get to despair. Nerds started shooting each other. What? My god. Nerds. Okay. Yeah. You got the fans of Space Trippies and the Cosmic Clash Adepts. This is almost like that one quest in Fallout 3. The Antagonizer and whatever that other one was. Anyways. So, yeah. So we got Ahsoka coming out. And I gotta go back and watch some of Star Wars stuff, the Clone Wars stuff, because I don't remember. I never watched it the first time around, so I don't know a lot about the Ahsoka dynamic with Anakin. I saw Rebels and I saw Book of Boba Fett, those things beside. But then again, on the other side of the coin, we have Star Trek: Strange New Worlds and Discovery. The last season of Discovery coming out. Truly have enjoyed both series. I went back and watched the first 2 seasons. Obey the principal regulation. Okay. I went back and watched the first 2 seasons of Discovery because I wanted to catch up on the whole entire backstory of Christopher Pike, because Strange New Worlds, they are hurtling towards that, his fate, which if you don't know, in Star Trek, he ends up, he saw his future, of course, but he ends up not doing well from an accident after a training accident. But, I can't see them, and spoiler alert here, I can't see them, spoiler alert for 50, or 60 years now? Because that was back in the 60s. I can't see them deciding to change history. But then again, J.J. Abrams took us into an alternate universe for, in the name of the Planetary League, I command you to stop. You are despicable Cosmic Clash nerds, or, okay. Do we have questions we can answer? I don't think we do. What did the chief... Oh, God. Really? We've got questions we can answer? Okay. I believe it's... Tell you the Babelism isn't real. Are you wearing alien ears? Shit. Okay. Peaceful option. You're giving... Okay, well, let's get a peaceful option. There you go. Correct. Let's lay all down our arms and read that classic episode. Why not? So, yeah. I looked it up in the wiki. I was pretty sure, but I looked it up in the wiki anyways. So, the first 2 seasons of Discovery, because they go to the future after that. Sorry, spoiler alert again. But again, this is like 5 years old at this point. And Captain Pike, Anson Mount, is the captain in the second season because of what happened to the captain of the Discovery in the first season. And then he goes on to be in Strange New Worlds. So I wanted to go back and watch them to get the whole entire thing about how he found out his fate and all that other stuff, because it feeds into the Strange New Worlds and feeds into the second season, because there's been some great crossovers in the second season. Let me tell you, I've never watched some of the other series, but hilarious. It was almost devolving into the Orville at that point, but I guess it was kind of funny. Yeah, so if you have not watched and you are a fan of Star Trek, go watch Strange New Worlds. It's great. Yeah, let's see here. The Cosmic Enemy God. Okay, they're going to attack me anyways, though. But beyond that, speaking of nerd stuff, yeah. What's next? Like I said, we're on episode 98. We got 2 more episodes after this. I got 2 weeks to figure out what I'm going to do, because I'd like to get a build-up so I can start releasing episodes, and I've been, doing. Now, the smart money on it for me is to say maybe I should do something different, because we have played Fallout 3, we've been playing Fallout Shelter, we have been playing Skyrim. We had played, years ago played Skyrim. Maybe we should go away from Bethesda, because Starfield's coming, and I really want to look at that at some point, and I don't want to get too Bethesda'd out. I don't want to make this the Bethesda channel. So I'm wondering if maybe I should go in a different direction for a little bit and not do. And I know I hate to talk about games while I'm playing other games. That's been a hard, fast rule, which we always break. Always break that rule. But I was having the discussion with Bailey last night, at the time I'm recording this, it was last night. It'll be 2 days prior to when this gets released. And we talked about it. I said, so, help me out here, because I was thinking, okay, I got Morrowind, I should play Morrowind. I tried, it was very, very dry and hard for me to get through the first, 2 episodes, and I thought, I need something that's going to be able to replace a long-standing series and go a bit. And I just didn't see me doing this, because it was just going to get annoying. But then I thought, okay, well, there's also the DLC, which I never did get back to, for Fallout 3, but I kind of want to get away from Fallout 3. I've been playing it, I've been playing Fallout Shelter, and I'm also playing Fallout 76. I kind of want to get away from that, but then New Vegas is out there, and I still have that, And she said, "Oh, that's like, that's a great game and everything else and blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Well, I don't necessarily, I don't want to get bogged down in something, because here's the other thing. This isn't the only series that's ending. I got another series, 2 series in there that one's done and one's about to end in about a couple more episodes. I'm gonna have nothing left to put on the channel except for Fallout 76. Greetings, I am Senador Kari of the Concordat. Welcome to our very, very distant nebula. Oh God. Your superstition is no match for our rusted weapons. We only see cosmic harmony. Okay, I'll just go with that one. Yeah. Yay, we got everything we needed. We don't really want half of it. It's fine. You can see how I'm kind of like checking out. I'm dipping already on the season. On the series. So, I'm thinking I got New Vegas. I've got one other that I really haven't been paying attention to. I've had it for a while now, and I was going to start playing it, and I didn't, and it's going to take me a lot of time, and I'm only 10% through the game, probably. And I'd like to have a little bit of a build-up, so I don't have to, rush. And I don't know if that's going to happen, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see. And I think this is going to do it. Okay, come on. All right, everybody. No, you had to be. Okay, everybody's healed. All right, we did it. We pacified. We did it all, and we're coming back. Hooray! Oh well. Oops. Okay, I know what my marching orders are going to be. Get this number back up to... Well, look, there we are. We're at 999,000 caps, so we're right there. We're going to do some quests next time, and I got to figure out a series to replace this one. But for now, we're going to call it here. And we are going to accept some concessions on some things. But we're going to do some other stuff. So, first of all, let's get all these people set to go. Where they need to be. We got lots new people in the vault, and we're about to have 6 more, because look at this! Yeah, we had a little bit of an outbreak of dwellers having some dancing going on. So okay, we got Russell Bush and Christina Pera having Charlotte Bush. We got Luna and Bruce Stewart having Carolyn Stewart. And Amanda Henriquez is the daughter of Anne Henriquez, an old Longfellow. Haven't said that for a while. Aaron Harper and Ryan Parker. And Kyle Anderson, thanks to Amanda Lewis and Alexander Anderson. And Amada and Jonathan Hancock. Stephen, no last name. So we got 6 new babies. That puts us at 165. We're going to continue, I think, doing some of this stuff to get... some more kids. I didn't want to do anything with the radio room while they were pregnant, because pregnant dwellers won't fight. And if they won't fight, the death claws coming in will end up down in the power room. We don't want that to happen. So we just kind of held out and turned off the radio for now. That being said, we've got some quests to be done. So let's go to it. We've got the debuggers. Help Vault 505 deal with its bug problem. Received a call from help from Vault 505. They've been working on a special project that would allow dwellers to play games on their Pip-Boys. Imagine that. Unfortunately, they've also been overrun rad roaches. Boy, this seems really, really beneath us. All my folks, all my peeps out there. Yeah, hold on one second. So they're all in the A's. Aaron Harper, Alexander Anderson, and there's one with an R, with Russell Bush. Come on, oh, somebody is hurt. We didn't heal them up all the way. Russell Bush, there we go. Get them out there to do that one. Go for it. I had them in other rooms because I didn't want to send them out and bring them back in, because when you can trigger attacks when you send your dwellers out into the wasteland. And again, we had pregnant dwellers in the one room. I didn't want to have, so maybe if I were to do this again, I wouldn't do this room. It was just simpler to have them because they're not doing anything else. And they are high level. They're level 50. They have all their perks and all their specials and all that stuff. And I wanted them specifically because of their, the genetics for having new dwellers. You get legendary dwellers that way. In terms of that kind of thing. So I didn't want, so I kind of like goofed it in that sense. So I just stuck them in a room, the guys in a room somewhere that were on coffee break, and I couldn't get back on coffee break without sending them out of the vault. So, yeah, enough said. Talk to the developers. Okay, this seems like a programming joke. Oh boy. So yeah, here it is. We are at the next to the last episode, and we're taking some easy shots at bugs. Don't have to have that much of a skill level. I think I don't remember what the requirement was, but man, look at us. I mean, we're gonna have probably a glowing red roach at some point. That's probably it. I would think that if you were gonna give me a big one, you'd give me some glowing red scorpions or something, but probably not gonna be the case. It's probably gonna all be red roaches. So I apologize in advance for the fact that you're not seeing much of a fight. But, pretty much what would be a fight for us? And we've done it all. I mean, we started out way back when, a year ago. Actually, no, I'm sorry, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, 2021, we started this. 99 episodes later, we've been through a vault reorganization that took us down to like 2,000 caps from 999,000, and we're back up to 999,000. We've almost got 200 dwellers. We've got more Mr. Handies than we have floors of people, I should say. We've got an entire section that's just devoted to storage and residences that can sit there and burn for all we care. We don't care about that. We had a whole new entire update from Bethesda for the 25th anniversary that happened in the middle of all of this. We've done all of the timed seasonal quests. We're still just picking up quests that are daily quests, and we probably could have another 100 of those before we're done. There's not much left for us to accomplish. I mean, have we got to 200 dwellers? Not yet. Have we got to all of our dwellers up to level 50? Not yet. Did you have all the dwellers up, all 200 dwellers up to level 10 on all their perks? Not yet. But do I really need to do all that? I mean, we've proven this. The entire point of this entire series. Hold on a second. Thank you for helping us meet our milestone. That's a word we invented to gauge our progress. When we meet an objective, we carve good job on this slab of rock, and then we crush at least productivity. Oh my God. So what's your role? I'm the producer. I make sure we have fresh produce daily so the team stays healthy. Oh, wonderful. Okay. I mean, like I said, the entire point of this was because I got prompted from a comment on a episode that I did years ago when we were using BlueStacks before it came to Steam and before it came to PC and before it came to other platforms, consoles, that I had all those caps and I had all lunchboxes and all that, and it just seemed a little cheaty, But I'd always maintained that you shouldn't have to buy Mr. Handies, you shouldn't have to buy lunchboxes, you shouldn't have to buy Nuka-Cola Quantums or anything like that in order to achieve all the objectives in the game. There's our red roach, glowing red roach, and we've proven that time and time again. So as far as what can we offer, there's really not much else. We had new content. That's probably the newest thing we've actually had in the game, and we're not going to get newer content, I don't think. I think Bethesda is pretty much tied up into Starfield coming out. They're not really paying attention. Uh-oh. Michael McDonald's here. Flying. Can I try your game? Sure. Now your Pitbull. Oh, okay. But we got, those are always a good things, those circuit boards. There's not going to be really any more content because I think they're more focused on Starfield at this point. And The Elder Scrolls 6, we've heard something about a remake of Oblivion, all kinds of other stuff. So I think we've hit that mark. I mean, we hit 25 years of Bethesda being an entity, so it's probably as good as it's going to get. And while the game itself is still fun and still provides, entertainment, I don't think we're going to reinvent the wheel, and I don't think we're going to discover anything new. We've even done, we've even tried to break the game, and successfully did that with a What If by having no dwellers in the vault at all. So, I mean, I think we've done it all. And all I'm doing is just wasting time by, doing more quests, talking about things and doing other stuff. I'd like to get to other games. There's other games I have. In fact, I just finished off one game, and I'm starting another game that's related to Fallout or to Bethesda. It shares DNA with Fallout and Bethesda games, and that's in the run-up to Starfield if we get to play it. So, all right, we did this one. Let's take her home, shall we? We talked to producers. That was an optional thing. We talked to developers. We did that. Yay. All right, we got a military circuit board, and advanced lab coat, and Ronald. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's see here. Next quest would be scientific process. Oh, level 42 and an institute rifle. I don't know that we have those. Let's see what we got. And they gotta have. What is the level 42, an institute rifle, and an advanced institute jumper. Ooh, okay, that's going to take a while. Give us some time on that. Glad I started recording this early in the week, because it's going to take a couple of days to get all these done, especially since I had a Vengeance being crafted, and I had no institute rifles. So we've got everybody with the right weapons, the right outfits, and we can send them out now. Let's go. Alright, for the boys from the Institute, going to kill the raider boss. Yeah, I don't think we even read the description. Oh well. Basically, to kill the raider boss. No need to turn around. This is the first room. How are you not going to be in the right direction? What's this one called? Scientific progress, something like that. Yeah. Ooh, not a very big threat to us. Oh shit, we forgot somebody. Yeah, so basically the idea is cutting-edge science requires materials and demands sacrifice. So science requires materials and demands sacrifice. So sacrifice some raiders in the name of science to take all their stuff. Wow. Come on, guys. Get with the program. Thank you. So fun. Every room we're going to just run into stuff. There's legendary junk. The alien blaster we'll get. Yeah. That's pretty much it. So, yeah, like I think we were talking about was the fact that there's nothing new under the sun. Everything's done. I think this will be the last quest we will do in terms of... Because we had actually built some thins for this one. This was, a nice way to end everything. And that's not to say that you can stop playing. Go, try to do all the quests. I think at some point, on the old Vault, I had only the daily and the weekly quests happening. There was no new quests happening anymore. And because I couldn't use that one on, I was using that one on Steam and not here on BlueStacks or Android or iPhone or whatever you want to call it, an emulator. We weren't going to get the new ones anyway, so it wasn't like I was going to be able to keep that going. So for the completion is how we want to do those things. So, but yeah, I mean it's just rinse, lather, rinse, repeat on a lot of these quests anymore. Nothing new. The varying degrees of enemies that you may meet can happen. I mean, it tells you in the description what you're going to have to face and what you're going to need probably in order to face it. So you know what that's like. Like I said, always get those guys trained up on their skills before you start sending them on a quest. Maybe get them up to level 50. That way you don't ever have to worry. Because sometimes you're going to have quests that are like a level 50 is the requirement. Or the ability to have a 7 or 9 damage or whatever else. Or have a weapon, a good weapon. So we get them up to that. If it doesn't require a specific weapon or outfit, try to go for the agility +5, +7, and vengeance, or the dragon's maw. That's what we used to it. That was always the case. So yeah, pretty much we pretty much beat this dead horse over the last 6 years, and I do not regret a single bit of it. There was an international version. We never got a chance to play that because we can't play it. It's blocked. Can't install it. I'm sure there's another way to do it, but I don't know if it's safe to use another an emulator to get that to work for that. It's no different, really. It's a lot of the same stuff, except it's like called online. So, that being said, this has been a wild trip. I cannot believe that this game has elicited this much feedback over, after being 6 years. I mean, and it's not called Skyrim. And that you've enjoyed it, and I've enjoyed it, and there's always gonna be some mixed feelings about a game like this being played years and years after its release, because again, no new content, nothing new, no innovation. It's pretty much it's a time waster. It's really what it is. The strategy game is a time waster, but it's fun, and it doesn't require a lot. You don't have to pay to play. You don't have to, and we've proven that. So the mixed feelings, though, are that we're going to end it because there's nothing else for me to do, and I'd like to get to other things. We said before. So we'll wrap up this quest. We'll come back, and then next time we'll do the last bits. We'll probably open up all the rest of the lunchboxes and stuff, because I don't want to have 200 dwellers and then open up a lunchbox that gives me a dweller. It'd be really nice, really nice if one of those lunchboxes gave me some cool dwellers. But even that, you don't have to spend money on. Just play the game every day, open it up every day, and you get that that tick on the daily report. And after this, give me your clothes, your boots, or your motorcycle. That's a Terminator reference there. Let's just say we come in peace. Whoop, well, okay. Doesn't matter. They are no match for us. Whoops. There we go. Yay, Alien Blaster's ours. We got another circuit board. That's great. More caps that we can't do anything with, but nonetheless, we did it all. So yeah, let's go home. Yay! Alien Blaster, focused Alien Blaster, military circuit board, giddy up Buttercup, always a good thing. Oddly enough, the quest that we didn't get to do is called Game of Vaults, Slay the Dragon. Hear ye, fierce and loathsome beast has been terrorizing the villagers throughout the land, track it to his lair. It's a Deathclaw. Yeah, I think we've done that one before, but it's for stuff that we really don't care about. So, alrighty, that's it for tonight. We will see you next week to wrap everything up. Some final thoughts. Oh my goodness, I haven't been here for a couple of days. Jeez. Well, okay. So, if there are new updates, if we find anything, if anybody wants me to try something, and they can comment into the video and let me know, we may come back and do some stuff. But for now, this shall be the last episode. We've got 999,999 caps. We've got 194 Nuka-Cola Quantums. I got people all in training rooms, so I can't even get another, group of dwellers in to put them through training because it's just not going to happen. I got nowhere to stick them. And I'm going to just, keep doing what I'm doing and, pushing people through training, getting them leveled up, assigning them to rooms. I've got a lot of rooms that need people in them because we've reorganized the entire vault. So I don't have enough to make my damn thing. So never mind that. But for now, let's just go ahead, get a quest going, do what we usually do, and we'll have some chatting along the way. And we will open up the last. Oh, guess who's here? And we open up the last of our lunch boxes and see what we get out of that. So okay, Game of Vault, slay the dragon. Hear ye, our face. Fierce and loathsome beast has been terrorizing the villages throughout the land. Track it to its lair and slay the creature. Well, we're going to just send our best and brightest out there with their cool stuff. And, hello, get you in your right actual suit. And go on with your bad self. Have fun. And I'm going to spend the 12 and get it done. Because I have them to use, why not? Ha 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 ha. Bottle and cap can kiss my butt for right now. Save the princess! But is she in another castle? I don't know. Alright, yes. So here it is. Back on August 26, 2015. 8 years ago. Almost 8 years ago. 8 years ago this month. 16 days from now. The first ever Fallout Shelter video that I ever created, I put up on YouTube. You want to know how many views it got in 8 years existence? 1,929. 1929. Yeah, that's pretty sad. 25 likes. Now, okay, again, at the time, I had maybe, I don't even think I had 100 followers at that point. Subscribers to the channel, people liked the channel. And when I started doing those videos, that's when things changed. Now, I've got more likes on this video than I've got actual followers right now. I think like 1107, I think is where I'm standing at. And that's awesome, but it's also sad. It's awesome for me because I've come that far, but it's also sad because I haven't come very far at all. But this definitely was a game changer, and from there on, it just went crazy. I'm not going to go through all the stuff, but once I hit the video where I said don't spend your real world money on in-game items like lunchboxes or Mr. Handies, I think that was the tipping point, and I think that had like over 10,000 views, something along those lines. It was pretty big, and since then it has just continued to get bigger. Now, do my videos now get as many views as they did back then? No, not at all. Not at all. I'm playing a game that's over 8 years old. It's 8 years old, and there's just now one update in like the last 2 years, where it hadn't been updated in probably the last 4. And that was because of the 25th anniversary of Bethesda, and we are getting a new content, and I don't mean from Fallout or even Elder Scrolls. We're getting a whole new IP, and that's great. Because as much as it is fun to play some of these, these titles, the Fallout and all that stuff, to get something brand new, to start on a new journey, that's great. But let's talk about Fallout Shelter. The Fallout Shelter first came out for the iOS, for the Apple. I believe it was not available for Android yet. When it first came out, it was a run-up to Fallout 4. In fact, it was sort of like a guide for how Fallout 4 was going to sort of work. The attacks, the skills, all the stuff that was associated to in this game, legendary weapons, all that stuff was primarily for the purpose of sort of getting people ready for Fallout 4, which was going to change some things in the way people who played Fallout understood for game mechanics. So I couldn't play it right off the bat. It was because it was only for Apple. I didn't have an iPhone. And even if I did have an iPhone, I wouldn't be able to show you anything because at that point I couldn't put anything out for content because I didn't know how to record on a device like that. And then they released it for Android, and again, I did not have a way for me to record an Android instance and put it up on YouTube. But then I found, I forget what the first one was. I used something else. I don't remember what it was called nowadays. Let me see. It was... Oh no, that was BlueStacks back then. Okay, so I used BlueStacks back then. The first, BlueStacks that I ever used was back then, and I started playing Fallout Shelter, and 8 years later, the rest is history. And I was playing it on my phone at the same time, so I had vaults going on my phone, and I would do stuff like there, and then say, oh, I need to do that on my other thing, and then I would recreate it or redo it. And I found that hey, like any other game, it required a little bit of work. Now it's not as bad as some free-to-play games for mobile. It's a time waster. That's basically what it's for. It's resource management and all that other stuff. It forces you to have to play the game and do stuff, and you have to come back in and do things. Now that was way back then when there wasn't quests, when there wasn't the proliferation of Mr. Handies and everything, and Lunchboxes and all that, because they required you to actually do the work. So I'd have to go in and do those quests. There was glitches back then, and everything else happened. There was the one quest you could, or the one objective you couldn't do. But slowly and surely, over time, more content got put out, and then we got into the ability to go, not just leave the vault and just wander around and get stuff, but to go and actually do things like going, find locations out on the wasteland and do quests. Oh, hey, we found the treasure, by the way. Maybe the treasure was the friends we made along the way. Oh, here we go. Kicking off. Let's he's not really hurting us that much with the first hit right off the bat, so I don't think we have to really worry. But we are going to take out the Alpha Deathclaw, as always, first. Not a big deal. And through those videos, we proved that you did not have to buy extra things. It wasn't necessary. Just play the game. Just play the game. Now, did that require you to actually spend some time in the game? Yeah. And I found that was, I had an older phone, and it wasn't that great, and it did not really have, I can't get into this. Here we go. I want to get rid of him. Did not have an updated, OS at that time. And therefore, whoop, thanks, pal, you saved my bacon. I thought the Deathclaw was chow. I thought I was Deathclaw chow for sure. Hark, fair maiden, it is I, your savior, come forth and ride with me to the beast's den. What? Okay. Huh? Is that it? That's a guy. That's a guy. Alright. Whatever. So, whatever. What was I even saying? Because that threw me off completely. My phone wasn't that great, and it kept crashing and all that. So it kind of hard to play on my phone, and I sort of just went strictly to the emulator I'm using for playing BlueStacks. And then they brought it to PC with the Bethesda launcher. And then they brought it to console, and we did all that. We went through all those things. We showed you on the Bethesda launcher, back and forth, what was the differences. We showed you on the console. I didn't particularly like it on console because of the how far you had to, just the moving around with your stick. The control stick on the 6-axis for the PlayStation was just not great. So we stuck to PC. And now that we were doing it on PC, we didn't have to use BlueStacks, because then BlueStacks was getting glitchy, and I just didn't want to even deal with that. So, I just felt that I got greedy. So we continued to just go forth onto PC, and then Steam came around, and then we moved everything to Steam because Bethesda Net Launcher was going away, and then from there we we didn't have to do anything. We didn't want to do it. They brought out the new content. Yay, we got Jonathan. Oh, so we got another dweller. Cool. Trifle flag and giddy up buttercup. And 13,000 caps. And with the loss of Bethesda Net Launcher and going strictly to Steam, it became sort of a, that's where we were going to be. And there was no more new content. No more new content. Over the years... Oh, Minuteman uniform duplicate. Over the years, we tried out the others, and we ended up on Steam. And then over the years, where we had new content, like in say the quests and the workshops and the themes, and then we had the what was it? The themes. I'm sorry, the holiday stuff. That we continued to play through all those years of all that stuff, and it was awesome, and it was great. Okay, let's get one more quest down, and we'll do Wedding Crashers. Okay, helping a raider. Okay, I think we've done this one before, but notorious raider Sally Switchblade is getting married. Famous Marcus Hammer, but they're both having second thoughts. Aw, because neither wants to live a raider lifestyle anymore. If they only communicate, bust in, and solve their problems for them. Sure. We'll send you. We'll send Anne. Advanced jumpsuit, and we'll get you your vengeance. And you have an A6. That's kind of great. We'll just keep it there. And we need somebody that has Russell. Uh-oh. Do we have... Okay, cool. We have one. And then we need the vengeance, and then it gives us everybody we need. And we're good. Okay, send them off. And then we'll, of course... What is it? What was it going to be? 22 hours? Yeah, we can take care of that. Stop the wedding! Sure. Fine. Can you stop the funeral? Anyways, so yeah, we went through all the themes and everything else, and the Nuka-Cola Quantum's being added, and still, we did not have to spend any money on the game to play it. But it became easier, I think. It became easier because... Okay. Oh, he got a nice little... What's he got? Like a Gauss rifle or Gauss pistol like that. Or a laser attuned right over whatever. But it became easier, I think. Because that's when I started getting a heck of a lot of Mr. Handies. Because they wanted you to do stuff outside the vault. And in order for you to do stuff outside the vault, you needed to have things being managed inside the vault. Because going into your game every 5 seconds, I have to go click to get all your resources became hard. And unless you actually spent real-world money on buying Mr. Handies in order to accomplish that, you were going to put the game down. Like, I don't want to deal with it. So I think because they knew they were heading to the outdoors, and I mean like that in the wasteland, they decided to just make it, make it a little bit more easier to roll and get. There's a lot of alphas in here and legendaries. They made it a lot easier to get the Mr. Handies from Lunchboxes and from quests, and that they introduced all those quests to get Mr. Handies. So as long as you were still playing the game, and I've shown you 9 to 10 different quests that actually provide you with the Mr. Handy, as long as you play the game, and you can get those quests, because a lot of them are those ones you first get if you go through the entire, quest line. You will be riddled with Mr. Handies, and I mean we kept getting them as rewards and everything else, and in lunchboxes and just finding them. I mean, it was just craziness. So that's really, really I think what changed the game to make it a lot easier. And so for that earlier video that we did about, not spending your real game money became sort of not redundant at that point, but people still, I think, had questions about why I had so many caps and how did I got all the Mr. Handies, and I felt like I needed to. Now, that being said, we went through that period of phone to emulator to Bethesda Net Launcher to Steam, and then we went back to the phone because the new content that came out from the 25th anniversary meant that we had to go use it on mobile device that wasn't available. They didn't update the other platforms. I don't know. I never checked PS4 or Xbox or Switch or any of those other ones to see if they actually updated and brought new content out. They just did it on the phones. So we went back to BlueStacks, and of course, because we went back to BlueStacks, it was a one-way trip from our Steam account to the phone cloud, because that's where they update it, and you can't go back. And because the other platforms aren't up on 1.15, it'll crash. It'll crash your game if you try to play them from your phone onto an emulator, or I'm sorry, on an emulator onto Steam, or even the launcher if it's still around. I don't think the launcher's around anymore. I haven't used it and I haven't checked. But that being said, again, doesn't matter. Now, like I said, the whole idea about being too easy and all that stuff, I said, you know what? We've done 100 and so many episodes of this. We've done all the quests, and we were down to like just every daily quest. And it got kind of stupid, and just wasn't really any content to put out. And I ran out of stories to tell, or whatever else, other reasons. And so we ended that series, and we did a survival series. And even the survival, I found ways around that weren't a problem. Yeah, there were some of those quests that were, you get an alpha deathclaw and it kills you within one swipe. We kind of figured out a way around that. And I think it was like the factory floor of fear was one of the ones where I had to just keep re-rolling until. But again, I found ways around that, and that was to save my vault save and move it somewhere else, and then just if I lost a dweller or whatever, I just reloaded that save, and I moved that file from one folder to the other, and then I was able to just start over again and not have lost that dweller. So, and if you don't stay in the game for more than 90 seconds, if you just go to the main menu and come back in, you can avoid the constant triggers of being attacked by things. So that's a way to get around it early game, so you don't have to worry about losing any of your dwellers to other class. Again, once you get up to 60 dwellers and deathclaw attacks, you should be at a point where it's not that big of a deal. Hey there, you there. Hey, you there. You must be that love guru I've been hearing about. Yeah, we've definitely done this one before. I think I remember that. Okay, what should we do? Marcus, Sally doesn't appreciate you enough. Neither one of you is cut off for rating anymore when I give it up in a loop. Sally, you're too good for Marcus. Let's go. How about this? There you go. Okay, yay. We did it. We've done this quest before. And again, even through, doing survival, we started to run into the same content problems we had before. It was becoming too easy. But I did do a whole line of videos where it was just tips on how to play. And even in survival mode. So I think that was a good win. And then we had a big huge lull in content because we pretty much were no longer able to just do something fresh and new. And I mean me, the Angry Cast. And so somebody made a comment 2 years ago on that old video about the Lunchboxes and Mr. Handies, and then I felt compelled to do a brand new series right during the middle of lockdown, or right towards the end of lockdown, about playing Fallout Shelter. We did it on at that point we were on the Steam account, and then the new content came out from the 25th, and that was a great, wonderful thing. That was like the biggest thing ever. And then the fact that happened, I'm like, I know I have to deliver this. I owe it to the success that I've had, and I mean success in the terms of I've got a pretty decent number of viewers that I thought I would ever get. I'm not a great YouTuber. That's just all there is to it, and YouTube isn't all that great anymore. So the fact that I've got 1,100 subscribers, that's awesome. The fact that people want to see that content, and the fact that it came from Fallout Shelter, the majority of those views and the majority of those followers came because of Fallout Shelter. I thought I owed it, and that's why we did Fallout Shelter 2021, which is now Fallout Shelter 2023, and this is the 100th episode. We've done almost 2 years worth of videos on just this playthrough. And again, we're right there, 999,000 caps. We are well on our way to 200 dwellers. I've got 3 Mr. Handies outside because I don't know where to put them. We've reorganized the vault. I think we've got it down to a science, and it's just there's nothing really more I can do. And so it's time to move on. But it doesn't mean that I don't care anymore. I still enjoy the game. We're still playing, but it's just you're not going to get anything out of it. It's going to be just me talking about stuff. It's not going to be actual content that is be part of the game. It's not going to be quests. It's not going to. These are things we've already done all over again. So there's no real value in it at that point. So that's why we're going to end. We're going to stop and go do something else. Now, please, I know those of you who are here because you love Fallout Shelter and you enjoy the content we provided over the last 8 years in this game. I appreciate you sticking by me all the way. And those who've just come to it late, I appreciate you as well. But it's time to move on. So we've stopped the wedding, and let's go back to the and move on back to the vault. Yes, plasma pistol. That's what it was. Okay. Woo. And so, yes, those of you who have stuck with me over the years and are still coming back for more, and those who have just joined us the last couple of years, I appreciate your involvement and your interaction and your engagement, and it's been so wonderful, and I truly mean that from the bottom of my heart. That's not just lip service to you. I'm not a big channel. I don't have thousands and thousands upon, or even millions of fans. I don't get millions of views, so it's not like I have, it's not like I'm prepared for any of that. That I would talk to every one of you if I could. And the fact that you do comment and you do come into chats and you do all that stuff, that's great, and I appreciate it. And I hope that as we begin to do other, there's other games that we're playing on the channel, there's other videos on the channel, there's old videos. Go back and watch the old stuff. I mean, we did a 10-year retrospect on the first video I ever put up, and stuff like that. I can't promise you that we're going to have a ton of content. We're going to do our best, but we're going to do, like, Megan and I have been kicking around some more, getting back into recording together. It's kind of hard from the setup I have in my office because it's just, it's a corner and there's no way to really get in it. But we're going to figure out something. We're kicking around podcast ideas just about our lives and everything else. And if that might just be end up here with an audio only portion. Probably not really a lot of video games being played on that one. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I hope you stick around for that. I hope you get a chance to try some of the things on the site. And again, if you want more content and you find something you want to try, in fact, that's the other thing I forgot to even mention. We did regular, we did survival, we did regular again, and we even did a what if episode, which is like, let's see if I can break the game. And we proved that we could break the game, basically. With the what if, I had no more dwellers in the vault. The vault was completely empty. I solved a lot of problems with that, but couldn't continue on, basically. So that's it. All right, let's open up these lunch boxes and see what we got going on. We got two animal and a Mr. Handy. We got another Mr. Handy. I forgot about that one. We got that from one of those quests that I talked about before. So let's get that out of the way. Mr. Handy, always a pleasure to serve you. Let's open up our lunchbox and see what we get. We got a stim pack. We got the last time we're ever doing this. Oh my gosh, a fat man out of that. Awesome. This is bittersweet that we're doing this last one. Caps and Brahmin hide and Naughty Nightwear number 5. That's awesome. And then we got another stim pack, which we don't really need anymore. Teddy bear, that's good. We can use the teddy bears for stuff. And the shotgun, caps, and Eulogy Jones suit. Cool. I don't know if I have that one already, but if I don't, it's great. And what else we get? We getting caps, and we getting a Rataway, and we getting a leather armor, which we're probably gonna just destroy and get rid of. Wonder glue and incognito leisure wear. That's like the 3rd or 4th one we've gotten. So, bull. Well. A pet care. Oh, kitty. What do we get? What kind of kitty? We got Palace cat. Palace cat. Don't know what that is, but 25% more wasteland junk. That's interesting. Oh, what's this one? Another kitty. Another kitty. Smudge. ×2 wasteland speed. Okay, so that's a cool one. We have, if we happen to ever do 3 sets of quests, because we have the fully upgraded Overseer's Office, we can set on a 3rd set of quests. We only have 2 pets that do ×4 wasteland return speed, so this would be our 3rd one. That's pretty good. So yeah, that I don't know who Palace is. I have no idea who that is. No clue. Alright, cool. That's it. Alright, yeah, and how far did, let's check some other stuff out while we did that. So, we're missing 1 rifle, 2, an automatic rifle, and then 2 more automatic rifles, and then a lot more automatic rifles, and, a lot of the stuff we didn't, we went through and made them all, we didn't. But my goodness, yeah. What about the outfits? Oh, we did not get all the outfits by a long shot. Okay, well, something if you're a completionist, go through and just create all the outfits. Keep a list. You're going to have to do this separately because it's so hard to watch these. We got 107 out of 139. There was 140 out of 213. We did not do that great. We got all the types of junk there were. That's cool. We got 40 out of the 100 pets. Well, you know, oh well. And as far as dwellers concerned, we got 10 out of 27. Probably between all three vaults games, we probably found almost all of them. But yeah, we had, in fact, the one when we had three, we had to call it 9 dog because we had 3 dogs. And I'm not sure why 3 dog is not being shown here. That's interesting. I thought I had at least one of him, but oh well. And let's check our last, what's our stats. So we got 99 male dwellers and 67 female dwellers. Right now, no children or pregnant ones. The average age is 31. Average strength, look at it, 10, 9, 8. That's pretty good considering that everybody's still in their training that we got going on now. We're producing 607 power. We're producing 441 food, and we're producing 455 water. But our consumption is almost a sixth of the actual production. Our consumption on food is, oh my gosh, like a tenth, a little over a tenth, and then water consumption is a little over a tenth. So even then. And then we got 1 common weapon, 155 rare weapons, 70 legendary weapons. We got all the recipes. We got 8 common outfits, rare. Cumulative since 2021 when we started. We played 111 hours. We've opened 167 lunchboxes, 34 carriers, 166 dwellers. We've birthed 23. We've revived 19. We've evicted none, customized, and dead. There's none dead. We've gained 4,000 levels. This is pretty interesting. You know, look caps. Look at the amount of caps we've collected. That's in the millions. That's 5 million caps. Wow. I mean, all this is great. This is good stuff. That's really good stuff to look at. We haven't sold anything as far as pets because we're not licensed to do that, and that's not, you want to adopt, don't shop. And we've explored the wasteland for 5,000 hours, and we've killed 148,000 creatures in the wasteland. Look at all of our, oh my gosh, wow, there's all these, that's great as far as the pets go. Alien drone is considered a pet, I love it. Alrighty, I think we've done it. I think we've done it all. I know I hate to say goodbye, but it is that time. So thank you again, once again, everybody, for watching us the last 8 years of Fallout Shelter, and we're gonna sign off. And again, as always, oh look, we got 100. We got over 1 million. That's a good time to get out. As always, please take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Take care of this planet. It's the one we got, and the fact that we're standing on a rock hurtling through space is pretty cool and awesome. And I think we should respect that, and we should take care of that because if it goes away, we don't have anything right now. And we'll see you next time somewhere else in another game. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.